could be some truth there with like the tech companies that have social media want you to constantly be looking at your phone and always reading what they have because they make money off of that through advertising. So if that leads to you fighting with people online or in person and not listening to the other people, then yeah, that is part of it. They don't really have a political party. The party is their own pocket, right? So they'll do whatever it takes to increase their pocket. So there's some truth to that, for sure. As far as somebody not listening to you because you make a pro-Trump joke, that's annoying. Um, I don't really care if somebody voted for Trump or not. Yeah, right. It's not a big deal to me. So, like, yeah, I always like kind of roll my eyes when people are unwilling to accept somebody because they have a certain political view. We can talk about it, but it's not gonna make me mad that you fucking voted for Trump. I'm not gonna never talk to you again. Right. I don't think that that whole thing where it's like the tech company caused that. I'm not sure about that. I mean, there's like I said, they like just people using their stuff, but the tech companies like Trump. They want you to vote for Trump. It's good for you. It's good for them if Trump's in power. Right. So that's why I don't see this whole it's just that they support Trump. Yeah. So it's good to why not protest both of them? Get some of this influence that they have over everybody out. Right. Outlaw some of this stuff. Yeah. That they're doing. I don't know, dude. I play 5D chess every day. I'm over here. 4D's too little for me. You know what I mean? So I'm on 5D chess. Okay. 50 chest. Yeah, chest. 50 double D's chest. Yeah, dude. I mean, no king's protest. It's like some label or something. Some wild guy does some crazy thing attached to no king's protest. Now it's like, I don't know, dude. I just think of things differently. Everything's fucked. We have no choice. This is not a free country. You know what I mean? There is no choice. Truth to that, yeah. It definitely doesn't seem like it. You're kind of fucked regardless here. Yeah. But still, it's still pretty good. Yeah, I mean, dude, I bought a pack of sharpies. Yeah. And also, thank God the tech CEOs don't know how many X's I did. Or they probably do, but I'm saying they didn't stop me from it. They're shadow banning you. Yeah. They're telling my exes he's been messaging a lot of other exes. He's on to us about this whole white ladies at the South Pasadena no king's protest thing. Yeah, I mean, and I talk shit about them, but if I was a tech CEO, God knows what I would do, right? I'd be filling my pockets too, probably, and have some sort of weird justification for it. It's just I only do it 10 minutes a week. Some sort of 10 minutes of shop justification for enriching myself. Yeah. At the detriment of society as a whole. Yeah. Who knows? But I don't question it because YouTube likes us. Yeah. I think they're great. Yeah. They've never done anything wrong. They've done a lot of wrong. I don't know, actually. I thought that would be funny to say. Let's see what this guy says. Were you, just his voice. Just listen to his voice. He's a wigger? Yeah. Take. New York City breakfast scene is mid. Okay, we're done. New York City breakfast scene. I went to, I forget what the place is called. Pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been there in so long, so I don't know what it's like now, but I like bagels. I went to the Dewey's. Have you been to Dewey's? No, I don't know what you're talking about there down that way. I went to Dewey's for pancakes with my best friend. And it was pretty good. The server had a septum ring and huge Viking ships. Oh, wow. Yeah. It's the best day of your life. Oh, yeah. Two things that I would say it's worse than me. It's underwhelming at the least. It doesn't exist anymore. You didn't ask my explanation, but I'm going to explain it. It's already agreed. I feel like we just read. It's my never agrees. But listen, all the diners is gone. They're getting extinct by the day. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the choices now is either you going to the deli to get a deli sandwich or you paying like $100 for salmon carpaccio for brunch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want a stack of blueberry pancakes. I want some eggs. I want some sausage on a plate with syrup all over it. Yeah, you want home fries. You want a big boy breakfast. Home style breakfast. Say, I want a big boy breakfast. I want a big boy breakfast. That's what I want. You know what I'm saying? Give this man a big boy breakfast. New Yorkers, we're always on the go, so I feel like we started to neglect breakfast. You know what happened? They introduced bars. I don't want a mimosa. I want a stack of pancakes. No, not that kind of bar. Like a little bar with a bars for breakfast. What bars? Like a protein
protein bar.
Like a Cliff Bar?
Yeah, don't tell me you eat a Cliff Bar.
Definitely not. But listen, I'm like, we're resting on the laurels of bacon, egg, and cheese and bagels.
I know, I agree.
Like, we own the bagel, we own the bacon, egg, and cheese.
It's time to expand.
It's true, but can I give a shout out to Baby Blues Luncheonette? They're really good.
100% agree.
Correct? Alright, Baby Blues Luncheonette.
So,
What the fuck is this guy?
here's what I'm saying with this, right?
What's he doing on there with 43,000 followers?
A lot. He's a numbers guy. What I'm saying here is this: if we don't start my idea, which you shit on, protesting, I don't think it's an unselfish act to hold that Bethel Wiggers sign. If we
That's
don't do
different than no kicks, but yeah, I agree with the no wiggers.
okay, thank you. But if we don't do that, this is where we're heading. That on like a campaign, like a presidential debate. Yo, check this out. If I become president, dog, this will be breakfast. It's gonna be fire. Everywhere you go, bro, like we ain't gonna rest in our laurels and shit, right?
I think he would agree with me on the white ladies in South Pasadena, at least.
And does that help your point?
Dude, there's this one white lady out here named Teresa, and she's a fucking menace, dog. She's been burning bridges with all the businesses, and you can see it happening in real time. But she has this very distinct walk. Like, she's such a character that Daniel Day-Lewis can play her and win a fucking Oscar.
What's she doing?
She's got a fat ass, too. She's old.
Okay.
She's an old lady with a fat ass, and that ass is making her walk in a crazy way.
Okay.
And she goes to these businesses and asks for a lot of ice. She really wants ice. So she's burned the secret coffee shop down. Like, there's one day, I think I told this story way back when it happened, but she was in line behind me, and I was like kind of standing off to the side so that people could still walk by.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That lady.
Yeah.
And she goes, I'm going to stand here if you're not going to fucking move up, whatever. And then I was just quiet the whole time, and then, you know, the barista was like, thank you so much, whatever she said to me, because I didn't freak out. She's like, I know you do this all the time.
Right.
Yeah, I heard your whole No Kings thing. But, and then she got burned there. She's banned there now because she was like trying to get ice and pay for whatever the fuck, pay for the ice, and then stay in the lobby. But you're not allowed to do that. You gotta buy a drink to stay in the lobby. She's fucking trying to fight everyone. She's insane, dude. And like, if we're ever in South Pasadena and I see her, she's always out there.
Yeah.
I'll point her out.
Okay, I can't wait.
And so she goes to the Starbucks now because you know I frequent the Chipotle here. I get points and I get a fucking free entree and I get a free chip sometimes. And it's just she's a menace, dude. I try to stay away from her as often as possible. She's always around the corner. So I think she represents all white women in Pasadena, South Pasadena. She's not homeless. She's got a home. She's not homeless.
Okay.
She has a home. She chooses to go out and menace society.
Over ice.
Over ice. And just if you're in her path, dude.
Weird.
Yes.
Might be the mom.
She might be the mother of Lord Junko or whatever his name is. Lord Sco. Like, you white people love lords. You guys love dukes. You guys are all about it, dude. Princes, dude, kings,
Monarchy. I've always been a big monarchy guy myself.
There's something to what I'm saying, and you know the comments are gonna agree with me, dude.
Okay.
You guys are out here fucking queen this, king that, fucking. You guys love card games, you know what I mean? The king jack, fucking
Archdukes.
Archdukes. I didn't even know that existed.
Archduke Ferdinand.
France Ferdinand, yeah,
right.
You guys love lords.
Fucking Lord. What else is there? The
Jesters.
no, that's the clown.
Oh, so you don't like the clown then, huh?
No.
Oh my
Death to all jesters.
Jesus, no jesters.
I love Viscount.
Oh, Viscount, yes.
Yeah, that's another one. I'd love to be a Viscount.
You guys like counts? You guys like fucking vampires?
Count, that's right.
You guys are all about fucking slasher films. Like, these things are all, like, the white culture is very violent and very controlling, dude.
But this, like, Spain had that and all those countries. And that also that's also all countries have that, kings, princes, and all that stuff. In Africa, and plenty of kings.
Moctezuma wasn't king.
Chief?
I don't know.
Chief, I wonder, and chief is essentially that, right? Yeah, chief's the same thing, I would imagine.
What was I going to say right now?
Or is it? Is your son become chief?
Oh, did you see the clavicular thing?
No. What happened with him?
Channel 5 interview clavicular.
Oh, I heard about that, yeah.
You didn't see any of it?
No, was it good?
Oh, dude, the ending is very funny because he gets mad that he didn't ask about Phil's vaccine. So it's very funny. We can end on this if you want. Do you have anything else?
No, I ain't got nothing else. I don't know a whole lot about clavicular, but I do like Channel 5 and what's his face?
Andrew Callahan.
Yeah, he's a good interviewer.
Let me try to find.
He's a clavicular, hit himself in the face with a hammer or something to make his bone structure better.
Yeah.
Smokes meth.
Well, he kind of produced that whole narrative.
Yeah, okay. So he doesn't smoke meth or hit himself with hammers.
I don't trust anything he says, actually.
That would be like the easiest thing to convince me of is a random person saying, hey, I actually don't hit myself in the face with a hammer and smoke meth. I'd be like, man, that sounds about right. I wouldn't either. Why would you do that? What are we doing here? Alex Max.
Okay, so this interview is an hour and 4 minutes. Towards the end, he gets really upset because he didn't ask about Luke's vaccine.
Okay.
So I'm trying to find that. Oh, here we go.
Thanks.
Wait, why is it there? No. God damn it. I looked almost there.
Small.
I'm gonna come right here. God damn it. It's very funny that you got upset with this though.
Sounds good.
Oh, here we go.
You know, a lot of people sort of like to talk about that in interviews, and it's like, dude, what's the relevance? Like, how's that even correlated with looks max? And you talk about mainstream coverage and the magnitude of coverage that has came after some of these controversies and the things they get wrong. Yeah. So I'd say that would be something that they get wrong. That political. So when you were with those guys, you didn't know that was going to happen? No. I mean, no one really.
So they're talking about the Hitler thing, and then he's right after that topic, he gets upset that they didn't ask him about looks max.
And then, which the goal. Yeah, but this is targeting the latest Gen Z, so the average channel 5. That's good. I think it's super interesting too, the volume of content they seem to appreciate. They like content filmed over a long period of time, 8 hours of content straight, and they want it live, whereas our audience prefers a more polished, maybe 15-minute piece that's a bunch of footage edited perfectly and has it look like a narrative arc in a through line. Yeah, I think there's all sorts of media that people enjoy, but I think the main part of streaming that people enjoy is just not knowing what's gonna happen next. It sort of seems like in a lot of my streams, things can take a turn for the worst, the best. You really don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect because you're following so much stuff. It's a lot of things can happen. Is there any moments you regret from streaming? Not really.
Come on, dude.
What are you in for?
Person asked me specifics about how do these two things interact.
Jesus Christ. He started doing meth a lot, he was saying, for looks max.
We want to interview him about looks maxing, and then he'll start asking political questions, and I'm just okay, I don't mind it, you know what I mean? I'm not.
He minds it. He minds it. He can't even look him in the eyes. I don't mind it that he's doing that.
It makes sense. Yeah, I get that.
Afraid to answer anything, gone through every single question of yours besides one about my security, which is a little bit weird, but not a single attempt at anything in regards to looks max.
Okay, what's the question I should ask?
Well, that's up to you. How am I going to tell you how to do your job? You want me to ask you about specific scientific questions about different looks maxing methods?
Well, it's like if I got upset that you didn't ask about squirrels when somebody was interviewing me.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, we go in there being well, I know they're going to ask about my small teeth, and then they start asking me my political views, and I go, well, I'm a little offended, honestly.
I went not once.
Yeah, but now you know who I voted for, but the stuff people care about, it's actually, now that I say it out loud, it's a little bit valid. Who gives a shit what this fucking idiot thinks about politics? Why are you asking him that? You're part of the problem.
Well, you're believing. This is why I don't trust our little argument about the. Okay, so you're believing clavicular. He didn't ask only political questions. That's crazy.
I mean, I didn't watch that.
Right, exactly, dude.
Look, I'm doing a bit, dude. I'm not a good listener, so
I was doing a bit too. I was doing a bit too.
I smoke meth.
Anytime I say I hate all white women, you can probably assume I'm in a bit.
Oh, that's true. I get carried away.
Let's see.
I mean, just you're not happy with the question about the peptides or the bone smashing or anything like that. I mean, like,
yeah, he literally asks about bone smashing. He's like, that's literally a question about look smashing, and then he's acting as if he didn't ask a single question about look smashing.
You just somebody says bone smashing and pisses you off. Instead of getting pissed off, you talk about my ex. Is that too?
That was more about bone smushing.
Oh, both are good. It means I had sex.
I love tortas. That's great, dude. Parody song instead of Los Sosa. You know I love tortas.
not identify like anything that you have a curiosity about, like maybe you wake up with dark circles in your eyes one morning, and like even something like that. I mean, just like even if you don't give a shit, I mean, like it would be at least you put a little bit of effort into. I think I've done a pretty good interview. From what like context? Because if it's from the context of when you guys reached out.
Do you know this is happening consciously when you are talking with somebody and you're like, this is not going well? And then, but like, you can't stop yourself but continuously disagreeing with them. I do this all the time. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. I think so.
So I have some empathy for Mr. Clavicular here. However, he did a number on Twitter, dude.
What's that?
There's a clip from this where he says like, he's like, going to bars and watching sports games with your friends is totally like, don't ever do that. There's no return on investment there.
That's
crazy.
Dude, I'm mad about that episode.
Yeah, dude, a bunch of fucking people's from Tams. It's like, fuck your mother.
I mean, it's a joke, right? If he's actually serious that he's mad about them not asking about lick maxing, that's not going to look well for you.
Right.
So, of course, you can't win that argument. However, I see what he's saying, because all he knows about is lick maxing.
That's his whole life.
Why are they asking him about anything but that?
Did you see this guy kill a fucking alligator?
Who killed that?
Clavicular.
No.
He like just unloaded a clip on an alligator.
I don't like that at all.
No, he's a terrible person.
Yeah. So why is he even being? That's my question, really. Is I like Channel 5, but I remember seeing this and thinking like I like watching now for the podcast. It's funny, but in the grand scheme of things, I didn't watch this because I don't know shit what it does or says. I don't have anything against him until now. They already killed an alligator for no reason.
He unloaded a clip.
Yeah, that's lame. And he's just boring. Like looks maxing.
Yeah.
Is that even you made yourself taller with a horrible surgery? Next. I don't know what the point of that is.
You know what, dude? I'm not for the no kings, dude.
Okay.
I want you to be king, dude.
Oh, thank
You sit in the fucking throne and you go, next. But unfortunately, what the public doesn't understand is when you say next, they get killed.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
It depends. Yeah, most likely. But look, I've said this a lot. I think I should be king. I agree with that statement. I think I'd be a good, I don't know. But there would definitely be some bad people who died under my reign.
Dude, and I don't know if you know this popular saying he has, but he's like, that's so jester. You know
What's the saying?
He has a saying where he's like, it's jester. It's jester.
I don't like
He's all about looks maxing, and he's not about jester maxing. Jester maxing is what we do for a living.
Oh, okay.
He's like, I like that. He's like, never mind. I'm like,
Sure, jester maxing. I mean, I don't know what it means, but I'm down.
but I mean, dude, if I look around your little castle, we're in the foyer. What do they call it? Where the throne's at? The throne room?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And I look over to the side and I see this guy. I'm thinking jester. Right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I'd hire him as a jester.
Oh yeah, you are in complete control. You took this analogy further. You've been thinking about this.
Yeah, I'd be like, I'm bored by you, next, but I wouldn't kill him. I just, next, probably, I need somebody else.
Honestly, dude, I'm not gonna lie. The realm would really appreciate it, and I'm doing this for the realm because I'm selfless.
Yeah.
I'll be jester.
Okay.
And the little banter we have back and forth. I make fun of you.
Yeah, I'd be willing as a king to allow that. I'm not a king that's not gonna let anybody make fun of me. I might have an alligator eat it.
or shop and be just. I mean, that's if you go total like dictator mode.
If I can afford shit. Or dictator, yeah. I mean, I would force shop entertain you, sure. how the tables have turned. Oh, you're a big guy. You can beat me up. Not anymore. I'm king. Yeah, do what I say, or else it's going to goes.
Alrighty, I think that's it for this week.
I can see you next week.
Check out Sandbaggers on the Patreon. I did an episode with Tim Obis.
Sandbaggers.
It's 2.5 hours. I'm planning on doing. I have a video for the first one, but the rest of it's gonna be audio only.
Okay.
And it's only an hour long. It's hard for me to control myself.
I like it.
Alrighty.
Later.
Love you guys. Morning, Vietnam. Let's go, Daddy. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up? It's Cowbell. Oh, you already knew that, right? You knew I was going to come back. I was on vacation and shit. Joke's on you because I'm always on vacation. What's up, nigga? What's up with it? Where we at? Where my fans at? Who in the house? Introduce yourself. Cowbell don't know everybody. Alright, Cowbell knows Man Lehman. I know that motherfucker. Some of the mods fuck like this. Man Lehman
sleeping for honey. What's up? Oh shit, cowbell back. What's up, William? That's what's up. We got some cowbell in the house. That's right. Man, I came back, dude, and fucking this place is a piece of shit. Just like I remember, Jardo lived in a bad neighborhood. You know, some neighborhoods are like, they're bad, they're kind of like, you hear a little bit of gunshots. Jardo, they're like, dead bodies. Dead bodies in the street. Tires slashed. The shit said tire slash purse. That's much less than a dead body. She had a dead body. Tires are worse than a dead body. Did I say that? I meant the other one. I'm tired of shit. Cowbell takes Vyvanse too. A lot of people don't know this, but Vyvanse gives you some headaches in this motherfucker. I got so many goddamn headaches in this bitch. Every Wednesday it's like, fuck your life. Alright? Wednesdays fuck up Cowbell's schedule and shit. Trying to do my job, fuck a bitch and shit, and I'm the bitch now. I gotta tell my bitch I got a headache. I can't fuck. Come home. Ready to fuck. I can't do it. It hurt too much. And then I got a girl over here, motherfucker, bringing me to the fucking most dangerous place on earth and shit. He's like, I want to go to the 7-Eleven and pick up water. I'm like, fuck, I don't want to leave this motherfucker. I might get shot 5 times. What'd she say? The lady that works at the 7-Eleven, she's shaking all the time. She's terrified. She is. Now I'm saying, I was like, all right, here's another thing. I listened to a lot of commentary on 7-Eleven. We all know it's bad news right now. 7-Eleven's having some hard times. Where is the, customer service that used to be around when you go to a convenience store? It's gone. It's fact. But the lady that's scared of shit in Gerardo's neighborhood is actually pretty cool. She said, thank you to have a nice day. I haven't heard someone say have a nice day at 7-Eleven in like 7 years. So, I mean, she for being in this fucking Fallujah ass neighborhood, I fuck for her, dude. She cool. Yeah, what you think about her, bro? You gonna start dating a 7-Eleven girl? I'm down.
She's probably the cutest one. There's another one that's pretty cute. And I'm always like this. I'm always like, can I get the extra large?
You're talking about the other person. It's so funny. You go into 7-Eleven and you hit on like every 7-Eleven chick regardless, but the skinny ones there, you're like, you're like, hey, what's up? Actually, can I get the extra large? But you're talking about the woman. I'm about the woman. You're talking about Cootie right now.
Dude, you do a really good Cootie impression.
Man, fuck that bald-headed bitch. He ain't got no swag. He ain't got no style. Yeah, 25 to 30 vaccines a month. Some people get vaccines like that. Credit Cootie is white.
Did you hear about Cootie getting another vaccine?
Did I hear that today is fucking Wednesday? Sky still blue? This elephant heavy? This girl get a baller when he goes to 7-Eleven? It's all facts. All facts, bro. I'm cowbell. You know my name. You know my instrument.
Shout out to you, Josh 991. He said he was here, but here's a few bucks for crap.
Yeah, that's how it is here, bro. Gerardo be having people over here to smoke crack. Does BGL eat other people's coffee cake? Oh, that's right. That's a good one. He does that.
Did you see that? Did you watch the 24-hour Bingo Coffee Cake?
Oh, yeah. I fucking love that shit. I started that shit out. I said, what up, nigga? I love this Diego with band-aids on it. Diego, I fuck with him too. That's my dog. He hates Gerardo. Hey, yeah, we both do.
How do people fuck? Oh, that's an interesting question.
I mean, I never talk about this, but since you asked, man, welcome to my office. Have a seat. My name is Cowbell. Alright? Because, like, you know what I'm saying? It's important to know how people fuck. Not everybody got a daddy. Not everybody got a mama. Not everybody get the sex talk. You know what I'm saying? So I tell you, like, your daddy should have told you back in the day. Alright? When you fuck like this. this. Know you was there, okay? She gon' have the time of her life, and then you gon' nut. You nut every time. There's no nut. There's no nut. Okay? Sometimes you might not nut to them. That's okay. Because sometimes people, they nut like this. Girls nut like this. Nah, girls nut like this.
I don't even know what the audio sounds like with the compound.
Oh, the audio might sound bad. I'm not an engineer.
Let me see. I'll start a poll.
What the audio sound like? What do it sound like? What's cowbell drug of choice? Life. I'm addicted to it, bitch. I'm addicted to life. I'm addicted to cowbell and life. Cowbell's a drug. A lot of people don't know about this instrument, the power it has in the soul of a man. It's different. Every day I wake up, I say, I gotta play that cowbell. I gotta get going on that cowbell. Lord, give me the strength to say no to the cowbell. And I fucks with it. I fucks with it.
Alright, let's check this out really quick. Check that out, dude.
Oh, shit. Dried up with the motherfucking skills.
Yes, sir.
Fucking Austin, Texas, or Arlington, or whatever the fuck. That's Dallas is different. So it wasn't in Dallas. Dallas is different. Everybody knows when you go to Dallas, that's the home of Shop. He always cursed there. That's why he got a Texas tattoo. I bet you didn't know that, even though everybody know that. Oh shit! This makes me want to have a carnival. He go that guy. Oh.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, thank you for stopping by, Calvin.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's good to be here.
Let's oh shit, Joe Rogan. Whoa, Cooney's back.
Oh shit! What's up, guys? Sorry I'm late. I know Cowbell took over.
Oh, Cowbell left the shit here. Here, Cowbell.
I was doing the surgery where you try and get your gums to be smaller.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm surprised you didn't try to get another vaccine in the meantime. When is Cooney coming back from Thailand? Okay.
Oh, fucking. Well, guess what, Swamp Thing? You're never gonna be a mod.
Because you're a bot.
Threw your mod out the window, Christian L7. Toss the mod.
Yep.
Position. You're never gonna get it.
Dude, it's a crazy time we're living in right now, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty nuts.
Say that again, dude.
Yeah, it's a crazy time we're living in now, right?
Okay, one thing I was gonna say at the beginning, and we don't have to talk about this.
Right.
It's just something I thought of this morning. Please, if you don't want to talk about it, say next time. Next. But I logged into the Reddit and I was looking through, and one thing caught my eye. It was Brian Callen, and it was a clip where it's like, damn, if Chin has to talk you up, you're fucked or whatever. Like talk you, make you feel better. Totally fucked. I'm like, oh, I don't know about that. So I watched it, and it was Brian Callen, and he was like really depressed, talking about how he's stuck and he's fucked up, and it's not really clear what's going on. Like, I guess he's saying his career is over or something. And they're like, Brian, it's not big. He's like, yeah, it's not big. I'll get over it, and all this. And that topic itself, like Brian realizing that the dream is dead and like trying to figure out what to do, you'd think it would be interesting to hear, right? Like that is a riveting topic.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
a man, whoever they are, finally coming to grips with their faults, realizing it, saying why they're mad, whether they're Brian Callen or somebody else. It was the most boring thing I've ever heard in my life.
Wow.
It was boring, and he sucked in it.
You'd think it'd be as riveting as like an Irish guy riding a horse or something, or Scottish, my bad. Because that's amazing. Have you seen that in slow motion?
You're right, it's the best there is. Thank you for saving me from the sadness that guy. Yeah, no, he should just do the Scottish fucking nobleman shit or a slow mo cutting people's heads off, dude. Fuck, you have two stools
Or like grab thighs that aren't there.
Yeah, talk about your man bags,
Man baggers.
man bags. Oh, dude, it was so sad and boring.
It was off the fire like it's somebody.
Yeah, I just couldn't believe that it wasn't like interesting at all. But I don't know why I'm shocked because he just is like a talentless loser. Like, he's never funny even by accident. Well, The 1,000 Cuts that we watched on T-Mos, that was kind of funny. Never mind, he was funny one time in his entire life. But I don't want to be mean like this. It just pissed me off. I'm like, how can you be that boring?
Yeah.
That might have been it.
Oh, this one?
Is that it?
Oh, with my son?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Damn, look at my fucking Vyvanse is firing on all cylinders.
Damn, dude. That Vyvanse is kicking, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can hear this real quick.
Just so fucking like, watch this, listen to this, and tell me this isn't like the most boring shit you've ever heard in your life.
Let's see.
I'm having a hard time. I'll be honest.
It's all good, Bri.
I've been
Listen to Jared. Yeah, listen.
I'm not sure how to get out of it. Sometimes you get into a situation where you're not sure how to get out of it. But that's okay. It's good. I have friends I can call and talk to.
Oh my God.
Sometimes in life, whatever you are, you're going to be in something alone, and you got to find your way through.
Jim, why you bring up Jamie Foxx? You knew it was going to trigger Brian.
No, it's not triggering me.
When I see stuff like this, this inspires me.
Yeah, Shab was funny.
It's so funny that they non-ironically use the word trigger sometimes.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, no.
Dude, you're triggering Brian. Don't you know he's that fast? I don't know what word
That's great. Those are both good. It's so funny to use those words as like clubs to knock down like the woke or whatever,
Yeah.
and then use them unironically. It just makes you look like an idiot.
Let's see.
I've been having a moment for a while. It has nothing to do with that.
Right, what way do you mean? I don't think it's a moment anymore. It could be worse. You could smoke a cigar backwards.
Who's Pool Boy?
Brian, because he did that on Mad TV. I think that's the bit. Correct me if I'm wrong, Wiley. But I assume it's me.
You're a Rothschild.
Good. So that always helps too. It could be worse. I know.
Thanks. Has it ever made anything ever better when someone goes, it could be worse?
No, it just makes me feel worse for being a bitch. I feel like a bitch if you tell me, well, this, that, and that, I'm like, oh, then I'm an even bigger bitch.
Okay. I talk like that sometimes too, but I'm 38. I'm not gonna I want to think when I'm 60, I'm not gonna be like, I don't want to be like a bitch. Like my dad doesn't talk like that. I don't know. They live in a world that I just don't understand the way they act.
I think it is funny that he's literally like has this ideation of depression. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Without saying the word, he's like expressing those feelings, but all the listeners are like, God, this podcast fell off.
Dude, he's even sadder. He's bearing his soul, and then people are like, this is worse than I ever heard that. This is the worst it's ever been, this show.
Yeah, dude, I thought it was bad when they were beating up Bobby Lee over the phone, but this is another level.
And honestly, it could be, because I listened to this, and I saw the fucking title, like I said, I was like, this is going to be something. I'm going to be entertained by this. I'm probably laughing at Brian for saying something dumb, but it's not even that. I'm just bored. He doesn't even say anything that's like ironically funny, really, for the most part.
Imagine he's like, Cootie, can we have some coffee together, please? And you're like, yeah, right, you're my best friend, And, it's in a weird
Church area.
alternate universe where you're the friends. And then you go to have coffee, and you're hearing him out expressing all these things off a podcast, which probably gets even darker,
Right.
And then at the end of it all, he's like, I'm sorry, I was talking a lot, so what do you have to say? And then you're just like, this might be the most boring coffee I've ever had.
If he's talking to me, I'm like,
Baby Peter.
You can't be this boring. I don't know anyone this boring. You have to be, you're going through a crisis and this unentertained by it? How's that possible? I should be worried about you, but I kind of just want you to die.
Could it be all the stuff the LA Times kind of outed about us, and you're kind of like have no empathy for this guy? Kind of like retribution?
I guess so, but that's giving me too much credit.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think my
But I'm a bad person. So
you're also high on my guys listening to this. You're like, I need something exciting.
what I'm saying to you and the fans is that when someone shows you who they are, believe them. I don't know me.
Are you guys streaming from the car garage in Texas?
So, it's okay.
Yeah, you figure it out, man. Just the no help.
Yeah, that's always good.
I had that happen at my mom's funeral. Someone could have went. My buddy went with both your parents. I'm like, I'm fucking 17 right now. Yeah.
Yeah. What were you going to say?
Oh, liquor.
Oh, yeah. Christian's like, yeah, you figured out.
Yeah, I mean, he's either a shitty friend or he's just too stupid to even know what to
He
do.
doesn't even know what Bradley Collins is saying. He's like, wait, I'm not talking right now. That's all he's thinking about.
Yeah, I wish Brian wasn't talking either so that I could look like some sort of product.
You'll figure it out, man.
Oh, it's gonna be fun. I got some ideas. Good things coming. Don't worry. I like to bring it down. You know. By the way, no matter what you're going through in life, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. If you start talking about it and you start saying, like, if somebody says, "How you doing?"
Like, I have no.
Yeah, it's boring. Like, if the same thing happened, it's not worth watching the whole thing. I was surprised.
He's a guy that goes in his Tesla and does fucking front-facing videos to like identify with younger people, which is wild. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself.
No, it's bad.
Suck ass.
Yeah.
Quit your job. Get a job somewhere else.
Yeah, do something else for sure.
I heard Adam Ray just quit Universal. You can go do the Adam Ray job at Universal.
Dude, that's my favorite conspiracy theory is that he was a tour guide that, like, somebody gave a chance to and they shouldn't have.
If you look to your left, you'll see a big shark. Oh, wait, the shark has the microphone.
Guys, wouldn't it be crazy if your tour guide was Dr. Phil?
Well, welcome to Universal Studios. And we're going through Jaws again. Oh, no, it's a shark. Did you get along with your shark father, or did your shark father eat your shark mother?
You know, like, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy, too. Oh, Successful Egg, that's a guy I like.
Just because it's a lot.
Yeah. Look, I'm not all negative. I do have a headache, but my headache does make me more angry than I think if I had a brain.
Well, don't look at the lights.
Oh, I mean, what are you gonna do? 19 likes, dude. This makes me feel. Looking at that makes me feel like a true detective character, like Russ Cole.
And this is where we shot Fast and Furious. But you guys ever thought about if Dr. Phil was left? Well, it's all about family, see?
He did that for sure, and he would do that. If I pray to God he doesn't see this stream, probably won't because there's not enough likes. But if he did, he probably would steal it and use that stupid shit. One of his awful characters. He has a character that's just like a gay guy. It's like, the fuck are we? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
What if your best friend Spencer was the,
Yeah,
that's like, what's the name?
yeah, that guy. I'm your best friend Spencer. What's the nerd's name?
I don't know.
It's probably Spencer.
Oh, Spencer. Like, goes to your value.
That's true.
Oh, but you do a really good nerd guy, though.
The nerd, what is, I don't even remember. Hey, gang, and then you cute gang. He's like Cartman. He stole Cartman from South Park, rebranded as a nerd with. Yeah, it's because I don't like seeing stuff like that because you got fake zits on your face and you're making yourself look like that. It makes me sad.
Yeah.
And also it's making fun of those poor people that deal with it. Fuck them.
I wanted to, I showed you this earlier, and I shouldn't have because I was like looking forward to doing this on the stream. I showed you that video of, what's his name? Shaquille O'Neal reading an AI text message on his.
While you pull it up, I just want to say this.
Yeah.
Successful Egg is allowed to say things like this because he's gone viral on the Reddit. Everyone else saying stuff like this will be attacked.
Make better videos.
You know, Ding PT, getting there, he's close, but not there yet. Anyone else saying Adam Ray is fucking, I'll say this, Successful Egg, Bud Easy, and Janae are allowed to say that if they want. Everybody else got more earning.
You aren't mods yet.
Yeah.
I think Successful Egg, we literally transferred the whole podcast over to his name. It should be called Successful Tweenies. Right? Successful Raccoons. Alright, let's check this out, dude. Shaq's fake DM to Christina Carpenter is wild, dead face emoji. Okay, any thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I told you my thought on that. Oh, yeah, are you not going to play the video?
Yeah, I'm going to play the video, but
like just this?
Because when I first saw this, I was like, oh, this would be a good time. But like, it's such a weird concept of a post.
Yeah.
From the big pod with Shaq. Right? I know he's known for his toilet humor and stuff, but.
Yeah.
I mean, look how excited he's about this, dude. Look at that. Look at that smile.
I guess in a way, yeah. No, it's weird to post this.
Christina,
yourself.
Sabrina Carpenter, my bad.
What'd you call her?
Christina Carpenter. I'm not going to be alive tomorrow.
No, you're not alive, man.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, it is a weird bit, in a way, I guess, to post it about yourself. But then again, we probably would do that.
Yeah.
If we found, like, fake DM, yeah. There was this guy that I knew that did comedy, Willie Dynamite, and I got friended by somebody with this profile picture,
Yeah.
and the name the person had was Long Stroke Your Beach. They used his picture and wrote Long Stroke Your Beach as the name. So like it was like DMing people as trying to fuck them with fake pictures.
Wow, so this actually does happen. Oh, yeah. But when you're fucking Shaq, I'm sorry, dude. Let it happen. Don't bring it on your podcast where this is the thing that gets me about this, is that the two co-hosts are not down with this bit. They're like, oh, what the fuck?
It's a little bit, the wording is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
To say.
Alright, so I've downloaded the video so that we can actually dive into this.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'll show you something on social media about me. That's not what you told me.
Big man, and then he's lately been really horny all the time. He's posting like he met this girl that's like an inch as tall as him, or shorter or taller.
Yeah.
And there's like some innuendos because she's like, oh my god, it's Shaq, but Shaq's looking at her like, you know what I mean, like, am I known for being like a fucking sex freak or what? She's trying to fuck right now. And then he hugs her and she goes, he's hugging me. It's just like he's getting turned on to the left and right.
You're right, but I feel like he's always been horny Shaq.
Yeah.
Shaq, you don't think about him like a Leonardo DiCaprio because they look and act so different, but they're like the same dude.
Yeah.
They both are big, and maybe that's what anybody would be like if they're super duper famous. Not anybody. But if you're super duper famous, you can get whatever you want. You know, it's like, it never surprises me that they'd always be on the prowl dating energy. What's funny about Shaq is, to me, is that he acts both ways. So I saw him on Travis Kelce's thing, and he's like, yo, bro, you got a good woman. Stay with your woman, man. Don't fuck up like me. I live in a house alone. I live in a mansion with nobody. Nobody comes to see Shaq. Everybody hates me now. I have to make my own echo. My wife don't fuck me, and I DM Sabrina Carpenter. So, like, he was acting like he was, like, devastated that his family doesn't live in his house.
The maid left me, too. The maid don't like to be my house no more.
My maid and my staff are so disgusted with my actions. So, but then at the same time, it's like every time you see him online is with a new chick. He's fucking some, like, random 20-year-old. So it's, is it bad or is it good? Should I leave my family? Should I stay with my family? From your message, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what to do, Shaq.
But being horny Shaq, that's who he is.
True.
Yeah. Shaq is short for horny Shaq. It's not short for Shaquille. But being horny Shaq is just a weird move to like share this on his pod.
Yeah.
He's like, I hope Sabrina Carpenter sees this and she wants to smell my farts and then have sex with me.
That is kind of what it's like. Yeah, he's like putting it out there by doing this.
Yeah.
Hey Sabrina, look, this is me in the general. In the general commercial, I'm in the general commercial. Would you like to suck my penis? I got this fake DM. I didn't send it to you, but it's a crazy, like, words in the DM.
Sabrina Carpenter has a new stalker, and you're not going to believe who it is. I just want a picture.
He starts really DMing her.
You want to grab my PP?
I got a promo code to DraftKings. It's Shaq's penis.
You want to put in Shaq's penis? All right, let's see. So I kind of gave it away, but let's watch.
Is this an AI video?
It's not a video. Hey, why is she making that face over an AI video? He's like, I got this thing on social media. Me and Sabrina Carpenter. She's like, is this the AI video you showed me earlier that's very disturbing? Is that what you're going to show right now? Because I don't know what billionaire friends you have, but you were having sex with Sabrina Carpenter in that AI video.
Oh, 100% he's showing her inappropriate things before the show starts. Yeah, that I'm sure of.
What's her name? I don't know. He's like, no, just put the cord. Put your cord.
Have you seen this video of two chicks that get fucked by guys that look like me?
It's just two Shaq's fucking images.
Have you ever been on Pornhub? Is this like, what kind of videos do you like on Pornhub?
Chad, we're gonna start recording. Don't start recording. Tell me what do you like this one or do you like the one where I'm fucking your mom?
He thinks it's not sexual harassment to show things on the phone.
As long as I don't take my clothes off. I got to show clothes. And it never me, it's the other guys. I like to show my staff pictures of other guys' penises. This is social media stuff, really. Jack has a tiny dick allegedly. Let's see.
Hey, I picture?
Alright, read that. Shaq.
And then Jim Jones. And it looks like he's, I forget, does he have somebody else read it or he reads it himself?
I think he reads it.
Pulls the shoe with shots at Sabrina Carpenter.
I don't know.
Bro. Bro. Hey, yo, bro. Hold on. Shaq. Damn, baby. I would keep your farts in a cologne bottle and spray it on me.
He's like kind of doing the Papa rub on his knee there. Then we started reading that. You saw that?
Why would she believe it's real?
Yeah. Well, because Shaq shows him a lot of stuff. And sometimes he plays a game called Is It Real or Not? And then he's at the end, he's like, so is it real or not?
But these are fake completely, right? Sabrina never responded to these.
No. But Shaq did say
That's crazy. Just jokes. I'm Shaq's. What's your name, baby? And Sabrina says, I know who you are. You're way too famous to be sending me messages like that. Shaq, I can't be horny and want some of that snow bunny. That's crazy. You're being rude for no reason. You can't handle big deals anyway. My meat would have you in the hospital. Can we find out? Is that me or is that Cap?
I don't get it. You have it on your podcast. Is that not enough, Shaq? Yeah. There's only so many other good moments in the show. He's like, can you make a clip of the time when I said to Rita Compton would like my meat?
That's the clip he wants. He requested it. What if it was even more offensive? It's not even a sexual thing. It's like, there's me and it's Shaq doing like bro Holocaust.
It's Shaq in front of a blackboard and it says the Holocaust didn't happen.
Here's a DM with me and Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel. I like that right, man.
This just didn't really happen, did it?
Elie Wiesel. What do you mean, Shaq? You know what I mean. 6 million seems like a lot. That's not true, is it? And then at the end he goes, is it cap or real?
6 million sounds like a lot.
Oops was hot. I would leave your wife for Oops. That's kind of crazy, but yeah.
What did you?
You don't remember Oops from Flavor of Love?
Oh, no.
That's who Shaq is. That was
Oh, wow.
Kill me for dating Oops.
What's it?
Man, okay. Here's a video. It's like, it's a terrorist that looks like me cutting off someone's head.
Or is that me? Did I do it?
It's a video of a terrorist killing a journalist, but the terrorist is me. And I'm also the journalist.
Alright, this one is kind of fucked up. I would never do this, but it does look like me. Is this me? That's just a school shooting. Shaq, gigantic Shaq, killing kids. Teachers are running on the, oh my god!
Is that Shaquille O'Neal?
Shaquille O'Neal just murdered Jim from biology.
Guess how many kills I killed? 34.
He's like, I thought I was in Call of Duty. I had a mental break.
They were a bunch of Celtics fans.
Shaq is wild.
Yeah.
Crazy person.
Let me rename this one. Hey, they say Nick Fuentes, he's a virgin. But why is this video showing me fucking him?
And just them being friends would be pretty cool. Look at this. This is me on vacation in Central Pay with Nick Fuentes. Is this real? Okay. This is me and Nick Fuentes at the young, not even younger, but like young white entrepreneurs against Jews meeting. Is this guy? Entrepreneurs.
Damn, dude. How hard do you think it is for like the general PR team to keep Shaq away from Nick Fuentes? They're like, no, Shaq, no.
Yeah, he's always trying to be friendly. You know, Shaq has 3 rules. 1 is fuck me. 2 is watch this. Yeah. The only thing you can't do with Shaq is insult that. Who's the woman that is not Caitlin Clark? The other woman that they had a beef?
Angel Reese.
Angel Reese. Yeah, you can't insult Angel Reese, but everything else is fair game.
Everything goes on the table.
Angel Reese, my daughter, my goddaughter.
I'll never show her AI videos of me jacking off. I show kids this every day. I like snowboarding. That's such a crazy thing to post, dude. What do you want to hold a be Christian? I don't know. Do you have a Shaq Paul in mind? A Shaq Paul? I guess, let's see. Okay, what AI video would Shaq do? And then we'll put it. So it's what AI video would Shaq do? And I got the first one. What AI video Shaq would do? And then, so the first one is hosting T-Pack cake. I feel like no one else. Yeah, now I got nothing else, dude. I'm out, dude. I'm out. Out of ideas. I want to say one of the terrorist acts, but how do you write that one? Bad acts? Yeah, sure. What is a way to say that? Mass destruction, I guess, or destruction. Or, what's another really bad? Holocaust denial. Sure, H denial. I don't know if it matters, but you put it. Denial. What's another one? Support for, you go having sex with, blaming John. Having sex with steak, sure, why not? That's if people think having sex with steak, I'd be surprised. It's not what you guys want to see. That would be weird. That does kind of sound like the stuff. Remember we watched the stupid most messed up where he's eating spaghetti? Yeah. That was pretty weird. Look at this. This one's been trying to eat spaghetti. Yeah, put my dick's on the plate. My dick is the spaghetti. My dick is the spaghetti. I like that. Margaritas saying Shaq Asian and shit. That would be good. Do you ever wonder what I would sound like Asian? Because look at this. Open the ass every day. Shaq doing Asian voice. It'd be funny if you become insane everywhere you go. You're haunted by a Shaq AI who's doing ridiculous stuff like this. Does anyone else see Shaq? Is it just me or is Shaq? There are 5 Shaqs here. Hey, what's up, man? I'm real though. I'm actually real. No, you're not. I know you're not real. I am real. Go steal something from the store. Shaq, I'm not stealing. You won't steal for Shaq? You talking about Shaq's a predator? Yeah, Shaq's a predator. Punch Gerardo in the face. No, I won't do it, Shaq. I won't do it. Again. If you don't do it, watch this video I made on AI. I don't want to be haunted by Shaq, but at the same time, I kind of do. Don't go to work. Fall asleep. Fall back to sleep. Shaq, stop it. I'm going to go to work. Don't do it. Don't go to work. Fall asleep. Keep sleeping. Dude, Slender Shaq. That's hilarious. Just scary Shaq. Slender Man Shaq. The kids are describing. That'd be funny. Slender Man Shaq would be funny because the kids would sound racist. I told black. Who made you go into the forest? Who made you go into the forest? And because that was my kid's voice. I'll try to make it not very good. But who made you go into the forest? I don't know. And he's like, well, describe what they look like. He was a really tall black guy. Racist kid. He looked like an NBA player. He was like an NBA player. Racist. Sasquatch Shaq. Oh, fuck. Abraham Shaq. Ball score 7 years ago. I saw this video. Abraham Shaq, Steve. Abraham Shaq, Sasquatch. Except 2 ends of the spectrum. So, I don't know if you've seen this, but somebody shared it in our Discord. There's this video. You know what? Actually, can I go to the restroom real quick? And then I'll start this topic on the chat. But I'll be right back. Talk to chat. Talk to the chat. Chat. Yeah. Guys, let's check on the poll. Let's see. Alright, so David. Jordan thinks I can't use a mouse. Which is, I mean, listen, it's not. I see why you think that. So what AI would Shaq do?
I'm surprised hosting TFAK didn't get more votes. That's kind of what I want to see. But it's good that you guys don't want to see him do mass destruction, I guess. Gerardo, yeah, he's peeing in the sink. If Shaq had long hair, he's basically Bigfoot. Yeah, he is a pretty tall dude. Make America Shaq again. Could he flip the jug? Shaq, simulacrum. Let's see. I'm gonna end this poll. Let's do another poll. Not to punish Gerardo for being in the bathroom, but if there's time, we'll make fun of him for being in the bathroom. We'll start a poll. The poll's gonna be, what is Gerardo doing in the bathroom? So Sharpie stuff. Definitely Sharpie stuff. Starple. I don't have any banter to go with, so.
Oh, okay.
That's my.
So the time I was gone, you ended a poll and started a poll.
Yes.
Okay, good job. Okay, that's a lot more than I thought you would do.
But there are some people voting, though. I went
Text you. Definitely Sharpie stuff. But the two, the same options.
Okay. And
so there's this video online. I have watched all three parts and then started half of the fourth part. But here's my thing, Cooney, and yeah, I prepared a lot for this. Okay. Too many parts. That's all I got.
yeah, no, I saw some of that myself.
Too many parts, dude.
Yeah, it's not. Is Louis C.K. bad enough for four videos? Dude?
Right.
How many videos do you have on
Hitler?
Probably zero, you fucking anti-Semite.
Brian Callen.
Hilarious to do 4 videos on Louis C.K. when there's like so much worse out there. Oh yeah, 4 videos. How much fucking videos do you have with Pol Pot? Bitch.
I can't believe Shaq fits in that car. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, Louis C.K. probably not the best of guys. But, like, when you start watching all 4 parts, you're like, oh, so this guy wants a perfect person to make him laugh.
Yeah.
Like, he's treating it like every single thing that Louis ever said was a fucking breadcrumb. Or, like, revealing his, like, disdain for people. Like, how meticulously, like, violent he was sexually with women and didn't expect it. It's like, I don't think it's that deep. He has problems for sure, but he's pretty. And then he, like, completely, like, obfuscates the fact that CK's open with having issues now.
Yeah, he's not. CK is not the Riddler of like being weird to chicks. You know?
Yeah.
It's all part of my plan. I left the crumbs there. I told them to call me, and then I jacked off, and then Then I acted like it's just he was an asshole, and you know maybe still is. I've never met him, but it's not. He's not risen to the level of a 4-part documentary from some British guy.
And this is the problem, Victory. It's like I have no fucking opinion on what Louis C.K. did. He makes me laugh.
That's it.
Just because he makes me laugh, does that mean that I'm cool with dudes jacking off in front of chicks for no reason? No. At the end of the day, I don't do it. I swear to God, dude.
Yeah, I separate art from the artist for the most part.
Yeah.
Louis C.K. is good at stand-up. A lot of people are not. Louis C.K. is like one of the funniest people of all time. And I'm not defending anything because I don't know what he did.
And we already know what happens, dude, when you start to, like, liberal up all the fucking streaming services. Look at HBO for, like, what, 7 years? No good stand specials, dude. It's everyone just being on stage explaining what trains are like because they're so artistically into, like, the fucking right lane. They're like, are trains weird? Trains are weird when they choo-choo, but I like it a lot.
Yeah,
Terrible comedy.
No, people, like, we've talked about this a lot, but people don't put the same effort in it. You know what made me think of that, too, today? Was Pete Holmes in his article where he's like, after all the discourse about trans humor, Pete Holmes is like, you know what? Trans humor. Not a fan. Oh, thanks, Pete Holmes. Wow. So brave of you to fucking step in and have that point of view in fucking March of 2026, dude.
How many fucking magic lines did it take for you to think that final?
Yeah. You must have had a lot that morning. everybody's got a trans joke, and it's like, you know what? It's got to be really good if it's like, shut the fuck up, you fucking milquetoast bitch.
LPG, I told you that in confidence, dude.
Pete Holmes bad man skits or peak. I don't know. Maybe those are good. I'm not saying Pete Holmes is funny, but
I'm a little loser.
yeah, no.
If somebody's like, defend Pete Holmes or else I'm gonna kill this lady, I'll be like, I can't. I got nothing.
Yeah, I kind of.
He's a white guy.
He's like, he's fine, but there's a lot that sucks about him, and I don't understand becoming a legit magic mind salesman. That is crazy to me. I hope I never find a product that I like so much that it becomes how you know me. A lot of people probably know him as the magic. That's like if we got famous, but they knew me as ShamWow dude, and you as like a fucking the Nike guy or something. That'd be crazy.
The big guy. I mean, don't joke around like that, Christian.
Oh yeah, Gerardo's looking it up now to see. Successfully, you don't like Pete Holmes? Let's say why. Say why, dude. Say it with your chest.
Well, how dare you, fucking Christian, dude? Take off 5 mod points for Christian. That scared me right there. It's the crying emoji that got it for me. I'm falling for the chat.
The thing that bothered me about what he said today is just, it's like, I mean, everyone's already, what are you trying to, it's clearly you're trying to get some points or some shit. Like, who gives a fuck? Also, I think a lot of Michael Jackson jokes are funny.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude, yes. There's this thing I saw today about Michael Jackson that made me laugh so hard.
I mean, Michael Jackson is like always going to be kind of funny because there's so much weird shit around that guy. Where do you begin? There's people that literally impersonate him still. And then impersonators are like, we watched those 2 impersonators talking about how the documentary about him is fake. That's so funny. Your impersonators are defending you.
Let's see. If we can bring this up here. This is something great. Float like a butterfly, sting like a...
That's good. No, this is great. Creative, smart man.
You get it.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Just that non-stop.
When you think of that, you're like, damn, this is going to go viral. So.
I don't know if there's a world where people like Pete Holmes and also like that. You know what I mean?
Who knows?
Maybe. I love Pete Holmes, so. So, anyways, back to what I was trying to say here before I was rudely fucking vibe interrupted. Just kidding. So but last night, so on the contrary, I was on his side for like the first 1.5 parts. But then I'm like, God, you're just like going into every little thing. You're just like juicing this out for 4 hours, which is nuts to me.
Right.
But last night I watched a 2-hour takedown of Nick Fuentes.
Oh, interesting.
And that was a lot. Here's the thing about both of them. Heavy Addy energy, dude. Like, Addy's, I think you should stop when you get to the 4th part of your Louis C.K. documentary. You know what I mean? Something about it just seems like it's just filling in the blanks and just like making things happen for a YouTube ad revenue type shit. And I was getting that from this and from the Nick Fuentes breakdown. And it was funny because Nick Fuentes, he made him basically look like a kid, you know what I mean? Like if we never taught kids Santa Claus, maybe Nick Fuentes would believe in the Holocaust, you know what I mean? Like, that's what, he didn't say that, but this is my deduction of this.
Yeah.
That, like, Nick Fuentes still has a resentment against his parents for telling him Santa Claus was real. Ever since then, he just, like, became this fucking white power guy.
Well, it's definitely, like, it seems like a lesser criticism to say this, but yeah, he's very immature. You know, like, that is, if you put aside the horrendous things that he says, and especially the things he says, like, under the funny things that he says, he's also very immature. I mean, his studio is him kind of like in his suit, goofing off, and he laughs at serious things, and I guess he hasn't had sex, and he's not interested in having a partner, and like, that's fine if you're an asexual, but I don't think he is. I don't know what he is, but he has a youthful energy to him that is not, he's not acting his age.
Yeah.
At some point, you have to take some, because that comes from a guy who does 10 minutes a shot. But you have to take some, like, adulthood there, which he doesn't seem to decide to do.
Yeah. But yeah, it gets me thinking. It got me thinking. You know what I mean? Yeah. Where it's like, why do they keep lying to us, dude? The Easter Bunny, Santa Claus, that's facts. The devil, you know, facts. The holiday. It's good. But yeah, I'm a groiper.
That was a funny too. Where does that term come from? I've never looked it up, but we should look it up now.
Let me see that. That's me on.
As immature as jacking off in a hotel room, blocking girl from exiting, it's pretty bad as well. Yeah, I would say that's awful. So that's pretty. I mean, Louis is probably another guy that's like never really matured.
Yeah.
Not that that's an excuse.
Yeah.
That's what always pissed me off about Aaron. Aaron would be like, I don't know. I never knew what happened. This is exactly what happened.
Beanbag, have you been working out?
Beanbag? Oh, me? No. Well, yes. Very little in the morning, yes.
Okay, so the frog is called a groiper. That's why they call it groiper.
Oh.
So that's the end of that. Nobody wants to talk about that. Let's stay on this topic.
We become radicalized.
Yeah.
Formula One comes in at the right time.
Papos.
Of course he would be.
Yes, sir.
As soon as this topic comes up.
Anyways. So, I was kicking it in my apartment the other day, and Louis C.K. walked in and started jacking off.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know, it's just like a British guy talking about that for 4 hours. I don't trust that.
Yeah.
At some point, we gotta just move on.
Yeah. I mean,
that's why I think he's still doing something like that. So.
I think he beats his kryptonite when he does it to Shaq. Because Shaq's a freak, dude. Louis C.K. walks in and starts jacking on. Shaq's like, you trying to scare me? Here's an AI video of me fucking. Here's an AI video of me fucking your dad.
Shaq brings justice to people that have been weird to chicks.
Well, I guess you like to send weird videos. And I guess you like to be jacking off when they're in the room. Well, guess what? I'm going to do all of that to you.
Shaq fucks up. Shaq, today on the news, it's like, breaking. Shaquille O'Neal has fucked Louis C.K.
I'll split his ass in half. He couldn't handle my man. He said it was different.
Yeah. Hawks and a half.
Hell yeah. Let's see if we could. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Let me say my name.
Oh, no.
Eduardo. We might have some motherfucking shit on the motherfucking.
Oh, that was a good one.
Reddit. What?
This one. You should have took it first.
Oh, yeah. POV, your pharmacy tech standing in the way of bringing back 5 bands.
So good.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Post by Embarrassed Bag 1107. Shout out to you, dude. I mean, look at that eye contact, dude.
Yeah, I was really doing what I would do if Louis Theroux came on the show and tried to make us look stupid. I fucking was. Oh, you're gonna make us look dumb? Okay, well, guess I hope you like neck blocks. I hope you like not breathing.
That's probably not good to have online. Jesus, that's terrible. Hey, BT, what are you doing, dude? Thumbs down.
No,
that's terrible. Sandbaggers.
No, yeah.
Probably not the best thing to have right after that, but yeah, this is AI. This man, I don't know why. This is AI, you said, but it makes it look real. Like it's so bad, you know?
Dude, their Reddit is absolutely gonna be a problem. I like this. I'm like, I delete that, and then I just scroll and pretend I never saw it. I want to be cognitive, or some sort of, not cognitive dissonance.
Oh, yeah.
Some ability to say, oh, I never saw that.
APT's like, oh, I went on the Reddit, dude. Embarrassed Bag caught some dude red-handed or something.
See, this Embarrassed Bag gets it. When he makes fun of me, it's funny. It doesn't involve race. You know, I like that. Let's keep race up. Can we not get me terminated?
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'll delete that one.
No, there's worse than that.
Oh, really? I haven't seen. This is pretty bad.
This is actually maybe I shouldn't even say that there's not worse than this.
Could you cognitively dissonate 24/7? Formula One's embarrassed bag. So embarrassed bag is doing good things on the road.
Oh fuck, dude! Formula One's embarrassed bag. God damn it!
What?
I said embarrassed bag was good.
Oh yeah.
I'm kidding.
My man's like Formula One.
Embarrassed bag is hilarious.
Bag is
There's two different personalities.
Cooney gets his tri-weekly dose of kratom, scorpion milk, and mollusca.
That's what really made me laugh with that one was the mollusca treatment. You remember what that is, right?
No, I mean I keep hearing it because you got so many things. So like
that was the STD I had.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And I went to Planned Parenthood when I was on Obamacare.
So is this herpes?
Tell me if it's herpes. She was like, no, it's not herpes.
She goes in the break room like, how's your day going? This guy really wants herpes.
I was like, it's not herpes, right? Is it? She's like, no.
Smiling.
She's like, you know what? It looks like mollusca. You're disgusting.
You're like, give me herpes. Mollusca sounds terrible.
Who have you been fucking?
Nah, mollusca is to make your teeth bigger. Trigonometry improves where my shit.
Word of the shit.
So I like this one, but
it's good.
Does this not look like Birdo? It does. Is that on here, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Damn, dude. I keep getting fucking. Dude, yesterday, I went through this on my stream, but yesterday, I forgot that I was going to go have lunch with somebody, and so I got a burrito. When I was playing Civ 7, like I do, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just playing, and then I don't know where I stopped on that one. And I forgot completely I was going to go have lunch or whatever. Went to go get a burrito, come back, and they're like, oh, you ready for lunch in an hour? I'm like, fuck. Gotta come through, you got it. So I just had the Albert's burrito. You know what that's like?
Oh, yeah, that's different.
Albert's is like, you really want it, and when you have it, you're like, did I really want that?
There's a little bit of that.
Yeah. It's like, is it getting worse, or was it just always bad? You know? And then I was like, oh, you got it. I'm going to type. Now, I'm not the kind of guy that's on rage for it, but, burrito and Thai food all at the same time, dude, they're not happy. My stomach's not happy with that problem. You know what I mean? The only person I like is my mouth pop. And so I'm eating Thai food. And in the middle of it, I go, I just had a burrito. I told them, you're eating the whole plate of Thai food.
They said that?
Yeah. And then I was like, well, I'll figure it out, 20 minutes later, I'm starting my stream, and I have the shit immediately. Wow. And so I start the stream, and then I have the shit. Like, literally, me pushing start caused me to have to push it.
I thought you would be a professional at that already.
Done. I am. But, oh my, there's only so much I can do. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why my Jordan didn't go to the semifinals. He would have lost one.
That, what you should, when they were like, why are you eating a burrito with Thai food? You should have shown this picture, like, well, I think the only thing that's similar is really the hair. Somewhat.
This is me eating Thai food. Sweating from the burrito.
You more look like Gary Cooney, which is hilarious.
You kind of look like Gary Cooney.
Maybe, yeah. But your face literally looks like Gary Cooney's face. It's so random.
Oh man, the Thai food goes right to the thyroid. Gerdo gets worked out with ACL right here. Sure, that's like me and ACL having a baby.
Yeah, you put on start doing some protein and creatine and shit. Yeah. Working out, dude.
That's why Gerdo loves Cooney.
This was a
yeah. My ex had a very funny joke about this though.
White skin.
That it looks like what is it called? What are those chocolate pieces called? It looks like pancakes made with like chocolate chips. Chocolate chips.
Yeah. Oh yeah, kind of. Sprinkles.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. That's a little feminine to me, right?
It looks like for sure. Thank you. That will make me happy. He was nuts. Alright, so this is where we're supposed to talk about this, but you can't stop talking about this.
No, I already talked about this. If you watched the regular tweets, which I'm sure you did, loved every minute.
Everyone did, yeah.
I talked about some bird shit on my head. I took a picture. I was like, Brandon would want to know about this.
Yeah. And you know what's funny about this picture? It even happened right now.
What?
every time I see this picture, I'm thinking the dog is the bird. Like looking at his masterwork.
I'm glad the dog didn't get shit on.
There you go. You take it.
I shielded the dog from getting cooked out. I'm like, but I had no idea. Probably would have walked around and got fucking bird shit on my couch.
Yes, you got him to that too. It's weird. It's a weird thing. This picture is very. I like the art behind this picture. You know, so what's in the bag? Shit.
Yeah, literally, the dog just pooped and then I got pooped on. The animals were pooping around me.
You're picking up pooping and getting pooped on. What is your life?
On the weekends, it's poop filled, I guess.
They vaccinated and shit on it all weekend.
I'm safe and unsafe at the same time. You know? It was gross. I wonder if that shirt is still stained. Because the first wash was still stained. Like, damn, I don't know, fucking crow shit. Ruined shirts. That's great.
Damn.
But I think it's fine.
And there's something about this crow that doesn't like waving at you.
He pooped a lot. He hit the hat. No, it was like in one thing. It was like hat, back, this part. I thought it was a fucking, like I said, I thought the acorn.
So let's hypothetically play this out. I know I'm not good at hypothetical, but when it comes to shit, let's play it, right?
Okay.
Hypothetically, what if when it happened, you heard a bunch of crows calling, like, but they were laughing, and then the other crows kind of like shitting on you.
Well, the crows, they would, if they're doing the caw thing, they're trying to fuck, right?
Right.
But you're saying they're laughing. If crows are laughing at me, I mean, I like being talked about someday. Yeah, that's right. Looking something that they can laugh up to the podcast. I like these crows are laughing at me the other day. People really think I've lost my mind. I'm a bot. Yeah, they're crows are bots.
Dog was worried for good.
I like that Marvin said that because I have a fascination with the lottery, and I would love to play the lottery. Because I'm different. I need to win the lottery. That's the thing I want.
Dude, yesterday, Diego was going to scam on the customers at his golf course.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're saying the crow is Diego, Cooney is the customers of these loans. He was just stone cold saying, like, I don't help anyone, and then giving a bunch of examples.
That's funny. That's probably why all the negative Yelp reviews were so horrible.
Mark loves homeless cats. I tried watching this interview, but I only got as far as his hand movements. Mark does a lot of weird hand movements. He was talking about being an artist.
Yeah.
And he was doing that.
Oh, wow.
And then he was like, he was talking to him like, you're a friend, and then he does this. I swear to God, I can show you if you want. Sure. It's very strange, but let's see this real quick.
Yeah, you know, so I don't have any kids, but we raised the cat's good.
The cat?
I'm a cat guy, yeah.
Wow, I like that he made him laugh. Mark was Bob of you. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, man. Let's go ahead and pull this interview up real quick, and I want to show you what I'm talking about here. Because there's just some movements that are kind of like, why? You know,
Yeah.
I love you, Mark, but this is, you have to answer
Impressive,
this.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, where's my coffee shake? You know?
You won't forgive him until you get Ross coffee, but he needed another shot.
So here it is. I think I might have paused it right here. So you can see the hands are already pretty active.
Yeah.
Let's get into
The
this.
interviewer looks like he recently got killed. He does always have that vibe, I think.
See, this is what I'm talking about right here. What do you think he's talking about?
The Force.
Hayuken. It's just a weird way. He's talking about how they're friends, and he does this thing. He's talking about his friends. Very strange.
Well, you know, sometimes your friends make you feel that way.
Let's see.
And, you know, I think about this a lot with friends. I go, I like to have friends that I can go, I can offer you this. This.
Very small. I think he didn't mean to, and he caught himself. You know what I mean? Yeah, he offered.
Has he offered you anything?
He did offer coffee.
There you go.
He wanted to make this. You're right. He's probably thinking about the coffee.
He wants to make it right, get you some coffee.
Yeah.
That's what this whole interview's about.
Thing.
And then he goes back down to this, dude. I mean, I might be crazy for going over this too much.
No,
I have watched this part 30 times.
I like to have friends that I can go, I can offer you this. this thing.
What's the thing? You know? Oh, he's talking about his art. I forgot what the thing was, but I'm so mesmerized.
He's gonna give this guy a painting.
Yeah.
That guy, have you ever seen him? His interviews?
I've seen some, like, just when they go viral on social media.
He's just so, like, out there. I can imagine he would destroy me in an interview. You voted for Kamala Harris? I'm like, yeah, I did. He just starts laughing. Wait a minute. It's like roasting me. That'd be funny, actually.
So you make fun of Jelly Roll? I love Jelly Roll.
Yeah, Jelly Roll's great.
What is you rap?
Have you gotten any hit records done without stand up at all? No. He looks like a shitty Bill Burr. People say that you look like a shitty Bill Burr. People say that to your face. And
Did your mom say that?
Did your parents also think that?
He says forgive your mother on every episode. Formula One got him. Where's he at? Twinny also looks like a bird when I roast him.
Formula One said that she was a bitch. Is that true?
The chat's going hot with some insults right now. They say you got big guns. Is it true? Let me see your guns.
DPT posted on the Reddit that they do not want to do the show anymore. Is that the case?
Everyone's saying you're scared of getting fired. Are you scared?
Are you scared of that? It looked like you are. You're scared like a bitch. Jay, he may look like a slapping melting clump of milk does, but he's funny. He is pretty funny.
Melted clump of milk does. Wow. Cody, if you're just doing this for the money, we need to have a talk. Man, I don't know if you saw, but I did I'm going to fix it, but on the Patreon, it's a little Baja mode. I did the parody song.
Oh, nice.
And I included you at the beginning.
Yeah.
Let me show you real quick. I won't show the whole thing. I still need to work on it for it to be public.
Yeah.
But let's see here. So you're at the beginning. I don't know if you can see this.
Thank you, PT. I appreciate you doing it.
Okay. That's right. I just included that. And then I don't know how to make it better because you kind of moved on fast, but I was like, that was a moment when I saw it live. I was like, I'm going to definitely clip that later.
Good.
5 minutes. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes is safe in podcasting. 1 minute.
One clip at a time. So I don't know how to fix it, but I just kept putting 5 minutes in it.
Good.
Yeah. So we'll see what it turns out to be tomorrow. Depending on how much Civilization 7 I play.
That's what's on the Patreon now, is like just fucking some sort of like Twitch thing where you play Civ 7.
Join the Patreon, watch me fucking Japan. I won the game last night.
Oh, nice.
Like, I got a victory on a lower difficulty because it was my first round, and I just kept playing. I won, they're like, you can stop now, and I was like, how do I get out of this stop thing? And I exited it, and I just kept nuking people.
Do you have a nuke in it?
Yeah, I have 7 nukes right now in the chamber.
Well, doesn't that eventually hurt your country if you're dropping nukes?
I'm trying to take over the world. So,
yeah.
I thought it said Jerry, but it said Gabe. So I like Gabe better than Jerry. Some gang, I'm off to bed. Sad I just saw this pop up, but just sending my love.
Oh, balloon fart.
Thanks, balloon fart. Don't send your love in a balloon.
Just flappers have nudes? No.
So that I think is more in reference to a game I played of Civilization where I named all my cities after comedy clubs. So Flappers Comedy Club, the Mothership was a city, comedy store.
Oh, Formula One Cooney, any group chat updates? I don't know if you're the only one following or not, but it seems to be that I no longer have one friend.
Oh, no.
He's pretty mad at me.
Oh.
Hopefully he'll forgive me as time goes on.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, no, it's not great.
Oh. You found out?
I think I don't really know anything. He's just not talking to me.
Yeah. So it's not definite. It's just you're like, it's pretty.
It seems definite, but who knows? You never know. Never count out cowbell.
Yeah.
Or beanbag.
Did you keep showing them AI videos of you and Sabrina Carpenter?
I should get Shaq on it.
Yeah, get Shaq on it, dude.
Hey, forgive Brandon. He'll be fucking you.
so another development I meant to tell you about Moses. We made it things. Now, honestly, I don't think it was me and Moses that made things all right. It was Diego.
Wait a minute, you made up with Moses?
Yeah.
No way. Oh, Moses right there.
Yeah.
I'm bagging us out again. I'm back. All right, well, welcome back, Moses. Thanks for giving us another chance. You know, I for one, will not say anything about Jim Burr because I can't lose any more friends. Thank you, Moses. I appreciate that. He's a mod now. No, I don't think so. Not going to go that far. You're not going to be a mod, but welcome. Be a friend.
Yeah, I mean, I will say it's very funny. I mean, we made up. I told him, like, I don't like Jim Burr, you like Jim Burr. That's what it is, you know? And Diego was like, I hate everyone, kind of thing. And that kind of energy brought Moses back.
Yeah,
you know?
Be funny. I'm like, oh, you're not friends with me anymore? Well, Moses is coming to the wedding. Anyone else? Can you get me in New Orleans? How about you, the wedding?
Moses beat you up right when he sees you.
He's like, I got it. It was all the plan all along.
He sends the video to Jim Burr. I'm out here in these streets for you, Jimmy. Very funny. Yeah. Jim is the best bird noise comic in the world. Wedding is in Hawaii right now. Oh, really, dude? Oh, really? Could you get a B12 shot on your wedding day?
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't really tell if the B12 shot worked, but I did feel pretty good. So, and maybe I gotta get more B12 shots.
Maybe because you
kind of like sexy.
Sure. Maybe because you got sun, because you had to go outside.
Yeah, it's like I'm never outside. It's like, yeah, that is true. My time outside is so little these days. So I did get a little bit of that.
And this is a beautiful moment. This is a teachable moment with Moses and with what's it called? I smoke weed 24/7. What's his name?
S-words?
Jose Patito.
Oh wow. Yeah.
We didn't talk about that on the show. I did want to
that
talk about
was hilarious. Yeah.
But this is a teachable moment. We're all making friends again, dude. I feel like because they realize there's no better podcast at the end of the day, Where did I put that at? Did I put it in SEAL Team Fit? Oh yeah, he started posting in here. But yeah, so this happened. He was like, I apologize to him for being very, what is it called, dismissive of him for a while there, because he was saying some crazy stuff, but then, hey Gerardo, this is Anna Lewis's wife. His name is Jose Patito. So, I already knew. And in the middle of this, I was texting you, like, this is probably a troll.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, I'm sorry to tell you that, but he has ODs, and I had to say that publicly because I'm like, he didn't get me. He didn't get me, I knew it.
Big for you.
What's up?
Thank you, Adam. I love you too. I appreciate that.
But Elliot, listen to me.
No, what?
That's why they're arguing in their own room, and Adam's like, but Cooney's great. You know what? Fuck you. I love you, Cooney. I don't hate you like Ellie does. And then he erased the like Ellie does part. This is Anna Lewis's wife. I'm sorry to tell you, but he has OD on the 1st of January 2026, which is not true because he posted the 21st of January 2026.
Yeah, I remember you knew that and said that to me.
Yeah.
That made me laugh.
I was like, this is probably a troll because he was posting about Bert ripping his shirt off the 21st of January. But I was like, you know what? Either way, either he's shitty for trolling me about his dad, or he's fucking dead. So either way, it doesn't matter. I'm sure Lewis would have appreciated the apology. I have no idea what you're sorry about. There's a whole text you can go through.
Sure.
That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for your loss, Anna. And then, what is this? Like an hour later, thank you. He took too many Sharpies to his butt, according to the autopsy. 33 to be exact. Fell asleep with them inserted and OD on the permanent ink. He had Gelardo as a cum pig written all over his body.
See, what makes me laugh about this is that it's not far from the Cooney school of like, you have the opportunity to stop being insane and you don't. You make it 100% as much worse as you could. 33 Sharpies in his ass. He's a psycho. Petito.
Yeah, Psycho Patito. Because we did give him the name Patito, Jose Patito.
Yeah.
And I think we need to give him a different name now.
Why?
Psycho Patito.
Psycho Patito.
Just because you said that. Okay. I did not think about that beforehand.
Your response is pretty funny.
Damn, I'm sorry for your loss. I mean, here's the other thing: is like he's either trolling me still or he's dead. You know what I mean?
That's true. He could be dead.
And Hannah's a big fan of the podcast.
Yeah, Hannah's just like she's his wife, so she has the same sense of humor. Seems like him was also on top.
Yeah.
She's Baja mode. We thought Jose was a lot, but really it's Hannah is even more.
Yeah. And damn, I'm sorry for your loss. And I'm sorry for your small fridge.
Damn, there's no respite.
Just to really send it home, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is gelato on the Ozempic or not?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we were talking about Ozempic yesterday, that it's kind of a travesty if you love tortas, you know?
Like the sandwich? Yeah.
And the women.
And then, well, why would it matter for the women? Well, because it would take them away.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be tortas.
They'd be Ozempic out.
What do they become when they're not tortas? Is there another food?
Yeah, they had a name for it yesterday.
Taquito?
Oh, disgusting. No. Ozempic tortas. What would you call them?
I went from torta to taquito in 6 weeks.
With this GLP-1 pill.
Yeah. It's advertising directly to your folks.
I feel like any torta that gets fly, any torta that gets skinny off Ozempic turns into Amy Schumer.
Oh, fuck. That's fucked up.
Mini torta, okay. Or a sandwich, or a BLT.
I wonder if the people in the chat have had tortas. Like, I don't mean the women, I mean the sandwich.
Right.
Because I don't think, I don't know what it's like now, because I haven't been back home getting Mexican food, but we definitely didn't have Mexican food when I grew up.
Oh, yeah.
In Arlington, so.
Chimichanga.
But chimichangas are fat. What kind of chimichangas are you having, Christian? These are big, those are big. Pause.
I had a conversation this morning with the torta pounder. That's his nickname at the golf course. I said, yo, dog, if you got a torta to spare, roll it my way. And he responded with a torta pounder in his sunglasses, you know?
No. Arlington, Virginia. Ever heard of it? Not sexy.
I'm not going to read what I said, but it's very funny. It's too real, though. Arlington, Texas. Oh, shit. Beans and cheese. Motherfucking homie bone. Cooney, you're married now, so you're going to have a child next. Please name your son Tiger. Arlington, Virginia. That's more than that.
That's not true. Unless things have drastically changed. We got El Salvadorian food. Do a lot of that.
Would you guys be down to shoot a movie? I like this line of questioning that this guy's got. Are you on Ozempic? Arlington, Texas? You down to shoot a movie?
Yeah.
But like an indie or short? I'm actually down, but just don't kill me, please.
Yeah. We're open to the idea, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Cooney would be down. But like when I'm saying that, I mean like there's been times where I'm like, you down to do this thing, and you're like, yeah, sure. And then I tell you what the thing is, and you're like, why would I do this? Racist, dude. That's like the worst thing I've ever heard. And, and you're right for doing that. I'm not blaming you or saying anything.
Yeah.
But I'm more open to new things. I'm like, I'll make it worse.
Yeah, I'll say this. I'm open to it. Is Shaq jacking off in it?
That's the question.
Is there Shaq jacking off in it? I'm all yours.
There's a tasteful nude scene. I'm actually like, I think I need to be nude. According to some paperwork I signed recently. So I'd be down to try it out. 2 sandbaggers, 1 Diet Coke.
Down for whatever is one of my favorite jokes I heard. Well, like that guy Rory Scovel, when he did Quincy Jones, like a show to raise money for Quincy Jones's cancer, and Rory Scovel did a joke about Josh Duggar. He was like, you remember that guy, Josh Duggar from the Duggar family? He got in trouble for like messing with kids. And he goes, Josh Duggar had a profile on Ashley Madison, which is the site that you can cheat on your wife with. And he had all these like crazy things that he was into on the site. And but he's supposed to be super Christian.
Yes.
But Rory Scovel was like, he was like, people are giving him shit for like being into whatever, poly and all this stuff. But he had one thing written there which just said down for whatever. And then you probably was like, I think that's worse. That made me laugh so hard. I still remember the ways that's actually worse. Down for whatever.
Foggy and Third is both by my opinion.
I mean, they're both really good.
Yeah. I think Rory Scovel is funny. He had that one special where he kept saying anal. That's very funny to me.
I want to see it. I haven't seen it. I like his grocery store jokes from back in the day. That's good, dude.
That's what the fucking church turned into, is just me talking about the grocery store.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's on hiatus right now. Best intro, or Burt intro to the baseball game today on Netflix.
Oh,
wow. I wanted to watch that, but I was watching a movie. I watched this movie called Ready or Not. Have you seen this thing?
sounds familiar. That's not the Usher movie, is it?
No.
What's Ready or Not? Oh, a horror movie. I haven't seen it.
It's like a white family that if you join the family, if you marry the family, they have to chase you around and kill you. And then I'm feeling sexual tension in this episode. Something is off. Okay, Moses is pregnant.
Moses about voting.
He never came back. It's just like, all you do is, you don't sit and watch this, you know what I mean? What you're supposed to do is like clean your restroom, organize your fridge, have this on in the background, and then every now and again you go, they're doing the Shaq thing,
They're making fun of me now because I said Usher movie. What movie was I thinking of? I was thinking of the one where he's like in a school, like it's an old movie. I don't know why I thought that was what it was called.
John Q?
No. What's the school movie where they like take over the school or something?
Project X?
Nah, it's before that. This is when I was a kid. What's going to be funny about this is when we find it, it will have nothing to do with Ready or Not. I think it was that. Light It Up. There we go. Thank you, Cornelius. That's what it was called. Yes.
Okay.
He's got it. He has my back.
So you thought
The Faculty was like the best movie of all time. I love that movie, but that is not what I was thinking of. In fact, I remember liking Light It Up.
The Faculty sister.
You haven't seen The Faculty?
Also, I didn't like the movie.
The Faculty?
No, they assume
Ready or Not? Oh, you gotta let me finish, dude.
You can't just let me act like I love
Ready or Not, dude. You got good dude. I didn't even let you say you didn't like it. I'm gonna wait to say shitty things and be like, I'm moving on. Sorry, so go ahead. That's so
No, it's alright. I'm just kidding. No, but it's, dude. What I was gonna say is that white people love fucking some like suspenseful things, I don't get off to this stuff, dude.
You like horror movies?
I think, horror is alright, but the suspense part of it, I don't like that part. Where it's like, of course, they're in a kitchen. They're always in a kitchen in these white horror movies. Like, the kitchen is a terrifying place for a white person,
Alright, we get it. You guys have a kitchen. Oh, big deal.
I've seen the fridge. The fridge is fucking huge. Alright, we get it. Where's the chili on?
Yeah, I mean, there's something to that, I guess. Too much in the kitchen.
It doesn't make sense to me, for real. And then they always have this thing where they're like about to kill the guy, and they have to give a speech, and then they end up not killing the guy because they gave the speech. If they would have just focused and went Baja mode, they would not exist.
That's a classic James Bond criticism, We got James Bond, he's strapped to the thing, and the villain is like, and this is the way the machine works. It turns on, and then Bond's like doing this stuff, like trying to get his thing, and then he stabs the guy in the neck or some shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we said Leia. Oh yeah, okay. So you don't like horror movies?
I do. You're making a general thing. Now.
Just
like
suspense.
I was talking about my experience with Ready or Not that I just had.
Thank you.
You know what, dude? I don't mind. I love the horror movies, dude. I love Ready or Not. And there's a Ready or Not 2 that's out now. You know what I mean? So I was looking for tickets for tomorrow to go see in theaters because I just need more Ready or Not in my veins.
Okay, so here's what you need. I know you're not being serious, because otherwise I'd be worried. You gotta see The Faculty. Oh, you gotta see the have you seen the thing with what's his name, Russell something? We just talked about it last night.
Oh no, I never saw the thing.
gotta see The Faculty and The Thing immediately.
Okay.
And the prequel to the Thing. It's great. Those 3 films. Watch those immediately.
The Faculty, the prequel to The Thing, and The Thing.
Yeah, Kurt Russell. Those movies, they're awesome. All 3 of those films are great. Great films.
Kurt Russell, holy shit. I think the truck was like, that's it, dude. You don't know Kurt Russell?
Bro, I don't know anything. I have the grades.
I don't like white horror movies. See how I was getting into it and I was really starting to make sense, and then Cooney was like, oh shit, I gotta stop this. It's always happening in the kitchen. There's always somebody making tea. They're singing like a symphony of some sort from the fucking 1800s. You know? This is what white people do when they're fucking by themselves, in my opinion. When they're fucking writing out the invoice for my rent check, they're like,
Their worst fear is that you don't have the money. That's the monster. The monster is that they can't exploit you further.
Grade is such a cover-all-based day.
Thank you for recognizing that, and it's true.
Oh, fuck, Wiley is definitely a white dude. Because you can't be racist towards white people. That's the only thing I agree with on that political spectrum. Can you get a handicapped parking pass with grades? Can you?
No, you shouldn't be able to, though.
So light it up. So this is what, is this a horror movie?
No, for you, maybe racist. But no, it's, I think they take over the school because the school is fucked up or something. The school treats them bad, I don't remember.
The school's fucking them or something and they take over or something.
I remember liking it when I was a kid, though.
It's so funny. More iconic. We're trying to give you a script to write, dude. 2 dudes make a podcast where they watch 10 minutes of another character in the movie. You know what I mean? But secretly one guy hates the other guy, and then he starts making a 10 minutes of Cooney's name. And then Cooney's like, oh, I can't let him get away with this. And then you try to do it, but you can't produce it. And that's your horror movie. You're in the kitchen, and you have like a bunch of producing stuff.
Yes. You know? That's fact. So my horror movie would be me, like, being expected to film something. Or put something together of any kind. But Formula One said, and he got me, he said, I bet Cooney definitely called teacher mom. That's fucked up. I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
I might have done that.
That seems more like, I'm not even Gadushing, but it definitely seems more like a Gerardo move. Not because of any kind of, like you would think that, but you are definitely the kind of guy that says something randomly embarrassing in school, I bet.
Yeah.
Like, you, like, mom, and then you would, fuck. Cool.
I did one on purpose, though, once. In the sex class, sex ed.
Oh, what'd you do?
In the first class, they showed this wild video of like 2 people on a date, and they narrated the whole thing. It looks like they like each other. Jonathan picked a good place to eat, and now Cynthia is rather horny. They call this, right? Good. And then they're walking in the park. Mark is so bad with the phone early.
He's gonna be a monster.
He's on his way to And so they're walking in the park, and it's like, John's doing something. Huh? They're kissing now. I swear to God. I am kind of making it up as I go, but this is exactly what I saw.
Yeah.
And Cynthia's blocking it. And now it's a video of them, but then it turns into a black and white video of like what's happening. So like like the science videos will show you like anatomically what's happening.
Yeah.
So they're next to the tree. They're outside. They're on next to a tree, and they start fucking at the stump of the tree. Well, and this is what they call fornication, whatever they said in the white English, British. It was a British narrator.
What did you do?
Okay, so my bad. I was getting lost in the story there. I might have sex with myself later. But jack off. But and then I was like, so to answer a question, they were looking for the answer like, what is a woman's penis called? Whatever that question is, what are the genitals of a woman called? And I said Virginia, but I knew what I was doing.
Oh yeah.
Like I was just like, this is getting kind of weird. We just watched porn in fucking my first period class.
Yeah.
Virginia, and then everyone was like, oh my God, Virginia.
Oh, they thought you were fucking.
They laughed at me, but at the end of the day, I could tell them all I knew what I was doing.
I actually know a lot about Virginia. I know it's called pussy.
I was exposed to Virginia at a very young age.
Dude, I did something like that.
Yeah.
Sex class. The one thing I remember that I am embarrassed about that I did was like we had this teacher, she was a bitch. Our PE teacher was mom. Yeah, mom. Mom was a real meanie, and so I still feel bad about doing this though, even though she was mean, because she was mean, not because I'm a sexist. Stuff that's kind of like when she would talk about women's health, and like pretend like I'm asleep. And then right, it would be like, the test where you gotta like write the parts of like these are the parts of a woman's reproductive thing. I would write something like, why do I care?
This is gay.
Yeah, like looking back on it, it's like you should care a lot about that. It's frustrating, but I thought it was hilarious at the time to pretend like I didn't care about women's health. And I regret that. Now I don't know a lot of things that mom never taught me.
Oh, that's so funny, dude. I forgot what I was gonna say
About sex ed.
Yeah, or something
about the British.
It was something you remind me of something right now. I completely forgot.
Called her a bitch.
Let me see. Did I ever tell you that one time? I think I've said this before, but I accidentally punched Tim and Arrow in the chin because he was running around with the ball. This guy was like 7'3" in fucking 5th grade.
Yeah.
Like super tall. And he took the ball from me. And I was running around the classroom, and we were both laughing. And then I was just like, "Oh!" You know how like when your kid thinks of cartoons?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did the whole thing with both my arms. God. And I hit the ball. I thought Tim Bernard had this thing down because he was, playing that role. But my foot went through the ball went flying, and I just punched him in the chin.
Whoa.
And he was like, boom. I'm pretty sure he bit his tongue or something. Oh, fuck. And then Mr. Bosch was like, that's it. Go outside. Because, I've done this before. And then I go outside, and I just snitch immediately. I tell Mr. Bosch, I was like, dude, if you tell my parents they're going to beat the shit out of me, do not do this. Don't. And I'm going on this long tirade about this, and I'm like giving him figures. I'm like Robert Frost in 5th grade, just like telling him directly or indirectly what my parents will do. And then he's listening, and he goes, all right, well, your parents are going to be notified. There's no, it was very strange.
That's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
A kid is begging you not to do it, and then you're like, and he's like, all right, enough of that bullshit. I'm just going to do what I have to do.
Get ready for another black spot in your memory as far as being a 5th grader goes. You're not going to remember a lot of this time of your life.
It's like you're not going to remember the lesson because it's going to be beaten out of you. Oh, thanks, I have a hole in my brain.
I have CT.
I can't remember your fucking last name. Dad punched me in the face.
That's not how you spell it, Born Iconic. It was V-A-S-S. Bosch.
What? Which one?
Oh, Mr. Bosch.
Mr. Bosch.
It's V-A-S-S. You're a bully, man. I thought you were cool.
It's impossible to know which person he's talking to. Are you a bully because you punched a guy by accident, or am I a bully because I bully people?
I definitely did that a couple times, though. That was my go-to move.
After you got the first taste, you're like, I'm gonna do it again.
No, I did it earlier in life. Remember when I told you about the Munchess? When the Mr. Garibaldi was like, you can't wear fucking hats on that. I was like, but I have Munchess. And he saw my face. There was bugs crawling around my face. He's like, oh, put the hat back on. But that time in my life, which is before 5th grade, it happened to me. I did the same thing because we were playing dodgeball or something.
Yeah.
And somebody took the ball from me again, and I just punched it out of there, and I hit them in the chin.
I just a punch guy.
Yeah, it was just that instinct was like, oh, I want the ball, and then I'm hitting somebody in the face, and I get in trouble.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Mm-hmm. Get the ball. Ball is life. Right?
Yeah. Mr. Bosch was my first man teacher, though. He's a man teacher. Hopefully, don't touch the
nice. In many ways, the ball is the first bag. Think about that.
The ball
as a kid, basically you're chasing the ball all the time, right?
Chasing the bag.
Then you get into a man and chasing the bag.
Yeah.
You go from bag to ball. Ball bag. That's my name.
Ball baggers. I'm making a new podcast. Cooney would look great shirtless.
Thank you. I'm not sure I agree with that, but
I'm sure he's never looked at comedy. He's been watching for 4 years, and he's like, I gotta say something. Cooey would look great shirtless.
First comment, best comment ever said.
First comment ever. Lighting up.
Probably wind down soon.
Yeah, be ending here soon here, dude. I keep to myself. P33 Eric 9. Well, I will say, 2 comments in, you're pretty close to mine.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, I mean, you're closer than Formula 1 for sure.
You're mine now. What's it called? I like how Mark Ramirez hit the boner alert and he disappears and he started jacking off. he was almost at mod. That might make him more of a mod if he started jacking off during our stream.
Facts.
Cooney shirtless would blind us all. This food definitely has a letterbox. I do. I only reviewed 1 movie there.
I don't actually have a letterbox. Maybe I should. Maybe it's your game.
I reviewed, you know what's funny is I was reviewing movies on IMDb, and then I heard about Letterboxd. Because I talk about movies all the time.
Yeah.
That's what you're like, I bet you have a fucking letterbox. Red flag, red flag, letterbox. Now, like, what's the letterbox? And she goes, oh, very funny. The thing that you have on your phone, that's what the letterbox is. And she wouldn't tell me.
Yeah.
Like, I was literally asking. And then I downloaded Letterboxd the next day. And then I reviewed 1 movie, guess which one it was.
You told me already, but I forgot.
One Battle After Another.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, oh, this is way better than IMDb, dude.
I gotta check it out. I don't really use IMDb anymore. But when I look at stuff, it's Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay. It's very funny. I keep myself together. What's it called? But Letterboxd, apparently chicks are super into Letterboxd. Have you heard of this?
Another fucking thing I missed. She got on the letterbox.
Apparently chicks are like, let me see your Letterboxd. And then so they can see like how you review movies. You can like friend each other on Letterboxd.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now, I'm about to write my Ready or Not review after we finish recording here.
Oh, is that gonna be your second one?
Yeah, second one. Because, you know, I only review good movies that I love. Hot chicks have Letterboxd. See, not my daughters. My Letterboxd has a pee device. Can we get ever heard of it?
Sure. Ever heard of it?
Damn, nobody does it like you do.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Speaking of never heard of it, I'm going to go to the fucking Comedy Store.
Hell yeah, dude.
I was going to go to Pasadena. Hopefully none of you are heading to Pasadena tonight. But I'm going to go to the Comedy Store. They got an open mic on a Wednesday. But yeah, if you guys come
Great place, never been.
Yeah, you have to go to the Comedy Store. And not walk somebody to his truck. I'm in Pasadena right now. Fuck yeah, he said that. He couldn't. Started to act like being a LT.
Yeah, it's getting that time.
Yeah. Well, we love you guys regardless. You know what I mean? You guys are the bestesses. And great stream, gotta say. I've already reviewed the stream on my Letterboxd.
5 stars.
5 stars. You guys make it all happen.
17 letters.
Yeah. Much love. Shout out to you guys. Have a great rest of your evenings. Bye. Oh, fuck.
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord, join the Reddit. On the Patreon, you get early access to our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop. Never heard of it. But, Gerardo, I wanted to ask you something. How you doing?
Oh, dude, I'm doing great.
Man.
I'm glad you plugged the Patreon. I'm going to try to start another podcast on the Patreon.
Okay, sick.
Yeah, please.
We need content.
Yeah, that's the main reason. But I also want to start a podcast. Like, you can tell if I'm going through some mental breakdown if I'm streaming more and starting more podcasts.
Oh, really? Okay. So we want you to be doing badly. But keep going.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the take, but yeah.
It's my take.
It's an indication that I'm not doing well mentally, and I just try to shove whatever I can inside of that God-shaped hole. You know what I mean? And it's typically in the form of more podcasting and stuff like that.
Then maybe I'm not doing well either because I always have ideas. I just don't follow through on them. I'm like, why don't I just like record myself doing like, one of those like, here's the downfall of somebody, and then put it on the Patreon, and then I don't do it.
What do you think of the name of my podcast?
You want me to say what I think it should be, or guess what it is? Or...
Oh no, I'm going to tell you what it is if you haven't heard. I thought you had already knew what it was.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Sandbaggers.
Oh, that's what that was?
Yeah.
Oh, sandbaggers. Well, I mean, doesn't sound bad off the top of just hearing. It's fine. What's the motivation for it?
Oh, so the real story is that I was looking for like an aesthetic for podcasting. I was crying a lot in my bed, and I was like, dude, stop crying. Don't be a bitch. Well, you're crying good. Start a podcast. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I was thinking, like, what should it look like? And I was like, beanbags. But here's the thing. I said, instead of saying beanbags, in my head, I said sandbags. You know? But I meant beanbag. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's funny because beanbags are associated with like podcast
Chilling and
guys chilling out, like hey,
yeah.
Soda on the beanbag, shooting the shit.
Yeah, relapsing on the beanbags today.
The beanbag's a big bomb. Welcome back to the Beanbag Show. My life is fucked up. We go back to Gerardo and some guy I met outside at the motel. I gotta go. There's like a break in the podcast because you walk over to the motel to get more drugs. All right, I'm back. You don't have a shirt on like Mark. There's a girl here. Fuck you. It's just like toxic.
Yeah.
Still has idea.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So, but it's more super sandbagger. That's what it's. Yeah.
Sandbag.
Instead of super toxic, or what is it? Hella toxic.
Hella toxic. Super sandbag. I mean, that is very funny that you thought sandbag was beanbag.
So to finish the story, you kind of went off into your own little universe there. But yes, in my head, I was like, oh, I should get sandbags. How much do sandbags cost? The whole time I'm eating beanbag, right? So I go on Amazon and I look up sandbags, and then I'm like, what the hell? Why is there a bunch of sandbags? Whenever I searched it was just a bunch of construction type sandbags, and then I kept scrolling. I'm like, dude. Where can you go to get this? I thought it was like a conspiracy. I'm like, they're not selling what's up with sandbags? Yeah. Why aren't they selling them on fucking Amazon?
Yeah.
I thought that would be like some sort of Chinese company, or do I have to go to Temu to get a fucking cheap sandbag?
Yeah.
And then I realized, I'm like, is it a sandbag? And I'm like, beanbag. Then I searched beanbag, and a bunch of sandbags popped up.
When you searched beanbag, still sandbags popped up?
No, that was the joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
fucking
you realized you'd gone insane. And you just like, you're right. Everything you keep typing in sandbag.
And then the reason why it's called sandbaggers is because it is close to like a hardcore slur.
Oh.
Right? Like what Marines would call people they were shooting over there in the Middle East.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Right? And I think that's funny. But it's not the slur, but it's pretty close.
That's another reason why you want it to be named that?
No, it is another reason. I'm not attached to that reason, but I'm like, that's also there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So you're trying to get the former Marine slur audience?
Yeah, like I think a lot of good people were saying that back then. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I think, it's the downside of living alone, first of all, because no one was there to tell you, hey, dumbass, if I got shot, dumbass. You need a goddamn rattlesnake here to tell you, hey, dumbass, it's actually beanbag.
Yeah.
But that's hilarious that it took you that long. What are you, me? That's not something I would do.
I know, it was an embarrassing moment. And I do think all my thoughts out loud, so if somebody was here, they would have caught me earlier before the embarrassment.
Yeah.
But beanbagger, that sounds kind of racist too, though, you know what I mean?
I guess so, yeah, they both sound... Actually, beanbagger sounds worse in a way.
You're the only person that agrees with me on that. Everyone's saying that sandbagger sounds worse.
I think that sandbaggers sounds worse than sandbagger.
Well, you want it to be a solo pod. Just, welcome to Sandbagger, and I'm the Sandbagger. It sounds bad when I say it fast like that. It really does.
I'm the Sandbagger. Welcome to the Sandbagger. Can I take your sandbag? It sounds like Keenan and Kel. I mean, I don't honestly have... If someone said sandbaggers, I wouldn't think anything racial about it at all.
It's also a term in competitive play. I knew this when I was thinking of the name. Where, honestly, at the end of the day, I believe, and, don't kill me, this is just my take on things. I feel like comedians, when they get on stage, aren't as funny as they are on podcasts. So, they kind of sandbag their performance on stage, if you ask me. And so I'm going to open them up and be like for real with them, and then they're going to be funnier than me when I do comedy on stage.
So sandbagging something makes it worse?
Yeah, like,
or hampers it?
Like when we were playing basketball, I really sandbagged, so you won. Like, I didn't play to my fullest potential.
You sandbag yourself. And that's because sandbags, correct me if I'm wrong, are used to hold things down.
Yeah, so typically in a construction setting.
Yeah, or a film, right?
Film also, yes.
Yes, they've used sandbags before. I mean, sandbaggers could be a film podcast.
Yeah, we could talk about film.
Grips.
Honestly, it's probably gonna be terrible. I don't know what I'm gonna, but I'm gonna probably soft launch it on the Patreon though. So check out the Patreon. That's the whole Patreon plug there.
Were you gonna buy bean bags? Was that your idea?
That was my idea.
Somewhere?
Yeah. And then I thought, well, this is just between me. I'll cut this out later, but I could just make it audio only and say that we're in beanbags. I don't have to buy beanbags.
That's true. Also, you have a green screen, so you could literally just put yourself, pretend like you're in a beanbag.
Yeah. Oh, so I can send you the footage and then you can do that.
What do you mean?
You don't know what you mean. No, I think it'd be very hard to put myself in beanbags.
In a beanbag.
From the green screen.
You should just start dressing like a sandbag. Why not?
Yeah.
Fit in over there in the apartment. Or a beanbag.
Yeah.
On the Hey, welcome back to the Sandbags. It's you here with your host, Sandbag and Beanbag. And I'm Beanbag and you're Sandbag. I'm on Jelly Roll. I like nicknames. Honestly, this is the best nickname you ever came up with. Sandbag?
Yeah.
Beanbag.
You're a beanbag.
I don't know where you are.
I'll be Sandbag. I like that.
Whichever one you want. I don't. Look, it's your show.
You are more beanbag because you're bald. So you look like a bean. Yeah. And then I'm Sandbag because I'm very shit.
I think beanbag works for me. Welcome back. It's Beanbag. Beanbag.
Yeah.
Speaking of beanbag, I was walking down the street, and I posted about this on the Reddit, but did you see that a bird shit directly on my head?
That's true. I saw that.
Yeah. So, I was walking my dog, taking my son to baseball practice, and I felt like this weird thing, and it went, and then down here, and I was like, I thought just an acorn had fallen from a tree, but then I looked up, and it was this crow. The crow shat on my Timo's hat and my shirt. Has it ever happened to you? A bird just shit directly on your head?
Yeah. I don't think it was directly. I think it was indirectly shat on by a homeless man. Just kidding, not by a bird. I just try to make fun.
Flying in the sky? Mm-hmm. Mine was just in a tree.
See, that's direct. That's like,
it's a direct hit. I was very unlucky.
Yeah.
And it was like, the shit was all over me, and I just stood there and I was shocked because it's never happened to me before. I really didn't know what to do, but I was right outside my house, so I could just go back in. But I was looking at it, and I told my wife about it, and she's like talking about, oh yeah, you should clean it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna spray. Actually, she just laughed at me first. She wrote, ha ha ha. I texted her that I got shit on. But I went and she's like, gotta clean it. She was like, it's probably like oily. I was like, ew. Why would you say? Why would you describe the bird?
And she hasn't even seen it.
No.
She's like using figurative language over something she doesn't even know.
And how do you know so much about bird food? It was weird. And I put it through the wash, didn't get clean on the first go. So I put it through again. But it just was like, man, that's crazy. And then I've heard it's good luck to get shit on.
I think that's a cope.
You don't agree?
No, yeah. Somebody probably was like really unlucky and they got shit on. Like, think of the first person that got shit on by a bird. Unlucky guy. And then everyone's like, holy shit, things started turning around for him after he got shit on.
It's tough for old beanbag and getting shit on by birds. No luck for him. I don't know. I mean, I haven't had necessarily particularly bad luck, but nothing like great has happened to me other than, nothing bad. Which is great. So in a way, that's great.
Yeah.
Glass half full.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I think I got shit on when I was outside of a gentrified restaurant.
Okay.
Those are just two facts. I don't know if there's correlation there at all. I am a Mexican man that was shopping inside of a white-owned business that used to be Mexican-owned. Why do I know that? Because I was eating with somebody telling me why I picked a terrible spot to eat at.
Sure.
Did I talk to them again? Allegedly not, right?
Cut them out.
Mm-hmm. Just cut them out. I said, this sandbag needs to roam on,
That's a good point, Sandbag. Beanbag got pretty angry that I took third person, but all I know is Beanbag. Beanbag got pretty angry this week at Kaiser Permanente. I made another Kaiser stop. Did that surprise you?
No, dude.
I went to Kaiser this time. It was just to pick up my vitamins. I went to pick up my drugs, so I can be awake during the day. Because otherwise, here's another thing I found out about Vyvanse. When I don't take it on the weekends, because you're supposed to take a break, I have dead eyes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my eyes look like tired. So, like, in the weekend, my wife was like, your eyes are just like exhausted right now. Like, I didn't take the pill. So I had dead eyes. I walked into Kaiser, dead eyes. Actually, no, this was on work. So I was high on Vyvanse. It was Kaiser. And I walked in, and Kaiser does this wacky bit where you can't call anymore. Because they're on perpetual strike. So you just show up and hope for the best.
Yeah.
So I showed up, went to check in. I checked in with the woman behind the counter. I said, I'm here.
Beanbag's here.
I said, yeah. I said, I have a prescription for Beanbag. And they looked me up in the system. Like, we don't have Beanbag. Oh, I'm sorry. It's probably under my real name, Cooney. So she looks at it and she's like, okay, well, do you want a generic or label? And I go, surprise me. And I said, whatever, I don't care. And she's like, all right. And
The
usual, please. And also, can I get any more vaccines? I'm on my 25th booster.
Yeah.
And so she says, yeah, just wait 15 minutes. They'll put your name on the board. They have a board where your name pops up. Then you get in the pickup line.
Yeah.
So I am a real, friendly rule follower. I don't make a noise, right? When it comes to things like this, I just sit there, wait for them to, and my name doesn't go on the board. It's 30 minutes, name not on the board. 45 minutes, name not on the board. The woman, right before it gets to about 45 minutes, closes the lane. I checked in with her. She's like, I'm heading out. There's no more this lane. Just go in the line. So I'm like, well, there must be some kind of mistake. I'll just go in the pickup line. I'm probably going to get pills when I get there. I wait in this pickup line. I go all the way to the front. I get to the guy, finally. And the guy goes, you're supposed to check in. And I go, I did check in. He's like, no, you didn't. And I go, yes, I did. He's like, oh, with the woman over there. I'm like, yeah, there was a woman over there at some point. I checked in with her. What do you mean I didn't check in? She asked me about generic. I told her Beanbag was here. And fucking. So I'm getting mad, right? I'm furious with this guy. And he's like, all right, okay, well, look, we'll speed thing. We'll get your thing fixed soon, right? And I go, okay. And so I sit down, and he says 10 to 15 minutes, right? That's what they told me before. So I'm sitting there, and about at 15 minutes, I hear, Vyvanse. Somebody just yells that from somewhere, so I go, I stand up.
Sorry, you perk up.
Yeah, I'm like, this is a drug I'm addicted to now.
Yeah.
And so I go up and I go, I heard the name of my drug, and it's like all this like fat, disgusting like pharmacy tech woman is standing there, and she's like, like she looks literally like Jelly Roll. And I go, I heard the name of my drug called, and she's like, no, you didn't. I was talking to my staff or whatever, giving me attitude. And I go, yes, I did hear it. What do you mean I didn't? Like, I didn't hear the word what? Vyvanse, you want to bet? I didn't hear that shit. I heard it. And so, and the other guy's noticing I'm about to just start yelling at this woman. And he's like, no, it's okay, I got it. He's like trying to be like friendly or whatever. And then I hear the Vyvanse again from where it came from, is this other pharmacy tech. And she's like, Vyvanse, too early to pick up or whatever. And I go, what? Huh? And the guy's like, oh yeah, you're here too early. Like you have to wait a certain amount of days to refill it. I'm like, what day? It's like 2 days from now. So I'm like, well, why did my doctor tell me that? Just give me some bullshit excuse. And I go, all right. And then I go, I'm not paying for that. I had Tylenol with me that I picked up from their thing. And I go, you put it away. And I walked out and I had to pay fucking $10.50 in parking.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
That's wild.
So I went there. They fucked me by not checking me in. And I had to pay parking. And I didn't even get the drugs that came in for.
I can't believe that. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
When did you get shit on?
I guess that day too.
Okay, so in that morning?
I consider the way I've treated at Kaiser getting shit on.
Oh.
But no, Kaiser's actually before. The bird thing I think was like Saturday maybe.
Okay, so you went to Kaiser the day before. Okay, so now when you go back to Kaiser, good things are gonna happen. That's good luck.
Well, I already did. Shocker, I went back the next day. But I mean, 2 days. I went back on Sunday and I got the pills. And it was pretty easy to get them pills. I did give them shit though. I went up to the checkup line and I was like, I'm here to pick up 5 bands. I think there might be a note in my file at this point because I complained. I filed a complaint on the phone. Yeah. He's like, 5 bands? I was like, yeah. And I go, how do I know I'm checked in? He's like, well, I can show you on the computer. I go, well, yeah, show me on the computer. And he's like, all right. And I go, and he says, wait for 15 minutes. I said, I'm going to come back in 15 minutes. He's like, no, your name will be in the thing. I said, I'm coming back. If Beanbag's not up on the screen, I'll be right back up here with you, motherfucker. I'm not waiting an hour again. You fuck me once, that's fine. But you fuck me twice, no thanks.
Stop fucking the beanbag.
You can't fuck me twice.
Yeah.
So I was a real dick to that guy. And I will continue to be a dick now that I know I have to get service at this motherfucking place.
Yeah.
That was funny. I got so mad and I sat down. And this old ass lady was walking towards the door to get out. She was like trying to back out through the door, like old style. And I go, I ran and I opened the door for her. And I go, oh, do you need help? And I'm opening the door. But it's 2 doors, so I'm like doing this. So really, I'm just blocking her from getting out at this point.
Yeah.
But she's so nice. She's like, oh, thank you so much. I'm like ruining her ability to get out. So I grab the other door so it doesn't hit her, and she gets out. She's like, wonderful, thank you.
Yeah.
But and then I hope that made the Kaiser people feel bad.
I went to a sushi place to pick up a DoorDash order. I DoorDash. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, that's facts.
That's facts. Sandbag was out on a DoorDash order at a sushi joint, right? And they're like, order for who? I said, Sandbag. Me. Order John. Yeah? Like
right.
And then there was this just reminded me because there was a family of 3. One of them was in a stroller. The other 2 were parents. So mother and father in a stroller. I think the kid's name was Stroller. And I saw them struggling to get into the sushi restaurant. Exactly what you just said right now, dude.
Yeah.
If I was to help in any way, I would have fucked up their entrance, right? However, there was 3 parties waiting to be seated. None of them were going to help, but I was the closest one. You know? So everyone naturally, instead of looking at the door and like a movement they can make to help with the door, they looked directly at me.
Wow.
But I did this deduction already. They caught me like in the second act of what I'm doing in my head. And I said, I'm not going to help.
You said it out loud. I didn't say it out loud. He yelled it. I'm not going to help.
Sandbag ain't going to hold the door, dude.
I like the idea of that. Like, when you're just yelling, you see someone that needs help, you go, I'm not going to help. And then you walk away.
And so I didn't help. Because I'm able to map things out of my mind, dude. I play a lot of Civilization 7, just bought that game. It's sick, you know? And so I'm mapping things out, like, strategy-wise. Like, if I use my turn on this, everyone else is going to use their turn. It's going to go back to me. What do I do then? Can't fuck myself into a corner, And so the guy walks in, and he's struggling. It was a hardcore struggle with the door. Like, the door was fighting back. I don't know what kind of hydraulic system they have on these doors at these sushi places, but this one was a different story, Daddy. Sorry for saying that, Daddy. I said Daddy again. So, and then so I'm inside. I'm so close to the door. Honestly, an arm could have helped a little bit, but I was just like, no, I'm just gonna keep watching this fucking hentai on my phone or whatever I was doing, right?
Yeah.
And then he fixes his whole positioning. He has the stroller in, and then while he's holding the door closed, he stares right at me, and he just holds the door closed. And then I looked at him, and I just kind of did one of those puppy dog looks where I was like, help,
It's fucked up. Why do you have to do it?
Right.
And like, what?
I didn't fuck your wife. You're the one that had the kid.
Yeah, you're the one. It's your job, dude.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, it sounds like it was too difficult to help. You would have hurt more than you helped.
Also, we're talking about a different fucking class of people that are eating at a sushi joint. I'm eating at fucking McDonald's, dude. You know that?
Yeah, where's your manservant?
And guess what? I gotta open the door every time for me and my little baby, dude.
That's funny thing. Do you think he really was like, fuck me?
He was frustrated with something. Maybe the baby was crying a lot, and so they couldn't get sushi earlier.
Yeah.
And then finally the baby stopped crying and fell asleep, and he was like, all right, let's put it in the stroller.
It's funny to take your baby to sushi, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, you're definitely taking yourselves to sushi. The baby's not getting sushi.
Right.
And it's like a night out, but it's also probably a terrible night out because you got the baby with you. And you gotta fucking use chopsticks and soy sauce and stuff, and the baby starts crying. Doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
They're kind of assholes.
Yeah.
I think maybe. Fuck them both.
I wanted to talk about this. I thought this was hilarious. And, we don't really read the comments all the time. But this one I sent to you, and I thought it was fucking hilarious, dude. Do you want to read the... Okay, so he recently left a comment. This is why. right? I don't read all the comments, but he said Gerardo's a fucking idiot or something like that.
Oh, really?
And I was like, oh, let's look into this guy, right?
Yeah.
And then the top one, go ahead and read that one.
It's basically a Gerdo and Brendan dumb-off podcast now.
Talking about Tino's.
Yeah.
But a week before that, he said,
I also need a tater tot like once a week. Yeah, dude, it took a week. A week for him to get angry at us.
I thought it was so funny because he's like, he's doing the dumb things that we do.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what happened in between that, but he's like, this podcast is stupid now. As if it had some sort of class before, you know?
I think never happened. The episode he caught before last week was like amazing. He's like, wow, I need a tater tot. What the week? I need to tell these guys that I need a tater tot too. But what I say is funny about this is there's not a progression, right? If it's like stairs, right? There's step 1 and step 2. He went from love it to hate it, and then he's making it sound like there was a time period. Like now it sucks. Now it's been a week.
You just said I need a tater tot.
Yeah, it's been a week. You had the time to eat a tater tot,
and he caps locked the week.
In the time it took for you to eat a tater tot, you've completely changed your opinion on the podcast. 1 week. That's a you problem, friend. And it's like, what could have possibly made you so mad in the 10 Minutes of Shab episode where you would think to say, in a show that is dumb, that me and Gerardo are having some kind of dumb off? Like, what's like that? It's gotten that much stupider. It's about Brendan Schaub. What do you expect? Rocket Science was Brendan Schaub feels nothing when a Rocket Science episode? I doubt it. Not from Beanbag and Sandbag.
Feels nothing when he kills animals. I think it's
a great title. So maybe it got him with the title. Brendan is balls deep.
It's balls deep in Pizzagate.
That does sound like a dumb off. Yeah. But I mean, it's still a great title. Balls deep in Pizzagate. I'm sure you can come up with that.
Oh my god, that made me so happy. There's a couple things that I will send to you. That's what I think. Yeah, put redacted comments, plural.
It's the thing that happens a lot. Yeah. People like the show for a bit, and then something happens and they don't like it. But I would debate them. I'd love to do a jubilee where it's like 25 people versus me debating whether there's been major changes in the podcast or not. I'd be like, actually, you're wrong. There hasn't been a major change, really. It's the same format.
So this one, I feel bad including the username, but fuck this guy, dude. This guy is dedicated to the game of hate, dude, which is awesome. I really got happy when I saw this.
Yeah.
This guy has left a message on all our episodes. Really? Hating on us. Wow. And it's like awesome. It's like 50 comments, some on it. And this one says, Shab would make you look stupid if you met him in person. You're not that funny, dummy. And what gets me is he's reacting to his own comment.
What's up, sluts? But we really let that one get away from us. What is it? It's deep. It's like 5 feet. Really, who knows? It could even be later. Anyway, every pace up. Really, yeah. What's that fucking saying? Chod kasher v'sameach. Okay, that's cool. Homer count is 2 days. Brigata the Nile Michael Mashaka Shana Bamitzvah Fitzivanu. Al Seferat HaOmer, blessed be the Shemar God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 2 days of the Omer. No one knows for sure Elevate Elo Divrei Elokim Chaim, but this is the Missouri Diplo.
In 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a God.
Hold on. How many days are this bitch? I don't know. I'm still in a coma. 98 days, 17 hours, 55 minutes, 54 seconds, and what else? 22 days and those days of running. And what else? Thirty-seven 61 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 36 31 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. But there you go, son.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable.
I need my coffee and cigarette. Really? No, no cigarettes. Why? Not that cool. Psych.
Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Welcome back. Let's just jump right in, right? So the first thing we should do is do a bit of a recap on apocalyptic Judaism, just so that we can all be on the same page going forward. As I mentioned in the previous lecture, apocalyptic Judaism really emerged in the turmoil of the period after the Babylonian conquest in 586 BCE, and then really taking its form in the period after the Judahites are allowed to return to their homeland beginning in 537 BCE. And it's in the subsequent aftermath of that turmoil that what we have is a big theological shift in how the ancient Israelites understood their relationship to their God. As you may remember, the older, more prophetic literature said that if the Israelites don't keep their part of the bargain, God's going to wipe them out. Well, they weren't all wiped out. And so that's a theological problem, right? We have a sort of a threat that, I remember my mom sometimes telling me, I brought you into this world and I'll take you out of it. And then I did something bad, and she did take me out of it. And I was like, I might have called your bluff, Mom. I don't recommend you do that. But, well, that kind of happened with Israelites, right? God threatened, look, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out of it, and God didn't. So what do we do theologically with that? And what ends up happening and what ends up emerging is a new kind of theology and a new kind of interaction with the Israelite God. And so rather than the Israelite God communicating orally to prophets, what we have is a shift in the theology where rather than communicating orally, right, what we have is God communicating visually, right? God is showing the Israelites various kinds of things. And the biggest, perhaps the most important thing that God is showing to the Israelites is that there's a plan, that everything that's happening is planned. There is a reason why you're suffering the way that you're suffering. There's a reason why wicked people seem to triumph. There's a reason why you've been returned to your homeland after being conquered by the Babylonians. There's a reason why the Romans, you had independence for a while, and now the Romans have conquered you again. Why is all this happening? Well, for the apocalypticists, there is a plan. And typically, right, other things that the apocalyptic literature also deals in is things like cosmology, right, the structure of the universe, history, why the universe came into being at all, and specifically what they're often really interested in is the origin of evil. Why? Because they're enduring a lot of evil. And so they really focus on where evil came from and how evil emerged. And there's a lot of different competing theories in the ancient Israelite literature about the origins of evil. Some of those have to do with talking snakes and a special garden. And some of those have to do with angels coming down to mate with women and teaching human beings all kinds of bad things. But there are several competing theories about the origin of evil, and of course also apocalypticism is at least vaguely interested in the future, right? At least vaguely interested in the future. Not in the same way that perhaps we are now. If you're curious in religious studies, we have a whole different term for studying the future end of the world. That's called eschatology, from the Greek eschaton, which means the final things. But not all apocalypticism is eschatology, but all eschatology is probably apocalyptic, right? So those are slightly different categories. We'll talk more about eschatology later. And as I mentioned last time, there is a massive amount of apocalyptic literature. I think that if I skip back just a couple slides here, right, you can remember here on the page, there's just a library of apocalyptic literature that gets developed, some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of which does not, right? And then, of course, we also have Christian and Islamic apocalyptic literature. This is a vast, vast, vast amount of literature. And I think, as I mentioned, if you were to take the apocalyptic literature and compare it to the actual surviving literature of the Hebrew Bible, there's almost just as much apocalyptic literature as there is other material in the Hebrew Bible. So it is a treasure trove of material, most of which I think most people have never read before. Not much of which was lost for a long period of time, actually. Of course, the most famous pieces of apocalyptic literature are the books of Daniel. Daniel 7 through 11 is sort of the locus classicus of the genre. It really sets the stage for the genre. But of course, also is the book of Enoch. Of course, the book of Enoch, as you may know, isn't actually one book. It's about 5 different books that are stitched together, and there's various kinds of Enochian stuff in there. And in addition to that, there isn't just one book of Enoch, there are actually 3, right? We have 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Enoch. So in the Enoch literature alone, 1st Enoch, I think, comprises almost 100 chapters. It is a massive, massive book. So Enoch is a terribly large volume, and of course 2nd and 3rd Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So even the Enoch literature is itself really vast if you get down into reading it and studying it. And of course, the apocalyptic literature is marked by an intense use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call ex eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in encoded language as if it's going to occur in the future. Now, this has led to a lot of confusion, right? Because when you read the book of Daniel, many people now read the book of Daniel as predicting the future, right? This is going to describe the coming war with Russia or China or something. But the reality is, it actually describes the Persians and the Romans. It describes what's going on in their time period. And so this has led to a lot of confusion. And in many ways, the entire Christian evangelical world has this intense idea that encoded in the Bible are the secrets about how the world's going to end. Well, the truth of the matter is that these writers are describing things happening in their own day as if it's going to happen in the future. And so that's led to, again, an entire genre of theology, what is sometimes called end times theology or end times research, eschatological research. But the original message of that literature was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions on the ground. So you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having a kind of social justice bent or being a kind of critical literature in the sense of social criticism, except for it's happening at a much different register. It's happening in a much different register than we might think of social criticism now. All right, so as I mentioned, right, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, would set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam. In fact, one might even describe Christianity as a form of apocalyptic Judaism that kind of got independent, right? It sort of got escape velocity and shot off of Judaism. But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well, organized forms of apocalyptic Judaism. Perhaps second to the Christians would be the Essenes. The Essenes were also an apocalyptic sect of Judaism, but they were probably wiped out during the Great Revolt. In fact, Josephus even describes how they marched out to battle and they were massacred in a couple different battles. So it didn't work out for them. Though, right, one of the things that's worth pointing out here is is that apocalyptic Judaism did not prove popular in proto-rabbinic, and rabbinic circles. So we'll get to that. We'll get to why that is a bit more this evening, and how apocalyptic Judaism did survive into rabbinic Judaism and how it didn't. And again, part of what's going on here is the rabbis have a very simple agenda, folks. Their simple agenda is survival. Their job is to make Judaism work in the aftermath of the destruction of the temple, and in the aftermath of the genocide committed by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. And so, what the rabbis are concerned about isn't this final battle with evil. They're really concerned with how do you cook kosher food in an oven that has these characteristics. That's the kinds of things they're worried about. They're worried about continuity and not about theological clamoring over what's going to happen in some grand titanic battle. And so, because again, if you really do believe that God's going to intercede on your behalf in some grand titanic battle, well, you might march out try to pick a fight with the Romans because God's on your side. Well, then you might massacre. So the rabbis are less interested in those kinds of theologies, although with an exception we'll talk about tonight. And the reason why is they've seen them fail over and over again. You can imagine, right? After the 15th Messiah has come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the Romans and died, you can imagine that many of the people who are trying to keep the situation going are not impressed with that anymore. Right? After the 5th failed Messiah, people are like, this Messiah stuff is just getting people killed. And by the way, it's still getting people killed. Right? You can talk to those folks out at Waco, you can talk to folks at Om Sharingo, you can talk to a lot of folks. Messiahs often lead their people into great peril, and it can lead to all kinds of problems. By the way, Jesus wouldn't be the first nor the last Messiah. There have been a lot of Messiahs that come and go. They typically share the same fate as Jesus, though they don't typically enjoy the same success that the Jesus movement did. So, the proto-rabbinical organizations, the proto-rabbinical movement was not very copacetic to the rise of the apocalyptic form of Judaism. So again, if you have questions, make sure to put them over there in the chat. I'll try to get to them toward the end of the lecture. So whether they're wrap-up questions or clarifying questions or digging deeper into whatever. So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world, right? That did survive into the rabbinical world, and that is going to be Merkavah mysticism, Merkavah chariot mysticism. And we'll clarify a bit more in a minute just what that means and how completely weird it is, because of course it's going to be rather weird. As I mentioned earlier, and as the question was asked earlier, theophany, the idea that God appears to people, was a central Israelite religious trope. That's a kind of claim to fame, right? God showed up and gave us a bunch of rules and chose us to be special. That's a core concept in Israelite religion and Judaism. This is an idea that survives all the way to this day, and one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it exists. So often, as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal, sometimes through an intermediary, various kinds of information, various kinds of commands, or even God could even make contracts with various people. So God made contracts, for instance, with Abraham, right? Abraham said, or Abram at that time, right? You're going to do this, and I'll do this, and we'll make a deal, right? We'll make a brit. We will cut a covenant, as it literally says in Hebrew. And so God makes these various covenants with these various people, or peoples, in the case of the collective Israelite state. And so this idea that God could show up to you, or show up to us, was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite worldview. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual contact with God typically is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism is that you're going to go to God. God's going to take you up into the heavens. An angel is going to escort you into the heavens and show you around the heavens, or show you around the cosmos, show you around the throne of God, show you the underworld even, right? Enoch even gets tours of the underworld, the bad place you don't want to go when you die. And so there's a shift in the apocalyptic. Rather than God showing you, right, you get to go to God. And that motion where rather than prophets being told things as if they're sort of passive recording it, rather than they go on journeys, that's going to be one of the big shifts in the apocalyptic literature. And of course, The main two events in which this happens in the literature, at least in the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah and Isaiah 6, and the theophany in Ezekiel, are going to be the two big prototypes for how this is going to go down. What I should also mention, by the way, is that the angels are the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalypticist or the prophet, are not the angels that you're probably used to. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version of the angel. That is to say, it's a roughly humanoid, sometimes even baby-looking creature with wings, right? Sometimes with multiple sets of wings. Some 6 is typically the way it's described in Isaiah. In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical angels. We have wheels covered in eyes that rotate around each other in weird ways. People have even said things that this may be a UFO or something. There are other creatures that are sort of stiff-legged that have various kinds of wings and the shapes and the heads of various kinds of animals. They are very, very, very unusual creatures, and they often get strange names like the Coyotes, right? The ones that are alive, or the Cherubim, or the Ophanim. That's the name of the wheel-shaped ones. So biblical angels or biblical supernatural creatures are very unlike the cherubic angels that you may have seen adorning paintings from the Renaissance. Israelite angels don't really appear like that. What's important about the apocalyptic is also what's going to be added from Isaiah and eventually into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just kind of go, the old, Maynard saying, right? You can't get there from here. Well, you can't. You got to travel, right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels and otherwise, demons in some cases. And you ascend through these spheres, right? And eventually you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God. We first see this begin to happen in some of the literature associated with the character Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply records that Enoch walked with God and God took Enoch away. Right? So Enoch is one of the few people in the Hebrew Bible that is never said to die. Of course, Enoch, along with Elijah, are 2 characters that are said to never have died. Now, this what ends up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described the Israelite cosmos, what we have basically is a dome, right? And that dome is full of water, right? And it rains down, hails down, or rains down, right? And God is above that dome. Well, what ends up happening is that after the Israelites come in contact with the Persians and the Greeks especially, and somewhat to some degree the Persians, they have a much more robust vision of how the cosmos works. So these are the guys that are going to invent things like astrology. And for them, what you have are various planets ascending, right, beginning with the moon and ascending all the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets much thicker. And of course, if those planets are moving around, right, they got to be moving through something. And what are they moving through? Well, there's a lot of debate about it. Aristotle thought it was crystalline spheres, but there's a lot of debate about what's going on. The most important point here is that the Israelites are going to inherit a quasi-Hellenistic, quasi-Persian worldview. When I say worldview, how they view the world. And the old Israelite conception of the universe gets a lot more complicated, right? A lot more complicated. So, right, what we have in the aftermath of some of this apocalyptic literature, specifically the Enoch literature, and if you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I can recommend a good translation for it. It's really fascinating literature. There's going to be a question here, right? We have the idea that Enoch ascended into the heavens and had visions of the throne of God. Well, curiously, the rabbis ask, can other people do this? Is it possible for someone else to make this ascent? And we're going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute. And what's shocking is that the answer is yes. They say, yeah, you can go into the heavens and see the throne of God if you make this ascent through the various spheres of the heavens. And not just can you, but I've done it. And I can teach you how to do do it too. And that's where we move out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply revealing what Enoch experienced to a mystical practice whereby you, or at least some rabbis, could do this themselves. Notice that difference, right? One is literature, the other is mystical practice. And so the form of mysticism that begins to emerge in the Persian and in the Hellenistic period, right? This is beginning at the very earliest in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the medieval Jewish folks did, and many folks in the Talmudic period do as well. They refer to this type of mysticism as Ma'aseh Merkabah, like Ma'aseh Merkabah, which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the chariot. Notice the word Ma'aseh in Hebrew has a sense of you doing something, right? You're not reading about it. You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of spiritual journeying. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by two different names, but it always refers basically to the same kind of mysticism. In one form of mysticism, we refer to it as Merkabah literature. The word Merkabah is the Hebrew word meaning a chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I scoot back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to that Persian period coin, remember this coin I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right? Notice that this is probably Yahweh, right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon. It's a chariot, right? And it has a wing, right? It's not being pulled by horses or whatever. It's a horseless chariot, right? Instead of God as a Tesla or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say Merkabah mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are attempting to go into the throne room of God and have a vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. It's kind of convenient that your throne is also a chariot. You get around, I guess. The other name for this form of mysticism is Hechalot literature. Hechal in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hechalot literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. All right, it's all about which one you want to focus on here: the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this Hechalot literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer, the inner sanctum, where God's throne is. And so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want you there. They do not want you there. You're not supposed to be there. This is a sacred, divine realm where human beings or sinful or whatever should be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals would be represented often by various kinds of divine names for these angels, and also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their name, you have to know their seals, you have to know passcodes, you have to know all kinds of things in order to bypass these various kinds of angels. It's like secret codes almost. So you need to know that information, otherwise the angel will kill you. In fact, there are even cases in some of the literature where the text will say, "No, this is the wrong passcode. Like this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected." Because I went in there and I said that passcode, man, almost there's a famous line in Hello, Rabbi, where one of the rabbis says, "That angel almost choked me like a piece of wheat." Right? So there's the idea that they can kill you. Of course, the ascent right through the palaces ultimately results in the vision of the divine throne, which results often in a kind of ecstatic experience. These ecstatic experiences are often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Merkabah literature. And what's even more fascinating, and this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine, you can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they're transformed into angelic-like beings. This, in fact, happened to Enoch. Enoch was allowed to sit on the divine throne, and this transformed Enoch into a divine angelic being known as Metatron. And Metatron actually becomes the angel of the throne. Again, you can ask yourself, like, how can a lowly human being sit on the throne of God? Well, that's part of what makes this literature so shocking. Further, more shocking, you can have a vision of the divine body. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, God doesn't have a body. One of the things that Judaism teaches is that God doesn't have a body. Well, kind of. God in this literature does have a body, and God's body can be measured. God's body can be measured. And typically, the subform of Merkabah literature is called Shiur Kumah, which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body, or the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the height. And so what happens in this literature is that you're given a glimpse of God, and you are allowed to measure the body of God and meditate on the dimensions of the divine body. I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment. So this form of mysticism is genuinely weird. What we have often are phenomenological reports, which is to say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling other mystics how to do this and how not to do this. We have mystical advice entering into this, including some idea of the kind of techniques that they may have used in order to induce these visions. And there's also a great deal of literary flair. These documents are very well written. They are intentionally trying to be perhaps provocative. And what we get in these documents is a really fascinating glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, there's still debate about this, for these mystics, for the Merkabah mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're a day Merkabah. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God lives beyond the stars, and up seems like, it's like Peter Pan, right? Second star on the right, straight up to morning, right? That you should go up toward the divine world. The Merkabah mystics never describe things going in that direction. You always descend into the chariot. Now, why that is, we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with a kind of taboo that you don't describe the ascent because you're unworthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend. For instance, in the Hebrew Bible, sometimes the word barach, right, to bless, can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance, Job's wife tells Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is curse God and die. If you read it in translation, it'll always say curse God because the word there is being used in a kind of unusual way. That may be why that you descend to the throne as opposed to descending, but we don't know why they chose to describe it as a descent and not an ascent. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Hekala or Merkabah literature, First Enoch is often described as is typically described as an apocalyptic piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkabah literature along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel. Those become the groundwork for the kind of later, very Baroque visions that we'll get in the Merkabah literature. The two principal texts of this literature are the Hechalot Zimtarti, and this is the Lesser Palisus. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the Merkabah literature. It's a relatively short text, and it has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. We have the Hechalot Rabbi, which is the longest text of the Hechalot literature. This describes the descent of Rabbi Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was what is called the Maaseh Merkabah, the account of the chariot. This is primarily ecstatic poetry uttered by the descenders when they made the descent, so it's largely Merkabah poetry. We also have the Sefer Hechalot, the Book of the Palaces. This is also known as Third Enoch, and this has to do with the transmutation of Enoch into the angel Metatron, with the whole sitting on the throne of God. What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most provocative ideas in all of Jewish mysticism, which is to say that not only is Enoch transformed into Metatron, but that Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh, right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, which is God, and you have Yahweh Katan, the little God. Now, the idea that there can be two gods is going to prove to be a very, very dangerous and heretical idea in Judaism. But this idea was in the air during the Merkabah mystics. And so even Merkabah mysticism, at some level, challenged straightforward ideas of monotheism, which we take to be so sacrosanct in Judaism. But in things to Third Enoch and some other texts, the idea of a completely unified monotheism is disruptive, right? It's destructive. And there's some ideas that even the Trinity may have emerged as may have emerged in conversation with some of this idea that there is a greater God, a lower God, and things like that. So again, basic assumptions you make about Judaism are disrupted by some of these mystical ideas. One of which is that there is a lesser Hashem, a lesser Yahweh, and that idea is, I think, very, very shocking for many people. And again, also I mentioned this text, Shior Goma, and Shior Goma is a separate piece of literature in which, as I mentioned, right, describes the various dimensions of the divine body in a Persian unit called the Parasam. We'll talk more about that in just a minute, and I'll give you an example of what that looks like from the Shior Goma. This form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex right around the 2nd century, right around the 2nd century, sometime in the middle of the 2nd century, in the 150s, 160s. Now, why? We don't know. Why that time period? That's the direct aftermath, or right at the time period of the Bar Kokhba rebellion. As you may know, Rabbi Akiva was martyred during the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Rabbi Ishmael lived around the same time. Why then? Well, perhaps people were very desperate. People wanted to have, people felt very abandoned by God, and so these techniques for descending into the throne room of God allowed perhaps us to connect with God in a new way. It's not clear, but that's when the form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex, although it seems to have been practiced all the way into the Middle Ages, and there are Hechalot texts that are actually absorbed into Kabbalah. So Kabbalah will absorb a lot of these texts, and they will survive into this literature. Just FYI, we have about 50 manuscripts of this literature that have survived from antiquity, all dating back all the way back to the Cairo Giza. So we have a lot of this literature, right? A lot of it, which again, typically, right, we take whatever survived, and that gives us some sense of how popular something was. 50 manuscripts is not nothing, right? Now, they're not all complete, they're all in great shape. But the fact that there are 50 of these manuscripts that have survived, some of which survived all the way from Palestine or Babylon, they were moved across North Africa, they were absorbed into the European context. That shows you that this literature is being copied, it's being appreciated, it's being admired. But it's really fascinating. It's really fascinating to survive so many manuscripts. We think that the way this literature was formed, and this is a going theory right now, most of the literature, by the way, I should also mention, is in Aramaic, not in Hebrew, which means that it was also being written in the vernacular at the time. This is literature not meant, this was literature meant to be read and wrote in the vernacular. What we think happened is that there are smaller phenomenological units. Phenomenology is the $4 word that means experience, right? These people are having experiences, they're recording those experiences. Those experiences are what we call microforms. They're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there are schools of mystics having these experiences. So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven, right? I might go to the third one, you might go to the second chamber of the fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening is that all of these various microforms get stitched together in what we call macroforms, much longer documents, in which narrative sections are kind of stitched into these microforms to form these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized. And we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels. And we know even how many angels are there and how many angels serve them. And they're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot of debate about that the writers of these texts are imagining a kind of powerful army existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also helps us to get used to this material, because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain time period. So what we get are these microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences. Those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way. And the texts that we have now are those final literary forms in the form of the Hechla Zataki or the Hechla Rabbi. So we're fairly confident, the leading scholars in the field of this material are fairly confident that this literature is downstream of actual mystical experiences held in various schools of mysticism that are produced in a literary way over the course, perhaps, of several centuries. And as I mentioned, what we have in this literature are accounts of heaven's journeys, or accounts of journeys through the divine realm. And in these texts, we have very complicated passcodes. So many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what these texts mean, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names, right? You would descend into a palace, there'd be an angel guarding the door. You would address that angel by their name, and the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level. Right? And then you would encounter several other angels. And you would have to know various kinds of secret codes, or it's like sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous mass of literature developed of just code books of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them, because you might not be enough to know their name. You might have to bring them things, or give them seals, or show them sort of various quasi-magical devices. Next week we'll be getting into Jewish magic, and we'll see some of these angelic seals, these angelic magical passcodes. And what you would do is you would bypass these very fearsome angelic guardians, and you would have visions of various aspects of the divine world. And this would almost always result in a mystical vision, and downstream of that mystical vision there would be a poem written, right, describing what you saw. So most of this literature is sections describing the structure of the divine world, lots of passcodes and angelic names, and then hymns, right, describing what they saw, what they experienced, etc. So there's a lot of hymns and things in this. By the way, some of these hymns have actually survived into the Orthodox liturgy, especially around the high holidays. So if you've ever been to a Rosh Hashanah service or a Yom Kippur service, in the traditional liturgy there are survivals of these hymns, these Merkavah hymns, in there, and you might immediately know why, right? Because think about what's happening in Yom Kippur, right? We're literally at the gates of the divine palace, and your prayers are entering the gates of the divine palace, and it has a very Merkavah feel to it, if you want to frame it that way, which I think would be a cool way of framing one Yom Kippur experience as kind of approaching the gates of the divine realm and kind of, being threatened, right? It's terrifying. God can judge you. God can kill you. God is figuring out what's going to happen. So it has a very kind of Merkavah feel to it. I can pull some of those hymns up maybe next time. The most famous example of one of these hymns, one of the most famous examples of one of these stories that we have of the Merkaba mystics is the account of the four that entered the Pardes. So Pardes, and this is actually where the name of this class comes from, right? Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tale found for us in the Babylonian Talmud, and it's actually found in several other places earlier in the Babylonian Talmud. But typically the most famous version is found in the Babylonian Talmud tractate Chagiga. There's a lot of strange things in tractate Chagiga. It's about the holidays, the Chagim, and it's found in section 14b. What we have here is an account of four different rabbis from the 2nd century going into what is called the Pardes. The Pardes is a kind of orchard outside of the temple, right, or outside of the palace. You can imagine, it's like the garden of God. They go into the garden, and what ends up happening is that Rabbi Akiva, who's a the typical hero in this form of mysticism, warns them that they're going to go into this garden and they're going to see an illusion, right? They're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water. And when you see the illusion of the marble, do not say it's water, because you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of maybe it's even like a booby trap or something that will weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous when they enter into the palace. Now again, already in this piece of literature, Akiva's done this already. He's been there. He has an experience of seeing it and thinking to himself, maybe that's water. No, it's not. It's actually pure marble. And if he would have gotten it wrong, he could have suffered this fate as well. Well, what we're told in the story is that four of them go into the Pardes, and only three of them, right, or only one of them really emerges successfully. One of them dies, right? One of them actually looks, says water, and dies. Drink is dead. One goes insane. In fact, the phrase in Aramaic is he went outside. Ben Zoma went outside. And we have other accounts in the Talmud where Ben Zoma doesn't behave normally after this. There's a situation where one of his teachers comes near him, and in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you, and Ben Zoma didn't. And they say, what's wrong with Ben Zoma? And it says, he's outside, right? And the idea is he never came back. He's had some kind of internal mental trauma, and he never returned from this experience. Even worse in some ways is the poor fate of Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is a very famous rabbi of the 2nd century. What ends up happening is that Abuya actually bypasses the water illusion and makes it into the throne room of God. He was a very, very advanced mystic, and he was able to make it all the way to the throne room of God. But what he sees there disturbs him. He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now, from Isaiah, we know that there is no forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, there is no sitting in there for God. God doesn't sit down, right? That's one of the things we know from Isaiah about God. Well, Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God, and what does Elisha declare? There are two powers in heaven. There are two gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are these two beings in heaven. Well, when he declares this two beings in heaven business, this is, for the rabbis at least, the most catastrophic heresy he could have committed. In fact, the phrase is he mutilated the shoes, or he severed the wreaths. And this becomes a euphemism for committing heresy in Judaism. And all the stories about Elisha ben Abuya, many of which will refer to him simply as Acher, the other one. They won't even name him anymore. He's become such a heretic. And there are all kinds of stories in the Talmudic literature where the Acher, Elisha ben Abuya, doesn't even try to perform Jewish law anymore because he knows it's condemned. He knows that he will never get into the world to come. In fact, when it says that when he died, smoke rose out of his grave, he was already being punished in his grave in the afterlife. So he was punished already as soon as he died. What's interesting in the Talmud is that Metatron, or the angel that was actually sitting on the throne of God, the angel Gabriel actually beats Metatron as punishment for sitting on the throne of God. And he's whipped, right? He's actually given lashes. And the phrase for the lashes is pulse de nora. He's given lashes of fire. And this idea of lashes of fire will actually go in to become a form of Jewish death magic later on later on. It's not really in the Middle Ages, it's a little later than that. And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic, that there's an idea that you can actually call the angel of death to audit someone's sins, and if there is a significant sin found, you can actually they will be killed, right? They'll be punished with the pulsa de Nora, and one of the first times we have this idea of someone being beaten with fiery lashes is this angel, Metatron, with fiery lashes by the angel Gabriel. So you can see there's a lot of drama in all this, right? You got angels beating other angels, you got dudes getting into heaven and seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, the idea that there are two gods in heaven, we already see that idea in 3rd Enoch, where the idea that Metatron Enoch is transformed into an angel that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katan, little Yahweh. And again, it's clear that the rabbis are pretty concerned about this whole business, and again, the Talmud may be a reaction to it, although it's clear that Rabbi Akiva, perhaps one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud, himself is a kind of shaman of this. He's taking people on these mystical journeys and warning them of the various perils along the way, although his warnings unfortunately aren't heeded, and people end up going crazy and dying. Perhaps the most famous Merkabah mystic in the history of all Merkabah mystics is St. Paul. St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very oblique way in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured up, taken up to the third heaven. This is a pretty clear reference to some kind of Merkabah literature, or some kind of Merkabah practice. And so it seems that Paul himself, right now he says, I know a guy, he's almost certainly referring to himself. It seems like Paul may have been some kind of Merkabah practitioner, and it may be the case that his vision of the resurrected Jesus, right, on the road to Damascus, it may have been part of some kind of Merkabah experience, right? That he's seeing something. And so if it's the case that Paul is seeing various kinds of things, he's going into these various heavens, he may himself have been a practitioner of this form of mysticism, and perhaps if a very famous rabbi can see two powers in heaven, it's not that unsurprising that Paul would have thought perhaps what he's seeing, the resurrected Jesus, was also a kind of God too, right? So we have two gods, right? We have Jesus, the divine Jesus, as Christ, and we have the Father, right? That's two powers in heaven. Now we get the Holy Spirit later as well, of course. But this idea of two powers in heaven is already percolating at some level in rabbinical Judaism, and that when we see the notions of that Christ can be God and the Father can be God, this idea is not so out of the wheelhouse of what was possible, right? Now, I say possible, I don't say acceptable, because the rabbis clearly have problems with that, but it's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time, right? It's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Now, as I mentioned, right, earlier on, perhaps most shocking, I think I would say most shocking, perhaps the most shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business of the Shiur Kolam literature, where in some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne, and you kind of have an ecstatic prayer. You utter an ecstatic, you have this vision, and you utter an ecstatic hymn or prayer song, and that's how many of the texts end. In some texts, you sit on the divine throne, and you're transformed into an angel. By the way, Paul almost always talks about being transformed into what he calls a suitcase of right? A spiritual body. That when you are believing Christ, you will be transformed into a spiritual body. Again, these ideas aren't foreign to Judaism. Paul just takes them in a direction that would have been a little alarming to many rabbinical people at the time. But something like that also happens in the Merkabah literature, where your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body, and that's exactly what happens with Enoch. And another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you're given the ability to measure the divine body, or you're given the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called the parasong. Now, they picked the parasong because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. And as you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right, and you measure things in cubit. Typically, it was standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. Well, the parasong was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, what would we say, about 3.5 miles, right? It's about 3.5 miles. What we get in the Shiur Choma literature are measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So I've reproduced here part of a translation from the Shiur Choma, right? So we have the right and left eye, right, of God. We have the names of God's right eye, right? Right. So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now you might be curious about why we have it spelled AZRYYH. That's because we have in the Hebrew text, right, it'll be Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Yod, Hey. Right? Now, you might be asking, well, why didn't you translate it out? The simple answer is we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words. They're not Aramaic words. They're some kind of unusual, mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happen in Greco-Egyptian magic. There are going to be long strings of words that aren't Greek, they're not Egyptian, they're not Hebrew, but they are said to have magical power. And these sacramentos, holy words, they're going to be said to have magical power. And already in the Shiur Choma literature, they're already showing up. And so we have these long strings of characters, but no one knows what these characters mean. People really work hard to try to figure out what they mean. And sometimes they do find out kind of what they might mean, but it's anyone's guess. So we have God's left and right eye. We have them named here. We have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right? So we have the left eye, right? It's called this, and there are sparks that issue from him, right? And that gives light to all creatures. So we now know that light emerges from God's eyes, and that is where light comes from. It comes from the eyes of God. So we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye, you have the name grid. And so we also have some measurements here, right? So the white of God's eye measures 22, 10,002 parasangs. That's a huge number. Right, you can do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is, but you're talking about tens of thousands of parasangs long. And if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of miles. That's how big God's eye is said to be. The distance between God's right shoulder and God's left shoulder is 16,000 to 10,000 parasangs. So again, an enormous number. The right shoulder has a name, the left shoulder has a name. It also has another name, right? And you can see that there are alternate readings here. The text goes on and on and on like this. God's beard, I think it's 10,000 or something parasangs long. If you're curious, the distance between God's eyebrows is given. Right, the distance between God's nostrils is given. The distance of God's fingers, which are unusually long, are actually given as well. I taught the Jewish mysticism class at an art college once, which is great because art students, they're weird, they're great. But one of the things that one of the students did actually was actually go into CAD design program and actually mapped out what God's body looks like. And what's weird is that God's head is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really, really long, and God's trunk is small, but God's legs are really long. So you get this really crazy looking creature. I'll just think of what the image that the guy came up with. But what he did was he compiled every single one and tried to make it so that God, and God's eyes are really big, right? God's eyes are really big. And shockingly enough, right, have you ever seen the stereotypical picture of like a gray alien? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a carbon pathos from the that's what we call Hashad Yasa. If someone therefore remains from maybe carbon Hashad. That's the type of person who thinks the carbon pathos Firstly, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, he would bring a carbon pathos versus absolutely however, Moshe Yasa, if somebody did not refrain or abstain from sin because of his awareness, they don't bring a carbon on Moshe. However, if Esau, Moshe Yasa, I will say that just the appliance is the hard case. Right? Credit card is the hard case. So the question is, hard case is not a situation where one and two of us have refrained, even had a no. Right? Remember again, Ruben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Ruben known that the pieces is about to be sold, was Caleb, he still would have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was some soft tasting. So watch behind the contest in this case. Or those say the metric for contest is I bring up carbon contest for committing an Avera Shogeg. If we would not have committed the Avera had I had the knowledge. But in this case again, even as the word wait. It's Caleb. We're gonna say, so what? So what? Basically said that it's not good. So watch behind the contest in this case. Therefore, maybe Salo Shabi Diaso, Papa Casara Yopron, even if he was scattered of the Dina, Hadji, because again, it's really what I'm saying is like this. Since the base is trying to that their side is what it is, obviously the base is going to be Hadar, so the says, Nami Hadare, and then when they hears that base is retracted their side, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore, the Gemara says, Shami Yasa Shami. Essentially, the Gemara says is like, we still call this a case where you have the knowledge you would have abstained. In this case, it's just two steps from you. Had David found out what their socks is, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then the Ruben finds out that the sock was tasted, so he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where one had the knowledge you would have abstained. That's why one of Ruben says, this kind of not just in this case. I'm sorry. Created the high Rabbi, the Rab, she would mash them with the rope sequel. Okay, so what says now? Okay, this is now another topic of the So I say, which we're going to get into is simply. In this case, the beginning of the what's happening in this case is three fingers giving a always decide. And the teacher is telling you that it's going to be another piece. Everybody can always decide. Chart follows the sun. That's a different situation. That is called hard carbon governance or special carbon as gas. Now, in order to bring that carbon, you need 51% of the cloud to go ahead and apply the oils inside. So say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the cloud. Scales. Right, so again, watch this. So basically, let's look at 50% of cloud Israel aims to hit with the face of the sun. Who's the guys who take the scales? Ruben. What does Ruben do? Oh, as a great Ruben's sitting at home. He's got two pieces of food for him. He lives in Sherman, right? And he needs to eat the Sherman that Ruben eats commands of everyone agrees that Ruben does not count towards the Torah. Right? Interesting. Ruben does not count towards the Torah. Why? Why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Ruben is then acting based on himself and the base. Ruben is just doing his own thing. So even if we can say that Ruben's personal liability, Ruben is himself a personal liability, because it's not basic. Let's say we calculated 51% from our hell of government at Seagull, we can't say that Ruben is acting based on exactly. Okay. Modrat, you must have run some run up Modrat, she will not have to my time was the reason. Ishkaga. Actually, Kulon, Ishkaga. Because from our hell of government at Seagull, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Ruben is acting in the shogeg capacity, and again, separate on that. So what's this? Bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, what we have over here is a fundamental focus. And what is that fundamental focus? If
Alien? He kind of looks like that, right? Of course, that's Chris for the middle of all the alien people, alien conspiracy people, whatever. But it is weird. It is weird. And so we have this. And by the way, this text goes on for pages and pages and pages on this stuff, right? With all kinds of dimensions of God's body. Now, when this literature was published back in, we don't know exactly when it was published, but when it begins to emerge and we find it into the Middle Ages, one of the probably people that's reading this and thinking to themselves, this is terrible, is Maimonides. There's a great argument that the guide to the reflect, if you've ever had the, what's the right word? The pleasure or the punishment of having to read the guide to the reflects, right? Because it's just as likely to perplex you than help you. One of the things that's true about it is that one of the main theses of the guide to the reflects is that God does not have a body. And that what Maimonides does for the vast majority of that book is spend time going through every single metaphor of God's body. God's hand, God's eyes, God's legs, God's hair, whatever. And Maimonides goes through every single time the Bible describes God as having a body and shows that it's not to be taken literally, it's to be taken metaphorically. It's possible, and I think likely, Menachem Kellner has written a book about this, where Menachem Kellner argues that at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy ever written was written to combat Merkava mysticism and Geochoma mysticism. Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism. Because if people are criticizing you, that means that they're taking you seriously, at least at some level, they're paying attention to you. And it seems that Maimonides, at least in part, is writing the Guide to the Reflex as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's worth pointing out here, right? What's really worth pointing out here is that this form of mysticism lasted for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism, and this is called the Sartora mysticism. This is a distinct form of Merkava mysticism, and in fact, it might not even be Merkava mysticism at all. It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkava texts. So there'll be a Merkava text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkava text in this literature, which we refer to as the Sartora mysticism. Sartora mysticism is unlike the Merkava mysticism, where you descend into the divine realm to learn various kinds of secrets. In the Sartora mysticism, you actually summon an angel. Right? You summon an angel through quasi-mystical or magical means. The line there is rather blurry. And you summon that angel, and that angel is called the Sartora. Sartora means the prince of the Torah. And this special angel comes to you.
So notice here again, we're doing something different. Rather than going to somewhere, we're bringing a being to us. And what ends up happening is that the Sar Torah comes to you, and the Sar Torah rapidly teaches you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Everything from rabbinical law all the way to various kinds of hidden secrets. So the mechanism by which you summon this angel are varied. There's a lot of different accounts on how to summon this angel, but this is a kind of invocation. And to many scholars, this looks a lot less like mysticism, because it's not about you having an experience. It looks a lot more like magic. You summoning a being, and then they provide you something in the process of summoning it. Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something. Here, of course, you're summoning an angel, and that angel does the job of rapidly teaching you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Now, what's important about that is that idea of using magic to learn things very rapidly is going to survive in the medieval period. There's going to be an entire school of magic called the Notary Art School of Magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical, magical stuff going on by the time of the American literature, where you are, in fact, summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. And if you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it, because it's a lot. So, this Star Torah literature, as I said, right, crosses the line probably into Jewish magic. And that's what we're going to pick up next week. We're going to begin to pick up with the earliest layers of Jewish magic, what the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices that have entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the Merkabah or the Hechel mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism, but the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say where we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way through the Middle Ages, right? All the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkava, Hechel literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah came later. It's only really been practiced for about 800 years. I say only 800 years. It's crazy, right? But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000, perhaps. So it's only the next couple hundred years that Kabbalah will lap Merkava mysticism, right? Will lap it. So if you want some suggested readings, I'm going to try to include some more suggested readings as I go on. These are some major texts about the Hechel literature and the Merkava literature. One of the texts I did not put on here that I'll put on here for next time is a really great study of the Sar Torah mysticism. It's the definitive study of the mysticism that again involves summoning the angel to teach you things very rapidly. The problem with the Merkava literature is that it's all published through the academic publisher Brill, and it's very expensive. So you need to definitely whip out your library card and check it out from a library, like a university library. You want to read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hechel Rabbi online, so if you really want to get into them, and I can include them later if folks want me to jump out and grab a link, I'll put it in the chat. If you really want to read some of this Merkava literature, but I've included some links here for various studies of both the literature itself, but also some studies of the entire form of mysticism. And so I can include a link to, I can jump out at just a moment. I'm going to do some questions and answers. I can jump out and grab a couple of links to folks if you want to check out the Shiur Kumah, the measurement of the mysticism, or the Hechel Rabbi, the largest text of the Merkava tradition. So now this week, right, we have a bridge. And that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic. And Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish business. In fact, when you talk about Kabbalah Ma'asit, right? Kabbalah Ma'asit is just basically Jewish magic. Practical Kabbalah, the doing of Kabbalah, the practical Kabbalah is in fact just the code word at some level for Jewish magic. And it's to that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday, which is weirdly enough, like 3 days from now. We will turn to that on Wednesday and we will pick up with Jewish magic. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore. Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from Fenderbox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony into it.
Hey, I'm right here, everybody. Exciting stuff. Glad to be back. We are live streaming around the world using our friends over at YouTube. And exciting to be here. Red Man, how are you?
Great, how are you, man?
I'm great.
Yeah,
Good to see you once a week.
good to see you once a week.
That every night stuff was getting
Pretty bad.
yeah,
I resetted my sleep schedule this week. I'm now waking up at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah,
How many mornings have you woken up at 6 a.m.?
3 or 4.
Wow.
It sucks.
It's incredible. Why does it suck?
Because it's like nothing's open times 2. Like nothing's open already.
Have you ever thought about buying yourself a nice espresso machine and making your own drink?
I do. I have that.
So what do you need open?
Well, just anything. Hey, this is Red Man coming to you live from Fenderbox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony.
Hey, hello everybody. Another damn quarantine episode of Kill Tony. How are you, Brian? Red Man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Still booking a bunch of dates. Supposedly, if things ever get better again, coming up: Miami, Austin, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Salt Lake City, Austin, Bakersfield, Sacramento, and San Francisco, all in 2020, a year that they said would never happen.
I heard that the Skate Fest pre-sales for the printing sold out.
Yeah,
Good.
is that 2021 or is it this way?
Hey,
You're talking about Skankfest South?
yeah. So,
Yeah, it's all happening. Everything's going on. We're here at Better Box Studios with the great Gino here, making it all happen. The great Charlie from Vito's Pizza, our favorite pizza place in Los Angeles, is here. one of the great things about Better Box is a candle company. We have a candle company called Damn Good Candle Company, damngoodco.com, and they have a brand new Kill Tony candle that they made. It smells like a spa. Gwyneth Paltrow has a candle that smells like her vagina. I have one that smells like my butthole, which surprisingly smells like eucalyptus and a male spa, an all-male spa. A lot of the uke, as we like to call it for short. That's short for eucalyptus. It's called Hinge Me, I'm Dreaming. They came up with the title, not me. That is not Writers Guild qualified there. But for only $6, you get it. It's a 2-ounce travel tin, $6. Hinge Me, I'm Dreaming at damngoodco.com. That's damngoodco.com. You can light that up and have sex with your significant other. You like having sex, Red Band?
Not with the smell of your asshole.
I think you do. Because my asshole smells like eucalyptus, and you're going to try it. We're going to get you one of these candles. And if you go soft, good news is, come on in. Rick Kostick is here visiting us from the fame of Jackass. Have a seat over there. Squeeze on into there. Squeeze into that bad mamma jamma. You can have sex with the candle burning, and if the smell of my asshole makes you go soft, you can use Blue Chew. This episode, coincidentally, sponsored by Blue Chew. I didn't even realize that when I brought it up, but this episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. And let's talk about something that we can all really use during this quarantine time, and that is great sex. You know? The sex drives of a lot of people right now in the quarantine. A lot of people are depressed. Perhaps you lost your job. Perhaps you're broke. Perhaps you're homeless. But that doesn't mean you can stop having sex. You got to keep that sex drive up. Don't let the depression get to you. Use Blue Chew. You can increase your performance and get extra confidence in bed. BlueChew.com. That's like the color blue. Blue Chew brings you the first chewable with FDA-approved active ingredients, the same ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. You can get it with Blue Chew.
It's great. I just got my subscribe. I'm a monthly subscriber.
Okay, we will address this one at a time. Add in the missing years aspect of Jewish history. Here is the citation, but use the exact citation, whatever is within Wikipedia.
Answer a couple questions, and you talk to a real doctor online. You don't have to see the doctor. Just answer some questions. Next thing you know, you're getting prescribed real prescription medicine, and it really works. I took one the other day, and it worked a little bit too good. My girlfriend was very small, and
Wow.
That's made in the USA. That's important. No, nowadays you want to find something that's made in the USA.
American made. They should call it red, white, and blue chew.
Yeah, there you go.
Heck yeah. It's a fast, easy way to enhance your performance. And right now we have a special deal for our listeners. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first shipment free and use the special promo code KILLTONY. Guess that. Just pay $5 in shipping. Again, that's BLUEChew.com. Promo code KILLTONY to try it for free. That's incredible. Only $5 shipping, you try it for free. What do you have to lose? Nothing other than that soft nugget in your pants. Blue Chew is the better, cheaper, faster choice, and we thank them for sponsoring the podcast. And remember, if you support our sponsors, you help make this podcast possible. So please be sure to use our promo code KILLTONY at BlueChew.com today. Yeah! Let's just jump right into it. Actually, I will say this. The great Ryan J. Belt, of course, is drawing tonight's episode. We're going to check in with him at the absolute end of the episode to see what he drew. He always draws it along with the theme of the tone, the vibe, and the energy of the show, adds in some fun stuff.
Oh, by the way, I heard, because I couldn't understand him last episode, and he had drawn two different things. Right. One was in crayon, and that was because of David Stoddard being on the podcast.
And he also drew the one with his left hand. Oh, really? Fun fact. Yeah. I believe that's at least a rumor. We're hearing a lot of rumors going back and forth. Also, shout out to the great Anthony and Gage, working hard in the booth for us. Follow them on social media at _Strange Taste, and Gage Thierry. GAGETIJERINA. Yum, yum, yum. And let's get it going, everybody. No need to delay. I will show you the way. We have a band on this show. Every single week they commit to being different characters. Now we are missing a Joelberg this week. He is self-quarantining. He is visiting his Mexican parents this week who are a little bit elderly. And he's staying away from everyone in order to get to visit them. What a great maneuver. Having to visit your Mexican parents is the most Mexican thing that a Mexican can do. And he is avoiding us just in case. However, we do have the other band members who are here, so let's see what characters they are this week. Maybe it's brand new characters. Maybe it is characters we've seen in the past before. Let's all find out together. It's the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkinson, Jetski, Jesse Johnson. Wow. All right. Heck yeah. Okay. Brand new. Sure. Sure. Okay. What's up? Welcome. How are you? What's your name?
Hey, what's up? My friends call me Rona, but you can call me COVID-19.
Whoa, that is so cool.
You heard of me.
The actual coronavirus is here. I love that. Fuck yeah. Awesome.
Good to meet you.
Heck yeah. And this must be Blue Chew next to you. Yeah.
I have the bubonic plague.
Whoa, the bubonic plague. Very topical. That is also in the news just as much as the coronavirus. How you doing, bubonic?
OG representing over here. This little disease has barely killed anyone in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I'm on top right now, baby.
Heck yeah. Look at that. She's in the limelight. She's the Takashi 6ix9ine of diseases. You're more like a...
Dr. Dre, don't forget about it.
I love it. I love it. This is very exciting. This is the first time we've had coronavirus and bubonic plague on the show. Very fitting that you guys are here. And exciting. So great. Let's just jump right into it. This is a show where we used to have at least 500 people in the room, all cheering and losing their minds, going wild in between jokes, sometimes not going wild in between jokes, and letting us know that what we did clearly just wasn't funny. We have none of that now, so nobody knows what's funny and what isn't, and nothing translates quite as well. Anyway, people still send in sets. We watch them try to perform for 60 seconds. Some of them are great. Sometimes we just go over what they wrote a little bit, and of course, as always, I try to find out more about them. We're going to get it started with a bit of a banger here. This guy is actually a golden ticket winner out of this great state of Iowa. And here he is for his, I believe, only his second time in the history of the show on a special coronavirus edition. Here is golden ticket winner Aloe Mead, everyone.
I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here?
All right.
I don't belong here.
The thing is, I want to make the justification that you could live stream
All
on
right,
the
here
show.
is Aloe Mead, everyone. Here we
It
go.
was already done in Sephardic communities.
Watch the roadcast. Let me tell you a little story about the airport. He got me in trouble the other day. I'm at a red light. This minivan pulled up next to me. These kids are going to
Sephardic
the
communities.
airport. I got it funny. So I faked it on the road. Instead, and they were so pissed. They didn't think it was funny at all. Especially little monkeys. That's the car seat. He looked at me right in the eye. And he had just a look of rage and disgust on his face. It wasn't like I told him Santa Claus wasn't real. It was more like I walked up and see Santa Claus early. He was super pissed. And then the light turned green, they pulled it off, and I got scared, so I tried to give him his little thing. I think it was too late. This is small town Iowa, so they don't see it like black people. I'm worried I might have been racist. Y'all ready for Halloween?
Aloe Mead.
What's up? What's going on? I'm good. How are you?
I love it though. There's sirens. Must have called the police. We have a black man on the show. It's good to see you again. You've only been on the show once, is that correct?
Twice. Omaha and Des Moines.
That's right. Omaha and Des Moines, absolutely. And heck yeah. So you have that's a big board in your truck.
Yeah.
What do you do for work again?
I drive a semi.
Computer repairman.
What do you do driving the semi? Just delivering stuff? Like,
no, I move trailers around a city in Muscatine, Iowa.
oh, okay. Are there many black truck drivers?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
I don't know. I don't really count, but it's a.
I bet everyone in Iowa does. God damn it, that's the 8th black. That's the 8th colored truck driver I saw this week. They must have stole that truck.
I don't know why we got southern accents here. That's weird.
I love it, man. I love it. So, how you been doing during the quarantine? They still got you working full time?
Until this week, so it's perfect timing. I've been working all the way up until now. They're laying us off 1 week a month for the next 4 months.
Okay.
So it's not too bad.
Not that bad at all. That's a good way to keep people from going on unemployment. Lay them off for 1 week a month.
You can still file for 1 week of unemployment though.
We're even doing that here on Kill Tony. We started with Joel. Next week, it's going to be another member who gets the week off. And just keep rolling with it. So, Halloween, I see you have a picture of Michael Jordan back there. Is that right?
Yeah.
What's he doing in that picture?
It's the classic one. He's got all his rings on his hand.
Okay. You've been watching The Last Dance?
Yeah, I watched probably 3 episodes. I need to catch up.
I watched it last night. Fell asleep watching it and woke up and continued watching it. Thanks to ExpressVPN, I watched it on Netflix with no commercial interruptions whatsoever. Anyway, heck yeah.
Is it censored on ESPN? Like, is there No, it's not. It's uncensored.
I was surprised. I heard him say fuck in the first episode. I was like, oh shit.
Incredible documentary. You forget how much fun all those characters were. Bill Cartwright, B.J. Armstrong, Pippen. Scottie Pippen's voice in this is unbelievable. I actually was thinking the other day, you have a Pippen impression? You have a Ebonic Clegg? Have you ever done a
Well, they do call me Black Death.
Hey! Have you been working on a Pippen at all because of this Last Dance thing?
A little bit, but it's a little out of my range. It's very,
Make it
very
as strong as
low.
possible with as much justification
Low
for
as
being
it goes.
able to use
I was
streaming during
picturing
Shabbat
last
as
night how
possible.
funny it'd be if you were Pippen and Joel, but his bald head was Jordan, and Jesse was Phil Jackson. But a man can only dream, you know what I mean?
Where you live, is it open up yet, or is it still locked down?
They have certain areas that have different levels of closed down, but yeah, it's never really been all the way closed down. We're one of those states that were last to hold on because we don't give a fuck about.
Damn right. Iowa is as American as it gets. The only restaurants there are Waffle Houses. Waffle Houses are open. Waffle Houses are open. They are the first restaurant across America to open. Meanwhile, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse accepting government money and close. How does any of this make any sense?
I love Waffle House.
I bet you do
I'm all over everything.
You have that place scattered, smothered, and covered without a doubt. Halloween, what do you...
places they say if you work there and you eat there a lot, you're probably immune to it, so that's why.
It's true. I'm a fucking huge Waffle House guy. People are always surprised when I tell them that. You're not, right? We always disagree. Brian and I have complete opposite
I grew up where the Waffle Houses were connected to strip bars, and so it was always considered like strip bar, like strip clubs. Like there was a strip club next to a Waffle House, like in 3 different places in Columbus.
Wow. For you called it heaven.
Heaven, right? But no, so I would only go there late at night, and I don't know. It's just compared to like the other places that were around. I never thought it was. I thought it was always greasy and gross. But it could be just the locations.
That was Allie McCoskey. Allie, it was one of the nights. I was trying to figure out which one of you guys it was, but we were in Arizona, and I'm like, I'm fucking hungry. You want to go to Waffle House? And he's like, ew, no, Waffle House is disgusting. It's like maybe you ever just lose like 6% of respect for somebody. Like, oh, you think not only do you not like Waffle House, you think it's disgusting.
It probably went both ways for Allie and for you.
Right.
She
She
thought
thought
you like
I like Waffle House. But I mean, it's all in what you get. Look, you go to the Waffle House, you don't get the fucking waffles.
You get the waffles, or you don't get the waffles.
You don't get the waffles. You get fucking hash browns, and you deck those bitches out like crazy. You get salsa in it. You get the fucking the cheese. What else is there? Onions. You need a menu. The onions for fucking sure.
Jalapenos.
Tortilla. You get crazy. All these jalapeno and tortilla references are making me miss Joel. I'm getting a little bit emotional. How about you? What's your one?
He's never on when I come on the show.
That is true. He is scared of you. What do you get when you go to Waffle House?
It's rare. We don't have it in Iowa. Hash browns.
Good news. There are now. They just built Waffle House. That's fun. Alla, what's something that is interesting about you that we haven't found out on your other appearances? Fun fact about Alla B.
I can make an announcement. I plan on coming out there the week of your birthday if the world opens back up by the end of the month.
June 8th?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely. That'll also be the
If there's coffee at the store,
I doubt it.
How long have we been doing this show? Like 7 years or 8 years?
Almost 7.
Well, very exciting. I hope that you make it. And we will see you then. I think everything will be over by then.
Jesus,
Thank God.
That's like 3 weeks from now. I doubt the comedy store's going to be open in 3 weeks.
No is the answer. Red Band is telling you to stay in Iowa, and he is announcing when the comedy store. You know, ever since you got that mosaic on your wall, it seems like you run the joint. Okay, Halloween, it was great to have you. Funny stuff as always. Can't wait to see you live in June, hopefully. The great Halloween, everybody.
Very exciting music to go in.
I don't belong here.
We know. Absolutely. So let's keep it moving. Let's get a stranger in here that we haven't met before. Those are always fun. And that is going to be the comedy stylings of a man named Andrew Wardle. Here's Andrew Wardle. All right. And here's some music. Here's Andrew Wardle, if you will.
What's up, guys? This is Andy, calling from Sicily in Italy. I'm actually from England. England conquered the world, all over the fucking place, pillaged and raped and shit. We found a place called Sri Lanka. We called it Ceylon because it was full of Ceylon tea trees. So we just fucking called it Ceylon. That's like calling, arriving in Thailand and calling it underage pussy. Or, going across the water to America and just calling it Fat Thumb Saros or something like that. You like that one? Yeah. So.
Wow. My goodness. Andrew Wardle. Incredible performance. If you like John Oliver masturbating in bed. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
pretty good.
Is that your real hair?
Dude, I don't know. Like, it's what's left of it. I'm hanging on to it.
I don't think so. I think you have, it appears to be an extreme abundance of hair. What is that? Oh, it is you have a little bit of a wig on. That's his hair. That's his corona hair. Oh, there's your forehead.
Yeah, if you peel it all the way back, it's really the end of it, you know? I'm just hanging on to that last hurrah.
So you're in England right now?
No, I'm in Sicily, Italy.
You really are in Sicily.
Yeah, I have a house here. I bought a house here.
Wow. What made you buy a house in Sicily?
I was on holiday with my wife, and she wanted to buy a house, so we bought a house here the next day.
Wait, you were just on a holiday? Don't you have to first live there before you can think about buying a house?
No, you can just buy houses here and then apply to live here after. But I don't actually live here. I live in China. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's my favorite places.
Some illegal wet stuff going on with this guy, probably. Wet stuff. For sure. That's what I thought when I saw him. I'm like, there's some wet stuff going on here. So, did you already have Corona?
No, but Corona just Johnson up there. I just thought she looks like if Blanca from Street Fighter got the coronavirus. I don't know about you.
Do you want Corona?
I'll take it.
I would love to get in there, have it in the body. Just own it.
I love it. What a sense of humor the coronavirus has. So Andrew, what do you do for work?
I'm a teacher. That's why I teach in China, and I'm stuck in Italy right now because I was on vacation in my holiday home, and then we couldn't go back to China. We thought, oh, we're safe. We're safe from this shit, and then it kind of followed us to Italy and started.
Jesus Christ! My God, very hairy situation going on. You should have definitely got it. Yeah, you should have gotten it. Especially since all that wet stuff. Huh?
I left the house twice. They locked that shit down like pretty soon over here for a long time. So, yeah. Fingers crossed.
Absolutely. What does your wife do?
She's also a teacher. She teaches at the same school as me.
English, right? Did I ask you that already? You teach English?
Yeah.
Yeah, you both do?
Yeah.
What an easy fucking gig that is, huh? We teach English, because we know that. We know that for sure.
It's an in, you know? You just start talking to people like you're hired.
What's your favorite thing about Sicily?
The oranges and the wine.
A lot of wine there, right? A lot of wine at a good price?
So much wine. I'm definitely an alcoholic, and there's nothing else to do other than drink wine. Just bottles and bottles littering the house. You know?
Right? Typical English teacher shit right there. Making yourself crazy because you have a job that's easy and doesn't really satisfy you at all.
Well, we can teach it from here to my kids in China, so I'm pretty lucky that I still get to work, I guess.
Oh, that's great. Heck yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm just sat there with, my pajamas on, half in bed, just telling them, say this sentence, say that, you'll be fine. See you next day, see you tomorrow or something.
You put any festive backgrounds behind you while you teach them?
I do tend to present myself on the beach or someplace exotic. They feel jealous that we're still stuck in China and I'm in Sicily and Italy.
You ever do stand-up comedy before, Andrew?
No, first time. Well, kind of first time.
They do stand-up in Sicily? How long have you lived there?
Well, I live here in the summers. In a small town, so there's not much comedy going on over here. But there is comedy in China. A few people have popped up over there.
think Ari Shafi was there. I think getting catch him. I think he, goes around a few times. Tunes a few comedians in Beijing.
Yeah. I want to go there so bad. I want to try that Asian tour with all the Asian countries.
China's very fun.
Yeah, for sure. You love traveling. International trips. This guy loves it.
Yeah.
That's fun. What else, Andrew? What's a fun fact about you that we would be surprised to know? You know any magic tricks or anything?
No, I'm a guitarist. I play metal. That's my skill, I guess.
Oh, wow. That's surprising.
What kind of metal? Bronze?
Bubonic plague.
Heavy
metal. Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a band before?
Yeah, on and off. Nothing of note. But kind of like, friend bands kind of stuff. Every 10 years I some YouTube videos and stuff. But,
What was the name of your band?
it's so bad. Yeah, I remember the band before I went to Asia. I've been in Asia for 10 years. Carrying about.
Oh, Asia's a very popular band.
the most popular. But no, there's if you're a white guy who plays guitar in Beijing, you play like a couple of times and you get paid pretty well just to play. Chinese people want to see white people on stage playing, anything. And they go crazy.
Oh, this guy know how to rock and roll. This guy rock and roll like an American now. England and America have an Mr. Rock and Roll. That was Tony Hitchcock.
That's it.
That's me. That's me.
Have you checked out Baby Metal?
Checked out Baby Metal. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. What's your, you have any special moves in the bedroom? This episode's sponsored by Blue Chew. You seem like the kind of guy that's into some kinky shit. You have your hair pulled over your eyeballs. I like to think that, the carpets match the drapes. Does your hair cover your entire dick and balls?
I did shave recently, a couple of days ago. But no, there's my wife got this face massager a couple of days ago, and she thought it'd be, she used it once on the face and was like, this has to have some kind of better, more, efficient purpose. And so she was giving me a blowjob, and she says, let's get the face massager going on, and just kind of put it on the balls, not in the ass, just maybe around the asshole a little bit, mainly on the balls. And I wasn't opposed to it. It was
Weren't opposed to it.
I like how he started off with first saying, not an ass at all.
Right.
And then it quickly became closer to the ass. And then it was like, well, one fistful.
Yeah.
I've never been a fan of the vibration anywhere near the dick or the balls. Have you ever tried that? Like, I've tried something similar, like fucking the girl while the dildo's like in her ass. And just any kind of vibration.
In her ass?
Yeah.
What's an Asian accent with your butt?
That's Tony Hinchcliffe.
We're gonna work our way up to that.
Wow, has she said that? Has she said, I want to pay you, Andrew?
Yes, when he gave her a letter and said, read this. I want to beg you. Oh,
you do? Great. Here's the strap on it.
yeah.
I have 3 requests for this marriage to work. Number 1 is pay me, please.
Yes. Number 2.
No, she has expressed something after finding out what it is. And thought, that might be quite small. But if she's considering, high pleasure in that matter, it's a quite invasive idea.
Yes, indeed. Having things shoved up your butt would be considered invasive, to say the least. Can you say something in Chinese for us?
Yo, Miss Aquarius, how are you?
How are you?
I'm lovely. Are you ready?
I get by with charades.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, go.
That is incredible. Let's ask someone who's actually spent a lot of time in China. Coronavirus. Can you
Miss Aquarius, we talked in the morning and then I fell asleep and I slept all day. So my hours are a little reversed, but that's okay.
Well, guess what? No calories. I am very
They're ready. Nice mountains are ready for the wedding.
Excellent, Mr. Aquarius. Yay for you.
So I'm doing good. So I don't think I'm gonna have fruit. No more candy. I think I'm just gonna substitute. Because I'm gonna keep chewing my gum. I'm just gonna have fruit and stuff like that. I got it, I'm doing good. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Floss and brushing my teeth. I'm doing good. Keep it up.
That's excellent. Okay.
I have a great hiking. You can see me coaching me, so you see me doing good.
Have you been going to your dentist a long time?
Yeah. Yeah. I've known for a long time. But my dentist, my dentist, Dr. Bruno, he passed away, so now we got Dr. Chapman. But she don't be there, so they got some other doctors, But I got a great hygienist. I've been with her for years, yeah. So, she's been coaching me and just, she's been doing a great job. She's been coaching me, so. She told me to stay off the sending me candy. So, yeah, I only did it one time. So she said, nope, just keep chewing your gum. I said, okay. She said, every day sugar free, do not have it. I said, yes, ma'am.
Okie doke.
I'm ready, where is it? I don't see it. There you go. Somebody said, I thought I was tripping for a minute. I thought the bone thing was tripping. Yeah. See? It was tripping. It was tripping. Go, Rabbi, go. Strike it, Rabbi. Let's go, Rabbi, strike.
No doubt.
There you go. There it was.
Yay.
You probably get section with any redheaded guy, right? You probably get that all the time.
Difficult split.
Yeah, but seriously, why did you shoot that guy that was just jogging?
I don't like
No.
blacks.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
you
is
got
your friend
me.
there this week?
He's not. He's
Hey,
actually no
Rabbi.
longer with us.
Doing
Oh,
that.
wow.
Nope.
What happened to him? You go for a jog?
You got these four. I believe in you.
Oh, no doubt, Mr. Aquarius.
Nissan Altima.
Easy peasy. Oh, come on. Garbage.
I know, right? Yes.
Pulled us over and yes, shot him. So Ward's no longer with us anymore. He's a really great friend, great guy. I miss him. Out there by myself.
Incredible. That gunshot happened and a different version of you popped up on the screen. I don't know if
Almost.
people
Come
saw
on.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. William, that Adderall joke is unbelievable. That's one of those fucking 1 in a million one-liners. That is
Give me
just
this.
absolutely incredible.
Oh, come on.
This got one. They should knock that one down.
He's writing all my jokes now.
I love that. Mr. Montgomery.
Yeah, how are y'all doing? I sure missed y'all.
Yeah, but mine.
You should have got that one too. All those pins went
Oh, you have to go
invisible.
back to the storage facility? That seems like one of the more essential jobs that would be happening. Are you sure they didn't just
There you go. All right.
move
Nice.
on without you, without telling you?
No, I'm still employed.
Come on, Rabbi, let's go.
A month and a half, which I loved. But yeah, I gotta go back. It's only maybe this Friday, but I might turn it to next Friday just because I'm
Give me this.
not having to go up there.
Ooh.
Well, two of my favorite movies mentioned there, Friday and next Friday. Perhaps even the Friday after next would be the one that you actually show up to work. That's fun. How's your girlfriend that beats you doing? How's that going for you?
It's been good. Still been hanging. I'm at her grandparents' place in Reseda right now. I've pretty much been living over here.
No.
The bubonic plague has something.
In this time period, you let the woman strike you? Yes, it's weird. Yeah, sort of somewhat of a pussy in bed.
Yeah, Rabbi, you got it.
No doubt.
Just the
Yay.
whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Right.
We're working through. Yeah.
Yeah, you win, I win.
I win, you win.
Oh,
You and I win.
before the pandemic.
Reload.
Yes, we go there all the time.
Reload.
Why? What would you do at the mall?
Reload.
Go to the Orange Julius stand.
Yeah, do what?
Get Orange Julius's. Get pizza.
That's incredible. You had a joke about a prostitute, which reminds me, I didn't mention at the top of the episode that we
Nice spare.
still believe that Manolo will be joining us at the end of this episode. We last week booked the deal in which he would write a minute for a real-life Mexican prostitute. We're going to see how this goes. Fingers are crossed all the way.
Give me this.
That everything
Are you
goes
serious?
Goes well
Garbage.
That's coming out at the end of this episode. What do you think about that, William? Have you ever met a Mexican prostitute before?
No. Have you ever had a prostitute in general, or like any hand jobs from a massage parlor or anything? Yeah, there was a nice black lady named Imogene in Memphis who I used to pay for hand jobs. She's actually no longer with us.
What happened to her?
She died, I think, of complications from strep throat.
Oh, she was giving blowjobs too, obviously.
Yeah, strep throat.
Ooh, here comes the bod. Look at that.
I've been walking a bunch, y'all. I'm super fit now.
Yeah, looks like it. You look fucking
Hey,
great.
There's a strike.
My era, yes.
thank you. What did I match me?
Oh no.
Back in Tennessee.
You're doing good. It was my mom's birthday the day before Mother's Day. We had a good long conversation with Frances. She's doing well. Yeah, they're all doing well.
How far do they live from Nashville?
Memphis is like a 3-hour drive. Yeah. But yeah, they're all good.
If they want to come see, Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan at the end of September, I'd be happy to throw them on my guest list.
Cool, well, I'll let them know. They're totally free. All right. This will be fun. Well, as always, I miss y'all. I wonder when all this will start back up at the comedy store. I have no idea.
Give it to me.
Boo!
It's over, Miss Aquarius.
William? Oh, who's that? Who's that? What
Here you go.
Come on, stop. This is my grandfather.
Wow. I can't believe you're quarantined with elderly people at this time.
What a spare.
It has been quite the situation. It's been alright.
I love that the one person that even we won't allow in studio is quarantining with elderly people.
You're still rocking.
And random black guys.
Beautiful.
Whenever they want to come hang out.
What a big score. She puts it out of reach. It's out of reach, Miss Aquarius. I can't get that.
My friend's gonna come over. So, well, don't let him in the house.
That's why you're on the patio. Now it all makes sense. All right, William, we love you very much. We miss you. We'll talk to you soon. There he goes, the great William.
There we go.
Yes.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win.
Yeah.
Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated body and friendship. Yay! Yay!
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Good job to you too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. You win, I win.
I win, you win.
I like it when you win.
Same here.
But it don't matter. When you win, I win too, right?
That's correct, madam.
Hey, I'm here.
Excellent.
Just got with JC. I know he might be coming back. Okay. See you later. See you in the morning, okay?
Sweet dreams to you, God willing.
Sweet dreams, God willing. I'm trying to get you some sleep.
Oh, I'll be up all night, Miss Aquarius.
Okay, yeah, because you went to sleep then you earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Eva Lacey. Hey. Think about it every night and day. Yeah. Spend my weekends fly away. Eva Lacey, ladies and gentlemen. Eva Lacey. Hi, Eva.
Hi.
How are you?
Thank you.
It is absolutely incredible. Normally, Red Band's being frightening, but he actually took the words out of my mouth on that one. That was the next thing I was going to say. That is an incredible smile. Is those your real teeth? Teeth that look that good are normally like someone had them smashed out with a baseball bat as a kid or something like that. Like to have unbelievably white, perfect teeth take some type of like tragic accident in the teen years.
Well, she only had one of them, so that's pretty good.
What do you have one what?
She had one of her teeth.
Oh, that's it? Those really are real, huh? It's fucking incredible. Unbelievable. All right, Eva, so let's jump right into it. Where are you at?
San Jose.
Oh, nice. Heck yeah. I love San Jose. Beautiful place, the home of the great San Jose Improv. You've been there, right, Bubonic Plague? Eva, you ever do stand-up comedy before?
Yeah, I just started in January.
Awesome. Yeah. You had good structure to your set. I love the bathroom R. Kelly segue and things like that. It showed that big difference from Andrew Wardle, who just really sucked it up from Sicily. You know what I mean? That guy just all winoed out. It was refreshing to have you do jokes.
Terrible smile as well.
Yes, not nearly as easy on the eyes. The great Eva Lacey. Eva, what do you do for work?
Well, I got laid off, but I was a greeter.
The greeter, like at Walmart?
No. At a restaurant.
Oh, okay. Cool. Heck yeah, much less special needsy job than a greeter at Walmart.
What's the meanest thing you've ever said to someone when you greeted them?
Oh, no. I don't know. Like, there's going to be a bit of a wait. Sorry.
You are a mean witch.
You brought up something interesting, women calling men daddy in bed. That has always frightened me.
I hate that so
Yeah.
much. I love it.
You do? Do you really? Is that true? Is this a real... Is this bubonic plague or a little bit
So
of
your mom, your wife says daddy in bed?
Yes, my plague wife says daddy.
No, it's creepy. I mean, especially when it's not even like the sex daddy, where it almost sounds like it's real, like there's something real behind it.
Yeah, and like, don't get it. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Very good, bubonic. It's always something great when you're, maybe having a one-night stand and you're like, oh, this chick's damaged or dirty. Like, that's always fun. But there's something about the daddy thing where it's the opposite. Like, it's a sad kind of dirty and disappointing. Like, it's like, oh, daddy. Like, of all the things, like, that's almost basically a safe word for me. Like, it's just, like, you're reminding me that I didn't have a dad in my childhood. Like, lady, you're not the only one with daddy issues here.
Ooh, daddy, you didn't have one. Yeah.
It almost forces you to like play along too. Like, did you do your homework and shit like that? And then it just gets stupid.
Wait, what?
It's like if you say,
Hey, pardon? What's up?
Eva, you have a boyfriend?
Yeah, I just started.
Oh, wow, during the quarantine?
Yeah, like
Wow, look at you. Danger. How'd you guys end up hooking up on a dating site or something?
Yeah.
Wow, and then your first date, what was that like? How did that go down?
Well, it was actually really cool because like the parks weren't officially closed yet, so like I went and like I'm a good person, so I went to a PA and they're like, oh, it's free, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Did you met him at the park? Okay. Is this a white guy or a black guy?
He happens to be white.
Hey, look at that! Play some music or something. That's our race. It's a big deal when we we get a beautiful black woman to join our demented side of things.
This is very awkward.
Bubonic, it's a comedy show you're on. The awkwardness, you're dressed like a play.
So how many dates did you wait until you gave that up?
Oh, Jesus, ew. Red Man makes anything disgusting.
Yeah.
Until you gave it up.
That's maybe why she has a nice smile right now.
What?
Oh, God, just stop.
My family is listening in. We're actually celebrating.
Is that true?
You celebrate a lot.
Is that true? No, you're fucking with us, right? Right. Interesting. What does he do for work?
She not only eats.
There you go. Yes, I know never mind. Very good. What does he do for work?
Is it ice cream? Wait, what?
No. IT.
Cool.
Oh, wow. Really?
She lives in San Jose. Everyone's IT.
Oh, that's right. Interesting. How about your past dating life? Was it mostly white guys or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
So you've got a Hillary from Fresh Prince complex.
I guess you could say so.
They had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air during the Bonnie play?
Like I said, I am the Black Death. I know all culture.
Wow. I love it. You have any special skills or talents, Eva? No? Sure? You're not like the Masked Singer or anything like that?
I wish.
What do you like to do for fun? Hobbies or anything?
I journal like a lot.
Oh.
Like I'm just writing.
What do you normally write about?
To be honest, I just like write about my day or like short stories, a lot of comedy bits and stuff like that.
Love it. I love that.
Isn't that right in my journal? This many people died today.
Where do you keep your journal? In the what?
In the sewer.
In the sewers. Oh my goodness. Bubonic, you are.
He actually does write in his journal every single day. I've seen him.
It's true.
Write. Like, you have books and books, don't you? You've been doing it. How long have you been doing it for? Since I moved to LA 11 years ago. Wow.
It's true. I've seen it. It's up to some flights back from some cities. I have fallen asleep on a flight, and Jeremiah will be journaling, and I will wake up 4 hours later, and sometimes he's still journaling. It's very interesting.
I would love to get my hands on this journal.
I swear to God, the second I can get away from Tony and Red Band, I'm going to never talk to them again.
Oh, you own a company.
I do. All right, Eva, so much fun. Such a great interview. Such a positive aura of energy you are. And track us down, and we'll get you into the, if you can make it to Sacramento when we're up there, we'll throw you and your white boyfriend on the guest list, and maybe it's that white boyfriend. Maybe you'll even have a new white boyfriend. By the time we make it to Sacramento. But we'll get you into that show. Just remind us. And we'll get you in. Eva Lacey, everybody. She is the great Eva Lacey. Thank you, Eva. She's Eva Lacey, Lacey, on social media. William is William.F.Montgomery1. Halloween is at Halloween, Aloemean. All right, here we go. Another complete stranger. Anything can happen. This is a minute of comedy by Matt Markman.
looking for a film. He said, "What's it?" I said, "Autoerotic asphyxiation." So go to like a nice bar in Nordstrom. Got a beautiful Italian leather belt. Just sign it on around your waist. Get it up around your neck. Just look on their face. They will lose their shit. Just look in the mirror like, that's get better. Those was blue. We also saw this stuff at the grocery store called My Monster Spray. What you do is you give your kid, he sprays it under the bed, sprays it in the closet. It's unbelievable protection from the boogeyman. And that's great, but when I was growing up, I would have bought a case of Miser on the spray. And I think my wife is a these little things that she throws the football, she throws it perfect spiral like Drew Brees. And something she said the other day, while I was sucking it in, she just,
Hey. Fuck yeah.
hey.
Absolutely noodly. Love that song. Matt Markman is here. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm good.
I love it. Where are we talking to you from? Where are you at?
So right now I'm in RV in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Oh, awesome. I fucking love RVs. You driving around a lot, or are you mostly stationed out of Mississippi?
So I've been doing comedy in Vegas for like 16 years, and in February I quit my job and bought an RV, and me and my wife and my 5-year-old went on a 6-month tour across the U.S. to do comedy.
Fucking love it. Love it. I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with that idea. I'm obsessed with that style of fucking living. I mean, that is just absolutely fucking awesome. I once lived in an RV. A little fun fact, fresh out of high school, my brother and I both lived in an RV in Burbank, California, very close to where Death Squad Studios is and where Red Band lives. And that was my initial contact with California. We lived in an RV that we actually paid a house owner money to park it in their driveway. It was fucking awesome. It was one of the most fun times of my life. I was 19 years old, and it was a dream. Eventually, we ended up breaking that RV. We drove it over the Santa Monica Mountains and blew out the engine. Yeah, back then, this goes to show how technologically advanced we were in 2004. But we had a paper map, and we saw that the shortest distance to this party that was at basically Malibu Beach was this one route, but you couldn't see the elevation on this paper map. So we took a 29-foot RV over these hills. This is also the closest to death I've ever been. I don't know if I ever talked about this on the show. My brother, who is the least spiritual man that I know, swears that the brakes weren't working on this RV when we were coming down the other side, and that it was an absolute, like, some external force saved us from going over the edge. Like, it didn't make any scientific sense. We ended up blowing out the engine. The next day we found out about the blown out engine. We didn't even know because it sort of like sustained and then spilled its coolant everywhere when we got there. I'm trying to make this long story as short as possible.
Include the idea that it could be 1 in 7 or 84
that is used to tow 29-foot RVs. Ended up saying that it doesn't make any scientific sense that this
3% or 14.7% or whatever it is. That's an important statistic that I want the reader to know, even if we have to do it gently.
Up there that's super powered, multiple wheels and all that. So RVs bring up, I have a fun history with RVs, and some of the best, I don't think people realize how fucking amazing great RVs are. I guess you can actually tell right now because you look like you're in one of the best kitchen setups that we've seen out of all of these quarantine episodes, and you're also the only person in an RV.
Wow, yeah, it's pretty dope. We bought it in 2003, but my wife wouldn't take it the way it was. Like all these cabinets were like brown. We had to repaint everything, backsplash. That was nice.
I mean, like, you're the only person out of all these quarantine episodes that I am actually jealous of their setup.
Yeah. I've always wanted to do that. I've always wanted to get one of those silver air screens or whatever they're called.
I mean, I've looked it up multiple times. You know, that's the thing is sort of just like, really the only thing truly keeping me completely in Los Angeles is podcasts and, Comedy Store Dream, getting so many spots there. But But if that place ever
I don't see the 14.7% and 84.3%. I want to see that. That's important.
Right, for sure.
Or whatever it is, whatever the percentages are. 1 out of 7. Say that is an uncertainty that should not be dismissed, even though it may not be along the Zora or tradition or whatever. There is some uncertainty, especially with the missing years.
Arizona?
So those were some of the last shows, yeah.
Yeah.
So I actually met Matt for the first time in that right before all this started. And yeah, it was awesome. I just want to make sure I wasn't COVID setting up.
Right. Fuck yeah.
Where are you parked right now? Like what city? So I'm in Hattie, but my brother-in-law is here. He's got a big piece of land. So I'm like a couple feet from pool. I'm not doing bad right now, honestly. I'm having a pretty good, relaxing run right now, but
yeah,
it's working out.
For sure. But having an RV does cost money. So you like saved up for that? You have a bunch budgeted?
We got some money put aside, so it kind of worked out. My wife worked at a casino that closed, the Hard Rock, and they're becoming virgin.
Yeah.
So she actually got laid off, so she was already on unemployment. So, and then I had some money put aside, and I hated my job. I used to work in a pharmacy, and I was done.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
What did you do? What did you do at the pharmacy?
I was a technician. I'm quite the high-paid one.
We also include that what the punishments are for celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day. They're very strict. Say what they are in the Talmud, just for the reader's knowledge, that it's important to know.
I can only imagine how shitty that job is right now. God loves the pharmacy when I was writing for it. I can't imagine it working now.
So stand-up comedy-wise, what is your 16 years, you said, right?
Yeah. Basically just stayed in Vegas. I didn't want to go anywhere. Vegas is nice. You know, every night.
Right.
Same house, and I like that.
Any highlights or lowlights in your 16-year career?
I got to work with a lot of great people that when I was setting this tour up, I was able to get a lot of people up and get vouched for a lot of
Yes, you can integrate it, but you don't have to give the full essay right now. Now we're going to move on to the next biggest weakness. Please provide it for me and we'll work through it.
So I just wanted to branch out. It was 3 weeks was a blast. I had a great time at the store, Arizona. The last place I was Denver when all this hit. My buddy Brant Tober was getting me up at the one in Denver. Whoever it was right now. Yeah. Which was amazing. I had a bunch of other spots up there, and all the shit hit the fan, so we drove to Austin because it was a big snowstorm coming, and we had friends there, so we stayed there for a month, and then drove here 2 weeks ago. Kind of waiting for it to blow over.
Oh, it's the lights. So fun. I love every part of that type of living. The fun that can happen there. I mean, you guys know every October I drive I'm the happiest guy. I drive everybody in a big one of those econo vans, a big one, 16-person Mercedes, fucking crazy van for Kiltony Mania every year. But the real dream, obviously, way down the road, is to have something like that, get to lug everybody around in a fucking fun apartment like that.
And it's cool to have like all your stuff.
We're going to do both, but you could say that there might be some changes that could be made in the normal Shabbat preparations, like having a timer that changes your Wi-Fi IP address so that you're not doing anything if you're searching the internet on your normal Wi-Fi, or changing your phone over to airplane mode. That changes weekday activities to a different thing.
Matt, before we let you go, any fun facts about you?
And additionally,
Honestly, I started comedy, for horrible social anxiety. I was trying to be a firefighter, and I had to drop out of the academy because I was growing up at the academy with anxiety so bad.
well, let's just take it from there.
I
did comedy as like a last ditch effort to try and overcome anxiety. And like the day I had to perform, I was like throwing up all day. Just doing less and less throughout the years, and now I can get normal. Pretty cool, something awesome. I used to have that too. Like just horrible stomach pains. Especially since when I first started, Rogan used to always put me up in front of like sold out shows. And that's like thousands of people. And so I would go into the green room afterwards, just holding my stomach in pain. This happened like for years. But now it doesn't bother me at all. But yeah, I get it, man. It's because I was always like a nervous person growing up, a shy person. So like me going in front of people, that seems ridiculous. But now it's you conquered it for sure. It certainly looks like getting in front of people. Certainly looks like you haven't thrown up in a few years. Yeah, I should probably suck it to that. I've built up. All right, Matt. Fun times, man, and a great story. I love you talking about that, getting over your anxiety. Matt Markman, everybody. He's on Instagram, a comedian. Matt Markman, all one word. Twitter, Matt Markman, all one word. There he is, Matt Markman. It's a mad, mad world, and we are joined by super regular and roast joke writing icon, the great David Lucas, everyone. What's up, David?
What up, dog? What's that song that music?
It's been sad all night.
Jesus Christ, bro. One of y'all, man, Jesse, you look like Shrek's side bitch. And Jeremiah looked like an Armenian avatar.
Alright, well, can you make the argument that if your computer is already on,
I keep thinking every time I look at
then
Jetski, you look exactly
typing over it doesn't write anything, doesn't make a mark, it's all digital. So the system is already running, and you can make the argument that the action is actually, if you want to make the argument like plugging in the system and turning it on, the physical aspect of that. Once the system is on, it's already on. It's in ways similar to a black. And I understand that you want to say that typing is a direct action, but you could say that in its own way could be indirect, like typing a button is indirect, making something change on a computer screen. It's indirect. You're not actually forcing something on a computer screen. It's like a bunch of systems that have to be done for it to make a change.
I'm so obsessed with Beetlejuice now, I want to figure this out. Sorry, David, we're going to get back to that show. Now it's fucking with me. It's fucking with me now more that I saw that. There it is. That's what's taken up. Yeah, when they first check into the afterlife.
Yeah, there's a lot of strains that are really similar to me and Dead.
That movie is so fucking unbelievable. All those people kill themselves. You look in the when they are in the dead part, that part, purgatory part. All the employees that have to work in the afterlife all kill themselves. That's the punishment. Imagine that. Going there and seeing Brody when you first have to check in for dying. I messed up big time. How I'm stuck in purgatory.
You got it.
So, David, how are these outdoor shows going for you?
So it's cool because they stay in the car.
My first one. Yeah, everybody stays in their cars. I mean, some people outside their cars, but they have it hooked up to where the people in their cars can turn it to.
Continue from the previous chat, please.
Okay.
Instead of like.
Now you've got my attention. It's like a real drive-in.
Yeah, clubs are doing it too in Arizona. Like big clubs.
Pull your microphone. Your microphone's rubbing up against your breast.
They would have.
Use the argument if possible that due to quantum physics, we never actually touch anything. Like, even as closely as your fingers move to touch something, they don't actually ever touch it. You don't ever actually touch anything.
Hey, come on!
Well,
Me and Tony were on live this past weekend for like a good 20-30 minutes.
It's true. David roasts people nightly. Anybody who makes fun of people on Instagram Live, I tune in and join in on the comments. This is true for Jeff Ross's Insta roast, David Lucas's nightly roast, and Andrew Schultz's Corona's Got Talent. I can't help myself. That's my equivalent of sitting in the back of the OR late night heckling Don Barris. No, I ran into this week. I saw that. I drove up to the Comedy Store just because I had to kill 20 minutes. I'm like, I'm going to go stare at the building for 10 minutes because that's how obsessed with the Comedy Store I am. And it was my first time there in a month or two. And 40 seconds after I pulled in, Don Barris pulls in behind me and we hang out for 20 minutes. It was so cool. Unbelievable coincidence and timing and the fucking weird Comedy Store gods pulling us together. We laughed about it tremendously. What the fuck were we just talking about?
Outside shooting.
That's right. The drive-in. It was so cool.
Bro.
That's a big parking lot for it, Austin.
Yeah, man. And the fucking police officer, lo and behold, when the black guy's on stage, the police officer pulled up and he's like, "You better be funny."
Oh, that's cool.
So I just started roasting his ass.
That was in Burbank?
That was in Burbank. I told him, I said, nobody respects Burbank police. Y'all ain't killed nobody yet.
Right. Dude,
Y'all ain't got nobody up.
From my understanding and my past experience, Burbank police are some of the fucking tightest, worst, meanest. They give tickets for cigarette smoking when that first started, which is like the equivalent of modern day, like walking on the sidewalk and taking off your mask for a second and getting tackled.
I don't mind, but at least I won't leave dead.
They once took my buddy away for the night. They put him in jail. My buddy that won The Price is Right. During that visit, after he won The Price is Right, he was here for a couple more nights, and he got sent to their local jail for a night because he had a theatrical sword, much more theatrical than even this one. And the Burbank police said that even though it's not an actual sword, it could scare people into thinking it's a sword. And it was in the trunk, by the way. You had to search the trunk to find it.
You even have it out?
Correct. Yes.
What the fuck?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, bro. That's when those people in Burbank act like that, dog.
Yeah. Rough times there. Two of the whitest guys you've ever seen in your life. That's crazy. You don't ever see videos of that, right? You don't see videos of the most boring videos in the world. White guys getting arrested for shit that is ridiculous.
It's no fun.
Maybe we need to post more of those so that everybody feels like it's equal. Is that weird?
There's not a racist bone in Tony's body unless he get hit from the back.
Oh, come on. Son of a bitch. I do not
Rewrite
make
the
sense
essay
of
with
racist
these
men.
changes that
Sure
we've
they're not
discussed.
racist before they get up in this sweet
Please.
candle ass. David, what else is shaking? Anything else fun? You still losing weight, or you give up on that yet?
Nah, bro. I mean, exercise keeping me sane, dog. I'm aiming to be under 300 by this summer. I won't know, but I'll know, if that makes sense.
It can happen. I believe it.
I was in a 2XL shirt on the podcast like 2 weeks ago. It was a little snug, but at least I was in that motherfucker.
Oh, that's small, right?
Huh? I wear 3X, dog.
Wow. That triple X. Pretty cool. Diesel.
That Diesel got shit on me, dog.
Wait, you could fight Vin Diesel and win?
Bruh, I ain't gonna say that because people might take it the wrong way, bruh, but ain't no pump.
Whoa, wait a second. This is very exciting. Everybody is standing up right now. They are very excited. Is this a challenge, perhaps, that you're putting out for Vin Diesel when the quarantine is over? You're saying street fight?
When I get around the weight of 275, I'll get in the ring 3 rounds with anybody.
Wow. This is exciting news.
Louis J. Gomez just caved in his pants on the way to the East Coast.
If Louis J. Gomez it's just like fun. Like I like fighting for a sport, not like I hate you. You know what I'm saying? But like just like we put on the proper headgear and stuff. And I was going anyway.
Fuck yeah, you're like Mike
As long as we're
Chicken.
not shit. Let me see if I can get a comeback. You're like
Evander Holyfield of potatoes.
He's like George likes more men.
Hey,
He's like Vince Greenfield.
okay, now you need to shut your ass up.
I'll take it.
Hey, Jetski.
It counts.
Hey, Jetski over there looking like the fake green foam they put in artificial flowers.
hey, like that. That's the thing you remind me of.
Yeah, you dumb wench.
What made you think of
Hey, what
that?
you got on your shirt?
Oh, these
Oh,
are
that's
my
on my brain alert, right?
Those are molecules.
I can't believe you brought me art.
Hell yeah.
All right, David,
You
we
look
love
like
you.
an intergalactic UPS delivery driver.
Not sir.
Hell yeah.
There he is, David Lucas. We love you. Watch him on Instagram. Nightly roasting people. David Lucas, funny, all one word. Hilarious guy. Yeah. And up next, you guys can just keep playing if you want. I'll just keep introducing the next guy. Coming up next, a stranger, yet again, goes by the name of Dustin. So here we go. Here's a minute from Dustin.
Yeah.
Dustin.
Jump right in. These people are lazy, aren't they? There go calling people again. Mannequins, more like mannequins, am I right? Fucking dummies. Last time I checked, most of these freeloaders are just standing around, taking up space. Some of them dress pretty well, I guess, but none of it really fits me the same. Mannequin walks into a bar. Can I finish it? Okay, thanks.
I love it. I love it. Amazing. Just amazing. I can say without any doubt, one of my favorite sets of this entire quarantine. You put it all together there, and the cutbacks to the mannequins were amazing. And you paid homage to all the buffoons that we've had on this show in the past that have not known what to do with the mic stand and didn't know they were going to get picked. I love that. Dustin, how are you, my man?
Doing all right.
Good. Where are you at?
I'm in Birmingham, Alabama.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they had people that had boatloads of common sense in Birmingham, Alabama. You born and raised there?
Pretty much. I moved around like 3 or 4, so yeah.
Okay. What do your parents do? What do your parents do for work?
My mom is retired, and I don't have a clue what my dad does for work right now. Kind of a gone Italian connecting with there. He is somewhere, not around. Yeah.
Okay.
He's in waste management.
Yeah, we might have the same father actually. We might be brothers, Dustin. Has he been known as Joe? Has he ever been referred to as Joey Slaps?
That's a real story. It's a real story.
One day, we'll be able to cover all of this. Why so many mannequins? Is there a reason?
Okay, yeah. Buddy of mine and I own a business. We do merch and things, so we have those to like dress up when we set up. We also do videography, animation, and shit. So hence being able to actually cut and do stuff that wasn't super shit.
Fuck yeah. Love that. Looks like a goddamn Death Squad podcast here. Steve-O really was going to do to that mannequin if he got his hands on it. I don't think he would have exploded it. He probably would have.
He said that he was going to blow it up with fireworks. Yeah, I was going to blow it already, dude. Yeah. Dude, I was about to suck a mannequin's dick. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Oh, Steve-O. I love it. You got a girlfriend out there, Dustin?
I do not have a girlfriend.
I'm wondering, dude.
Have you ever dated a mannequin before?
Good question, Steve-O. Have you ever taken one on a date?
I haven't fucked any of the mannequins. I did leave the woman that gets out for a red band to look at while
I like it. You know, Amazon has sexy mannequins you can buy for pretty cheap, and like one with like bigger boobs and bigger butts and stuff like that. You ever need a sexy mannequin?
Dude, why are you searching for that?
You know, I have like 10 sexy mannequins. So Alabama girls, let's talk about it. They get pregnant very easily. What are your thoughts about
Smothered and covered.
Alabama women?
I mean, hit or miss. Some are good, some aren't. Just like, yeah.
Birmingham, they have a stand-up live there? Is that right? Or is that in Huntsville?
There's not. There's the Stardome here in Denver. We don't have like a real central thing for comedy in Birmingham. I think there's probably somebody here right now that does comedy somewhere that's like really physically saying that, and I just don't know if it's underground.
Did you vote for president in the last election?
Yes.
Who'd you vote for?
Yes, I did. I'm going to talk about this. Yes.
Yeah, you're from Alabama. I think we all pretty much know.
I didn't vote for your boy, yes.
You vote for Hillary?
I did.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
We have losers. We have losers. We have people that are morally corrupt. We have people that are selling this country down the drain.
He's absolutely correct. That is the president that led us to the greatest economy in American history till a
little blemish of coronavirus.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You must have been that one guy. I always wondered who was the one guy in Alabama that voted for Hillary. That's incredible. So that's fun. Dustin, you live by yourself there?
I've got a roommate. He's at his girlfriend most of the time. So
is it a real person or is it a mannequin?
It is. I have my business partner.
So a lot of masturbating going on over there. What's your favorite type of porn? What's the type of porn that you look at that you're into, perhaps maybe only as of late?
There's nothing special on
Here, I'll go first. I have a new one, guys. I have a new one as of this past week that I got into for a second, and I found really interesting. Maybe we could open up dialogue here like we do sometimes. I found a type of porn called Take the Condom Off porn. You know about this? So this is when Gage is laughing. Gage is a tastemaker, by the way. He didn't tell me about this, but if Gage likes something, it's a sign that it's coming, right? He's the one that told me about Jim Can't Swim, which I mentioned on Rogan this past week, and I get tweeted at every 10 minutes someone saying, "Fucking thanks for getting me addicted to Jim Can't Swim." Anyway, Take the Condom Off porn. Is when they start with a condom and then the girl says, "Take the condom off." Why do you like that? It seems like unnecessary. It is, I must say, that the shocking thing that's interesting about this is that there's something that is hotter about it than if they start without a condom on. Oh, because it's illegal. You would no. It's not like I'm taking the condom off without her permission, Red Band. No. You can have porn.
He's talking about the filth level, the feeling that you get.
You have to have a condom on porn. No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Condoms, so
No, you don't.
going on.
In some states you do, but not in all states. Most of the states in which porn is filmed. That's why 95% of porn doesn't have condoms on it. I don't think porn stars are really the law-abiding citizens you think they are.
Well, they have to get tested, and they,
Right.
they still get fined. I have a group of porn that I found out that you don't ever want to watch. You might like it, but I don't think anyone else.
What is it?
Because I was looking up to see if they still make those real dolls. Remember those real dolls? I was like, I wonder if they still make them, if they're better looking now. I wonder how much they are. And then I went on.
I wonder how much the shipping is. I wonder how soon they can get to my place.
Right.
I wonder what it feels like.
Unfortunately, there was like no videos on their website of the real dolls. So I was like, you know what? I wonder if Pornhub has videos. And there's videos of guys fucking real dolls on there. And it's the most disturbing thing ever because it looks like a realistic woman, but she's like dead or something. So it's not even like porn. It's just like it's watching guys masturbate.
So yes, that's exactly what it is, Brian.
That's why I say 20 might like it.
That's one of those situations you always try to get me for saying gay stuff, and then there you go, admitting that you watched multiple videos.
I didn't like it.
I just got stuck in a big wormhole.
How many did you try out?
I had like 3 because I used.
That's his latest product review online.
Opening a virtual red.
Got a new review. I opened a box. Real doll videos.
I got.
Oh my God.
Brian,
get it out.
You have that saved on your phone.
Get it out of here. Now, why does it look like Corona Jensen Johnson? Oh my God. All right, you took us off into a crazy tangent here somehow, Dustin. It was my fault. You seemed all alone, and I asked you about porn, and then I brought up take condom off porn. It's because it makes the girl dirty. Because she doesn't want you to have the condom on, so that makes it hot. It's the opposite. By the way, Jeremiah and the looks he gives me anytime we talk about anything sexual. God help us if it's something new and sexual. Jeremiah has to do 10 Hail Marys before having sex.
My favorite is when the girl adamant of wearing a condom, and you're like, fine, I guess I'll wear a condom. Then halfway through, you feel the condom break.
I haven't masturbated.
We know Red Band out there just breaking the condom.
Or sometimes I just take her hair tie off the nightstand and put it on so she can feel it when it starts. Like, oh, I feel fine.
Red Band's condoms break because the pussy is so unbelievably dry when he's fucking it that
yeah, it's just small ass fucking condoms that they usually have. Chicks always have the free ones from Planned Parenthood.
How many times have you guys masturbated during quarantine? Many times?
Not much. I've actually had the whole time.
no, I would say that my masturbation has not, the curve is not flattened here. It's still at a high level.
I just had no long time. I had to do it when the dogs came along. It was like 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're really, that's just enough time to watch 3 real doll videos. All right, Dustin. Well, your set was, again, like I said, probably my favorite quarantine-related set of this entire, 7 fucking episodes now. So thank you so much, dude. And come to a show, make it out. Come to LA when this shit all clears up. Hold on 1 second. What'd you say?
You guys need to come to Birmingham.
All right, absolutely. That's definitely going to happen. There it is, Dustin, everyone. He's on Instagram at HeyBuddyCC and HeyBuddyCC.com. He says he makes a bunch of stuff. So, check out his comedy. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Who says you can't have 2 golden ticket winners on 1 episode of Quarantine Kill Tony? I don't think so. I believe it's this guy's birthday or something like that. Or was. Or is. Who gives a fuck? I love it. I love it every time he's on the show. The record holder for most appearances all time for a golden ticket winner from Phoenix, Arizona. This guy made golden ticket history by winning at the age of 20, cashing in 2 days later on his 21st birthday at the Comedy Store. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again Tristan Bowling, everyone. Here he is, Tristan Bowling.
Hey, so I got a girlfriend recently, and that's fucking, all right, cool. So, I got a girlfriend recently, a lot of fun. We recently got married.
she was telling me, she was like, oh, Mary, say something sexy while we're pulling the bar. And I'm like, all right, I got you. State to understand these rights as they have rights. And she was looking back at me like, I'm like, bitch, I'm a fucking cop. Are you kidding me? I take my role play seriously. You're going to jail, slut. Criminal justice is my lore, and I'm on the scales.
Tristan Bowling, always a goddamn cold-blooded assassin.
That's the Zoom in the West. That's one of those kids.
He is. He's got those fucking TikTok-y energies. He's one of the, that's what I originally fell in love with him for, is that he's just this fucking hip young kid that doesn't seem like he should even fucking.
But he's got a lens, like he has 3 lens flares.
He doesn't even seem like he should like the show. Not to mention, what are lens flares? Oh, yeah.
God damn right, dude. I'm living in a J.J. Abrams movie, dog.
That's right. Heck yeah. For sure, dude. How's life going, buddy?
Boys? Oh, I'm doing good. It's my 22nd birthday today.
Yeah. I love that. 1 year ago today, we were all in the Comedy Store, packed crowd. You were on stage.
I know. Now I'm just sitting in my room like a fucking loser.
Oh, yeah.
But you have a girlfriend now. Congratulations. Yeah. I'm looking at her right now. She's laying down in bed. She's afraid of being okay.
Oh.
Yeah, but you guys want to see her? You guys want to see her?
Red to see her.
Now, here's your feet. No, you're not going to see her feet, Red Man. God damn it.
Hello.
Yeah. They're saying hello.
You guys are the cutest lesbian couple I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah, dude. Ellie got nothing on our ass.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely.
What you guys been up to in L.A., dudes? How you guys doing?
We're good. You ever heard of Take the Condom Off porn before?
No, I have not. But if anything, that just sounds like regular porn with an extra step.
It is. See, instead of seeing normal porn, I feel like people go to, whatever their favorite part is. But in Take Your Condom Off porn, you have to make 2 stops. You have to scan for the part where they ask to take the condom off, and then whatever your other favorite
Now,
thing is.
question here. Do the guys ever fight it in this scenario? Like, no, I should really keep it on.
No, there are no Christian male porn stars that are like, no, I think this is best if that would be the worst porn ever.
Have you been tested recently, sweetie?
Yeah. Are you on the pill? That's when directors yell,
These are the good questions, dude. Like,
Yeah.
have you ever heard in a porn a guy ask a girl if she's on the pill before she goes, come inside me? Have you ever
That's the only time. The only time they will ask if you're on the pill is if it ends up in a cream pie. That's the only time. There's always a lot of foreshadowing going on in porn.
The only thing I've ever heard in porn that's a question is like, is dad coming home soon?
Right. It's always
Am I just looking at rich?
and that's another pandemic that's happening is everything is stepsister, stepbrother porn now.
Oh, I noticed that.
And I was thinking about this the other day because there's so many of them now that there's only one direction that this could go, and that's actual brother, actual sister porn.
There is that out there.
Well, yeah.
It's ExpressVPN.
Whoa.
You think this is the only show Brian produces?
Brothers in cursive, he's got a whole other.
Do you know of any countries where something is legal?
Russia. A lot of Russia.
Because something that I Googled the other day, because I have been using my ExpressVPN, they're a sponsor, but don't get it twisted. Like, I am a proud, card-carrying member. Like I said, The Last Dance, I have a huge advantage over, the regular ESPN viewers that are stuck watching fucking Papa John's porn. Anyway.
Filthy communists.
Right. So the other day, I Googled, or when I first got it a few weeks ago, I Googled what type of porn is available in other countries or whatever that isn't available in America, and everything that comes up is literally the laws against child pornography laws, and I'm like, oh fuck, I never should have even Googled this.
Right. Yeah.
Like I felt like my door was about to get kicked in.
Yeah.
Because there's no way to actually
Incest porn is illegal in the United States, and so like other countries, it's actually their real mom and dad, or their real mom and son and shit like that. So Russia's really big on that. There's also a lot of like I guess it's legal but not real legal. Like there's some countries that have actual rape where it's actually people getting really raped.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah.
What countries? Switzerland. Setting it to Switzerland.
And bestiality, of course. And you think bestiality is going to be bad, but you know, if you see a couple of these things,
Have you ever seen Take the Condom Off, You Fucking Horse? Porn?
yeah, like seeing a golden retriever go like fuck a girl is not as bad as it sounds.
That is true.
Wait,
Absolutely true.
is that the real video that you've seen? A golden retriever?
Yeah, of course. Use expressvpn.com/killtony. Right now.
I'm watching Jeremiah just literally. This is like when Anakin Skywalker found out that Padme was sick, and like he's realizing that he's slowly turning to the dark side right now. How many Our Fathers are you gonna have to say after this episode? It's so filthy. Anyway, so Tristan, where'd you find this girlfriend at? Let's just jump right into it. 7 minutes into your interview.
And what year did you invent the iPod?
I'm not
Sonic, play.
no, but we met on
Keep it going. Keep answering the question. We're watching a dog try to fuck a girl while you answer the question.
Well, this is elaborate, and I wish I could be there to join you. But is that clear?
No, turn it off. Turn the audio off. Turn the audio off. Oh my god. Where'd you meet your girl, Tristan?
What the fuck? You're playing dog porn. How am I supposed to
No, we're not playing dog porn on the fucking screen. We're watching dog porn. You answer the question.
We're not
I
watching
can hear
dog
full audio. I can hear full. I just heard the screaming of paws from a hardwood sofa. It's a bad doggy, Tristan. It's a very bad dog.
Oh
It seems like he's getting a fucking treat, dude. He's loving it.
Wait, you see something?
No, I don't see shit. I can just assume. I have a vivid imagination.
Okay. So where'd you meet your girlfriend?
Bumble, online. I'm not sure if that's how like the girl and the dog met, but all right, I'm continuing. It was a lot of fun. We met during COVID, so we're quarantining together. It was cute. When we first met, I was afraid that she was a catfish, and she was afraid I was a catfish. So we were both pleasantly surprised.
Wow, that is incredible. Two fucking just cuties finding each other in this wild world. Everybody's still on dating sites during this pandemic.
Oh yeah, dude.
Incredible to me.
They're popping, man. It's like peak loneliness time. I'm just lucky I got me a honey. Yeah, she didn't like that. She's barking. All right.
Brian has now pulled up animation animal porn.
Does that mean worse or better?
It's worse.
Because you have to think about someone animating every single frame and cell of that.
Yeah, but it's not real, so I would argue it's better.
Don't tilt it that hard, you fucking retard.
You need a black censorship bar over fucking Red Band's portion of the podcast deal.
No, I love dogs so much.
That is absolutely incredible. When I get home, I'm popping a blue chew. I'm going to the dog park. Jeremiah has completely shut down. We have ended the bubonic plague here on Kilton. Let me We're known for procuring many. So we have.
If I ever watch porn, I just type in porn to the browser and watch the images.
It's Friday night,
Really?
and it's almost 8 o'clock.
No, we weren't watching dogs fuck. That's disgusting.
Yes, sir.
The time is right. Welcome to the West Coast.
The best coast.
Nothing but the big dogs up in here, working on their project.
This is what it's come to. All right, Tristan, anything else? Do you have anything else up your sleeve? You're a little magician over there. Oh, I wrote a little rap for you boys. We love your fucking raps. Classic. I wrote a little birthday rap. Let me tell me, you guys, if you can hear this beat. Can you hear it? Yeah.
You want to watch a documentary?
Oh, I'm an always yes. Yeah, this one was fun.
I am too. Okay, just a moment. Okay, here's my question for you. I don't know if you can stream it. I'll give you the website. It's topdocumentaryfilms.com. You choose anything in the top 100, and then I'll watch it with you.
Okay.
There is one that I really want to watch, if you just want to know, and it's the Michael Jackson one. It's ranked number 1, and I want to watch it, but I don't know if you're into watching it.
Top documentary film.
Topdocumentaryfilms.com, that's correct. And then the 3-line menu or the hamburger menu, you should see top 100.
Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. It's taking me to a domain to buy.
Okay, it's TOP documentaryfilms.com.
Oh, there it is. Top 100.
Yes, sir, and it's number 1. Now read.
Square one looks great. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. So do you know how to stream?
Yeah, just give me one moment. I'll be right there.
Take your time.
Okay, press and play. Hopefully you have your popcorn.
Look at you. You don't mess around.
Anything for you, big dog.
Excellent. All right, I'm joining with my other account right now so that I can watch it.
I'm going to restart it.
Okay.
Does it pull out to read in the beginning?
Oh, excellent. Okay. So, just one moment.
Yeah, just let me know when you want me to start.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm joining with my other account.
Yeah, you got like take at least 5 minutes. I mean, maybe popcorn, maybe help a hot pocket or something.
All right. I'm joining with my other account. I'm gonna take you up on that 5 minutes or whatever, so that I can restart the device that I'm
Yeah, because
using.
it's an hour and a half. Yeah.
Okay. So how was your day?
We need a good like 4 hours dedicated to my day.
Okay, well, I'll give you 5 minutes. What happened?
Thank you for asking. Such a
Certainly.
great question. Since we talked last, I've finished second place and fourth place in 2 Texas Hold'em tournaments, so I could win enough money to buy myself a new computer. Because I realized I could probably be streaming more, and I feel like a champion by doing so.
That's really great.
So I just came back from Costco with my new Apple MacBook Neo.
Oh, the $500 one.
Exactly, yeah. It's a beautiful terminal, and I just turned it on and set it up, so yeah, I'm excited. It's the first computer purchase that I've made for myself for a long time.
Isn't that an interesting feeling?
Yeah, I mean, Apple makes a great product. I've always been a fan of Apple stuff because it fully integrates with my phone.
Yep.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Blackmagic Design or Blackmagic product.
Fuck yeah, DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That stuff's amazing. And then with Mac integrated, it's so simple to work cross-platform.
DaVinci Resolve is some of the best free to use software I've ever used.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I heard today someone was talking about the difference in the spaces with DaVinci Resolve and how the color palette just looks so much better when you use it for color grading. It's got something just magical about the software. I'm getting all the news headlines. Oh no. Yeah.
I think it's really great that Apple's putting out that device, but I have some concerns about it. It runs on an iPhone processor, right?
Yeah, but let me tell you the thing about it. Can I just tell you the reasoning, like the deep dive reasoning? If you want me to like go through like a back and forth about the product.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Okay, well, my instinct when you say it runs off of that processor, right? I'm going to tell you that it does that for a reason. It's so that I can use and develop apps for both desktop and iOS and Android and test them all on the same machine.
Okay, but I mean, basically, isn't it just like a phone with a GPU, like and keyboard?
No, it's got a full-on graphics card and 8 gigs of RAM.
Okay.
Plus, you know, an SSD board that's directly jacked to the card of the the chip, so it's talking directly to the bus system.
Does it have a headphone jack?
Absolutely, I'm on it right now with my headphones.
Oh, nice. Hey, my other friend is here. Riser, how you living, pimp? And he just left. He'll be back though. So we might have to.
I know, Riser.
I know you do. So we might take a time out on the Michael Jackson documentary. I've been trying to get him to watch it, but his mom's in town and she's not about that life. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's just talking about the potential innocence of an individual. So I mean, that's that's really interesting to me. It's very true crime and stuff, but um, so he may come in and want to watch something else, which is fine. He will stream it if he does. So keep telling me about your device. What color is it?
Oh, well, let me check. I don't know what to even call this because it's a new color that they came out with.
They're
like a form of blue.
they're
Like I call it cobalt steel.
yeah, it's something like that. It was called something like that. Welcome, Riser. How are you?
Sorry. I have a documentary. It's called Bathtubs Over Broadway. It's kind of funny, and it's about these corporate musical advertisements that this guy obsesses over from the 50s and 70s.
We're ready for it.
And it's highly rated.
We're ready for it.
Rated.
We're ready for it.
All right. Without further ado.
What did I tell you, Oz?
Riser for the win.
FTW.
Can I tell you it's the quietest computer I've ever owned?
Oh, I imagine it would be.
It makes no sound whatsoever while it's on.
Does it have a moving?
My iPhone makes.
Does it have a fan?
I tested it, and I tested it with a stethoscope. Is that what that's called?
Yeah.
The thing that keeps your heart. And the iPhone 15 is about 20 times louder.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, this thing is just dead quiet. I should show you those photos. I saw the most amazing band today.
Okay, we'll look at them. We'll look at them, but this documentary started.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I can't see it. Sorry.
You okay? Go to Risers. It just started. But I'll look at it after the documentary.
Oh, yeah, well, where's the, I still can't get to the documentary.
Okay, so do you see his
there
name?
it is. No, yeah. Thank you. Sorry about that.
You're welcome.